Kje ste, folk, dobrodošli na streamu? Že opravijem legenda, se upravičujem, ker sem zamudil 11 minut. Štimu sem še program za streamanje, že majko legenda. Se upravičujem za zamudo, že opozo, že Anitka, ki je muska, ni časa za muziko, Anitka, ni časa za muziko. Že Franko, čet, se upravičujem za zamudo, lik štimu sem še program. Mogel sem še program naštimat, tako da se vam opravičujem. Žoari, Mike, ne Majko, sorry Mike. Čet, kdaj se začne prva igra FNCS-a? Ste že začela? Bomo delali, a bi radi delali stave ali ne? Anitka, prosim objavi na Discord, da streamamo, hvala lepa, da bomo delali stave. Viksi! Hvala ti za 1 euro donacije. Hvala ti, Twixi, za 1 euro donacije, legenda. Napiš, če si na YouTube chatu, Twixi. Twixi, si na YouTube streamu. Hvala ti srca za 1 euro donacije, legenda. Ob 7:15, hvala pozo. Pozdrav Elvisa. Twixi, si na streamu, legenda. Twixi, veš, da si zmagal slušalke? Nisi bil včeraj na streamu, Twixi, ti si zmagovalec GBL slušalk, legenda. Pozdrav za Samiro. Žeo Dragan, žeo Matin, Vahedi. Ja, chat, rečte, da je Twixi zmagal, ko ne verjame. Žeo Nina, ja, Twixi, zmagal si GBL slušalke, v ponedeljek ti jih lahko pošljem, samo moraš... Jaz njemu govorim, da je zmagal GBL slušalke, on pa me nagreva 1 na 1. Twixi, a imaš Discord, da mi boš povedal, kam ti pošljem na dom slušalke? Mogoče je to fake profil? Kako fake profila, Nitka, če mi je doniral? On skozi donira. Ne uporabljam Snapa, Twixi. Ne uporabljam Snapa. Imam Instagram ali pa Discord. Ali pa TikTok. Ali pa na TikTok, da mi pošleš podatke, kje živiš, pa da ti pošljem v ponedeljek. Se imaš valjda TikTok, Twixi? Mene na dom. Mene je ubil Peter Bot, GG. A imaš TikTok, valjda, Twixi? Imaš, okej. Pol me pa followi na TikToku, Twixi, in mi boš v privat sporočilo na TikToku pač poslal podatke, ime, priimek, poštno številko, pa kje živiš, bom screenshotu pa zbrisu sporočilo, da ne bo ostal, pa ti v ponedeljek grem pol poslati GBL slušalke, pa jih boš dobil v torek ali sredo ali pa četrtek. Tako da ja, kontaktiri me prosim na TikToku in mi napiši na privat podatke, da ti jih lahko v ponedeljek pošljam, pa še enkrat čestitke. Še enkrat čestitke, legenda. Mogoče je pa fake Peterbot, ja, mogoče je pa bil fake Peterbot, nikoli ne veš. Mogoče ga je ubil fake Peterbot. Četa, bomo delali stave? A bomo delali stave za Mongrala pa za druge ljudi, za FNCS? Žo Pipo, kako si mi? Žo Žigec, legenda. Dej stave. Čet, prva igra. Za koga naredimo stavo? Za Taysona ali za Mongrala? Žo Noxi. Prešel sem nazad na slovenski. Čet, Taysona ali Mongral, za koga naredimo stave? Lahko preverite, če delajo točke, klicaj to. Žo Miki, legenda. Žo Alen Brapo. Ja, ni pravi, Nina, ni pravi. De preverite, če delajo točke. Twixi, hvala ti še enkrat za donacijo, legenda. Koliko gameov je? 6, Pipo, 6 igar je danes. Kam je kontestan, a ne chat? Kam je kontestan? Chat, kam je kontestan? A bo zmagal Kami prvo igro? Ok, Kami enga ubol. Ok, Twixi, ti odpišem po streamu danes. V ponedeljek ti pošljem slušalke GBL. Ok, Twixi. Čestitke še enkrat, legenda.
Squeeze has been finished, Cherry has been finished, and just like that, Kami is gonna get cracked. It looks like it's
Gripajo se do konca!
He's gonna get eliminated as well.
Kami pa seti favoriti FNCS-a padajo prvo igro. Bili so favoriti, zdaj so bili pa kontestani in padajo prvo igro. Kami pa seti. Ok, chat, naredimo prve stave za Taysona. Ali bo Tayson prvo igro top 9? Ali bo Tayson prvo igro top 9? Nič pomeni da, enka pomeni ne. Največ lahko stavite 300 točk, najmanj lahko stavite 1 točko. Ajde, chat, časa za stave imate 2. Twixi, hvala ti, legenda. Hvala ti, Twixi, hvala ti še za 1 euro donacije. Dober človek si, zato si pa tudi dobil slušalke, legenda. Hvala ti za donacijo, legenda. Hvala ti, Twixi, za vse donacije iz srca. Velik pozdrav. Lahko greva zvečer 1-1, če hočeš, Twixi, po turnirju. Greva lahko 1-1. A so ubili Venota? Ne, a ja, Teni, ni landu na Venota, Teni je šel nekam drugam. Sem že mislil, da je Venota ubal, ker so rekli, da bo Teni landu na Venota. Kdaj bo spet neki takšen giveaway? Chat, a hočete spet giveaway za donacije? Sam povejte, kaj bi radi, chat. Povejte mi, kaj da kupam. Lahko bi naredili spet kakšno nagradno igro za donacije. Sam da lahko zmanjšamo na 1 euro. Tini se reče. Ne, 100% ni Tini, ampak je Teni. 100% ni Tini, Urbi. Četa, je Tini ali je Teni? 100% je Teni, ali? Je Tini? Zdaj pa ne vem. Teni, jaz mislim, da se Teni izgovori. Teni. Ne vem, ampak jaz mislim, da se Teni izgovori, ne Tini. Mogoče pa se let, mogoče on več ve od mene. Mogoče pa on več ve od mene. A si ti ni golec? A si to ti Nik, ka si mi pisal? Tiksi, a si to ti Nik? Teni se mi zdi. Kje si Daki naredi stave? Daki, chat imamo stave. Chat, prva igra. Komentator reče Tini. Pa možno, legenda. Lej, jaz sem se navadil Teni, da govorim. Chat, imate še 2 minutki časa za stave, ali bo Tayson prvo igro top 9? Nič pomeni da, enka pomeni ne. Največ lahko stavite 300 točk, najmanj lahko stavite 1 točko. Hitro položite stave za Taysona. Hitro položite stave, preden jih ugasnem. A Jenny se kvolu? Jenny si je kvolu. Jenny si je kvolu. Twixi, hvala ti še za 2 evra donacije. Hvala ti, legenda.
Surely Lucy, Loki, and Monet, though, are not content with allowing Adams to survive in that scenario. It'd be a lot more likely to anticipate potential camping blue cards instead. You know it's a solo, you know he's going to be really easy to pick off, but they might not even give him the chance. In fact,
jaz pa mislim, da Janis ne bo danes dober igral. Jaz pa mislim, da Janis ne bo dober igral. Chat, kaj da kupam, pa da naredimo spet v nagradno igro? Kakšne dobre slušalke, kakšno dobro miško, kakšno dobro podlogo ali kaj drugega? Kaj bi bilo dobro spet, da naredimo, pa da damo namest 2 evra 1 evro? Ampak, a se strinjate, če naredim spet nagradno igro, da naredimo, da lahko vsak največ kup 5krat. Torej, da ne more več kot 5krat pridati v nagradno igro. Koliko je recimo rari za 50 evrov. Za kakšen gaming stol za 200 evrov. To bi bilo dobro, chat. Kaj pravite gaming stol?
This is huge though. This is not a place that you would necessarily expect to see Veliko, Veno and
Kako prideš v stave? Če želite delati stave, morate prvo vedeti, koliko točk imate na mojemu YouTube kanalu. Kako preveriš točke? Klicaj T. Klicaj T, da preveriš točke. Ko veš, koliko točk imaš na voljo, kako narediti stave, klicaj bet. Klicaj bet mora biti zmeraj skupaj. Potem pa pogledaš, kaj je odgovor. Če date 0, pomeni, da bo Tayson prvo igro top 9. Če date 1, pomeni, da Tayson ne bo prvo igro top 9. In potem naredite stavo. Klicaj bet, presledek nič ali 1, presledek število točk, ki jih želite staviti. Torej, edino, kar se spreminja, je 0 ali 1 in število točk. Twixi, hvala ti, legenda. Hvala ti še za 1 euro donacije. Nisi mi povedal na YouTube chatu, ali si ti Nik Golec ali ne. A si to ti Nik, kad si mi pisal ali ne, mi napiši v YouTube chatu, prosim. Ker ne vem, a si to ti. Hvala ti za donacijo, legenda. Jaz sem šele zdaj ugotovil, koliko denarja sem ti doniral. Včeraj ali nasplošno? Kje si Pipo, legenda? Kako si mi, Pipo? Ok, Twixi, hvala ti še enkrat, legenda. Hvala ti, Nigolec, ti si res velika legenda. Ari, ti si mi preveč doniral. Koliko si mi doniral? Zihar 200, 300, 400, ali? Četa bo zmagal Veno prvo igro. Že isto, kako si legenda. Ari, a je kdo objavil na Discord, da streamam? Merstaš je dobil kill. Četa, zaprem Stave za Taysona, ali bo še kdo stavil? A bo še kdo stavil Taysona, če bo top 9, ali zapremo Stave? Ne moram Taysona gledat, ker ne streama Mike. Žo Filip, žo Nik, žo Aleksu, sin Zaro. Chat, še zadnjič. Imate samo še 2 minutki časa, da položite stave. Prva stava dneva je, ali bo Taysonova ekipa, to je Slovenec, prvo igro top 9. Nič pomeni da, enka pomeni ne. Največ lahko stavite 300 točk, najmanj 1 točko. Če ne veste, koliko točk imate, klicaj T. Če ne znate narediti stave, poglejte pod kamero. Klicaj bet, zmeraj skupaj, potem odgovor nič ali enka, nič pomeni da, enka pomeni ne, presledek število točk, ki jih želite staviti. Evo, bom tako naredil stop, pa bomo dal timer. Evo ga, 2 minutki, stave se bojo avtomatsko zaprle čez 2 minuti. Toliko imate še časa. Ajde, hitro položite stave. Evo ga Taysona. Evo ga Taysona, še je živ. Probijem, jaz bi raj FNCS gledal, pa delu stave, legenda. A lahko daš 2 stavi. Lahko naredim naslednjo, da date več stav, kakor eno. Trenutno je samo 1 stava. 6 Anitka, danes 6 igar, pa jutri 6 igar, Anitka.
Wax specifically just recently having moved directly towards France, so now he's actually going to be in a zero ping location.
Če pridete do 100 lajkov do 6 zvečer, torej imate 40 minut, da pridete do 100 lajkov na YouTube, če pridete, vsi dobite 30 bonus točk. 30 bonus točk, če pridete do 100 lajkov do 6. Dej poglej, kaj sem ti napisal za donacijo.
This is a trio that seems like it's really firing off in all the right ways in every direction.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna love to see this trio get fraggy in endgame. As, you know, having uncontested night shift and so many trios fighting in the surrounding area, they're gonna kind of look for those third parties, get that early game surge, but we'll see how that continues forward as now Sky, Scroll, and iDrop might be in, I was gonna say a pickle, but it seems like they are actually the aggressors in this situation. It's Monet, it's Lucy, who are kind of trying to run away here.
Kdo misliš, da bo zmagal prvo igro? Največ šans dajem Veno tu. Veno tu dajem največ šans. Tlele imate top donacije preko Paysafe kartice. Tlele imate top donacije preko Paysafe kartice. Anže sem skoraj 700 evrov. Potem Ari, ti si na drugem mestu preko Paysafe kartice, si mi doniral 288 evrov. Če si pa prek PayPal ali pa to pa ne vem, prek Paysafe kartice skoraj 300 evrov. To je finale, Tjaš Kumer. To je finale. A si pogledal, kaj sem ti napisal? Napisal si mi... Dej greva no plis dele. A zdaj Netflixi, sorry, brez zamere. Po turnirju greva lahko pol ure igra, če hočeš. Po turnirju ali pa jutri pred turnirjem. A boš gledal cel FNCS, verjetno ja. Pa bomo delali stave. Gledalci hoče delati stave, a ni zanimivo delati stave, kva?
just watched his demise there in 4K. Gutenberg
Greva
now
lahko,
trying to do what he can to
zaenkrat ne.
survive,
Če bom
keep
rabil
these
družbo,
lobby
lahko
one
prideš,
dreams
ja.
going, but Wax, Malibuka, Bing, they know exactly how
Okay,
easy
chat.
this is.
Odpiram stave samo še za zadnjo minuto. 3-4 zdaj. Tisti, ki ste novi gledalci prišli na stream, stava je, ali bo Tayson prvo igro top 9. Nič pomeni da, enka pomeni ne, največ lahko stavite 300 točk, najmanj eno točko. Hitro položite stave, tisti, ki znate delati, ker jih bom zaprl. Dosem 300 točk, GG, na kaj si pa dal?
Over to Mr. Savage, Mongrel, and Panzer, who also
Kako je
already
lahko
have one
Moneymaker
elimination
kvalu?
on the board.
Leščenci kvalu. Zmagu je
Elevated
zadnjo
position
igro v
though on the mountain
Leščencu.
span that overlooks
Leščenci
Canyon
zmagu.
Crossing. And one big thing
Že
for
Luka,
Mr.
že je
Savage
Rancho
is that
legenda.
coming out of Bird uncontested, they're going to have to make up for that surge
Dej
elsewhere.
si ti nazaj, ime
Mongrel, on the
Aleksej
other hand, this
legenda.
could be a huge problem. Fax trying to see if he can run him down.
Kaži mi lestvico
Savage
točk.
now going to see if he can
Rekel si,
help
da
out
ti
Mongrel.
spomnim.
Has to be careful. Do
Izvoli
anything you
lestvico
can to
točk.
rebuild hard builds here to keep Mongrel alive.
To je
Apply
lestvica
the
točk.
pressure onto the
Klara,
opponents, onto the
Not Aleksom,
aggressors.
midva se
Give
ne štejeva,
Mongrel time
mislim,
to
Klara se
recuperate
šteje,
his
jaz
shield,
ne.
and just like
Torej, Klara,
that, it was enough
Pozo,
time. Radion's now
Ari,
been cracked. Rax
Monkey
getting some
Giga,
shots in as well.
Aleksu,
This is
Zaro, Kalek,
perfect for
Alen,
Mr. Savage,
nekdo,
Mongrel, and Panzer with a little bit more time to
Alen,
breathe. Now they
Žigec,
can
Probijem,
recuperate the
Aleki,
shield that
Videk,
they have
Barbara,
lost.
Lorber,
Things still don't look
Jeranče
great though
in
for
Emil.
Panzer. Mr. Savage,
20.
really the only one that's relatively
Oh,
healthy.
točk.
He's trying to get a big chunk out of Pradage's HP and does succeed. Pradage now realizing the kind of dire measures he's in, doing what he can, dropping as much as possible. Knows that he needs to create a little bit of space here, needs a chance to try and
Tjaško me, res sem
regroup with the rest
super,
of
kako
his
si mi
team,
ti
but
legenda.
Mr. Savage,
Hvala na
Panzer,
vprašanju,
Mongrel,
legenda.
they need to close this one out. The issue is Mongrel just doesn't
Mongrel
have
je še vedno
whites
živ,
that
kar
he
je
can
dober,
recuperate
chat.
with, and
Mongrel
now
je še
they're
vedno živ,
drawing a little bit too much
kar je zelo
attention.
dober.
No whites, no knocks.
Četa, upate, da
and as
bo
you were
Mongrel
alluding
dober
to,
igral.
at the
Jaz
bottom
bi
right on the
ful rad, da
minimap, you can
Mongrel
see a
pride
whole
top
other
10.
trio is getting closer.
Če
They
dob-
heard
če bojo
the
igrali
noise, they heard
solidno,
the shots
jaz
and
mislim, da
said,
lahko top
you
10
know, I'm
presenetijo v
interested. I
Evropi.
need some damage.
Če
What's
bojo
going on
solidno
over
igrali.
here?
Top
As now they're going to have
10 mesto
to
ali pa
quickly decide
9.
what's the play here. We
Zato,
need to
ker so
find whites.
uncontestani,
We need to
se mi
get to a
zdi, da
safe
lahko pride z
location
dobrimi
so we can
igrami.
recuperate this
Čet,
shield we've
kdo je
lost. It's not
IGL?
worth it to
Mongrel
stay
ali
aggressive.
Panzer?
They
Mislim,
also just don't
Savage
have
ali
mats.
Panzer? Kdo
They
je
spent
IGL?
so much time taking that fight on the
Žo
mountain.
Matic.
They're burning through
Panzer
their
je
mats,
IGL,
and
ne?
yet there's no bodies for them to loot. They didn't
dejansko?
find those eliminations that they
Jaz sem
needed,
mislil, da je
those
skozi
crucial
do zdaj bil
refreshes.
Savage
So their
IGL v zadnjih
mid-game
letih.
now looking
Zdaj pa
a
Panzer
little
IGL,
bit
okej.
worse, but it's
A
not
je on
something that they
chat
can't recover
underrated
from.
player? A je dober?
It's just they know that there's
Kdaj
going to
pa
be
ti
a
igraš,
fight that
Alex?
they're going to have to commit to at some point
Aha, me
soon.
boš zdaj bavala
As
prvo
Maria's
tako. Okej, Klara,
taking full advantage
Klara,
of all the advantages Shogun's
300
Arena has
tisoč
to
točk.
offer.
Ti boš
We've
mene
talked
zdaj bavala,
about
evo
this
ti, zdaj
Rift
bavim zdaj.
Island
Kaj
that
boš
has
pa zdaj?
Shogun's Arena
Kaj boš
on
zdaj?
it. Not
Kaj boš zdaj z
only
0
are you able
točkami?
to get the
A me
medallion
upaš
if you
še zdaj
take down
bavati?
the
Kaj boš zdaj z 0
boss. If the
točkami?
zone does end up
Kaj boš zdaj?
closing around this arena, you get
No, kaj
free
boš zdaj?
moving
Povej.
zones where you don't have to use
Me
mats.
še
You get
upa
a
zdaj bavati.
360 first class ticket to the
Nula
whole
točk imaš,
lobby
kaj
in
boš
terms
zdaj?
of looking for surge tags. You have so many openings, you get so many advantages. So being able to hold on to that island is very beneficial as we go back on over to Queasy, Swizzy, and Merstash, who are still inside of Hopeful Heights.
Chat, za koga
For
navijate
this
v Evropi?
trio, there were such high expectations. Condor
Za koga navijate v
unconned.
Evropi,
When it
chat?
comes to an IGL like Queasy,
Manjši zlog
people
od teh,
just
kaj govorijo.
expect him to be
Evo,
able to
a je zdaj
manifest
boljš?
greatness from anywhere, especially after that global championship performance.
Že Fortnite Pro,
Arguably one of the only
že
individuals in
Nitka.
this lobby that was able to keep
Ali mi
contentious
giftaš
run
skin?
for that
Kar
first place
nič ni
position.
legenda.
And here he is again,
Ne, lahko pa v
trying to make
chatu
it all
napišeš
happen. All odds
klicaj T.
against him, and
Na
he'll
vsakih
never
5
care.
minut v življenju, ko gledaš moj YouTube kanal, YouTube stream, dobivaš 2 točki, šparaš točke in si lahko s točkami kupuješ velike nagrade na mojemu YouTube streamu. Kaj si trenutno vse lahko kupiš, imaš v opisu mojega streama. Kako si kupiti, koliko stane in kaj si lahko vse kupiš. Že Barbara, Klara, lahko giftaš Baggling FNC z 200 bil? Ne moramo, ne legenda. Kakor sem ti rekel, šparaš točke, Teni je umrl, mal je prepotih, kaj pa zdaj? Boljš? Zdaj v redu pozdo, se me še vedno sliš, zraven, a veš kako more biti pozdo? Da ka oni govorijo, da me še vedno vi slišite zraven. Te več. Evo, sem malo zmanjšal. Zdaj bi pa mogel biti. Gasi stave, stave so se avtomatsko zaprle. To je prva igra prva igra velikega finala. Akaj, da pržgem še na... Chat, dajte mi 1 sekundo, da pržgem stream še na TikToku. Tam da pržgem še na TikToku stream. Lepo prosim, dajte mi 10 sekund. O, Veno je bilov! Veno je bilov! No way, nimajo storms. Ok, 37 bov. O! No way, da bo Veno prvo igro zafrknil pa Viko. To bo zanimivo, če prvo igro zafrkne od 37 bov. 37 bov za Venota samo.
Yeah, you don't want to be held here. If I'm Veno, Flixi, Vico, I want to make sure to recuperate that shield, get myself into zone, and then look back and take shots at all these trios, all these players.
Gledamo finale PNCS turnirja Taysona.
It should bring some openings to do that needed damage, but they are still 60 below.
It's a hard decision to make. Flixi,
Flixi, 22 below, Veno rabi damage. Veno rabi se fajtat, Veno bo napadel Mongrala! No way, Veno bo Mongrala napadel! Ne, Veno grifa Mongrala. Rabi damage. 17 bov, Veno išče Mongrala. Flixi je low. Flixi je low. Panzer bo low. Ok, Mongral je umrl! Ne smem se preveč dreti, ko bom zgubil glas, moram... Mongral je umrl! Panzer je umrl! Veno je grifu Mongrala! Veno grifa Mongrala! A me zajebavaš, Veno! Veno, kaj delaš z Mongralom?
Comes through. Veno just continuing to break some of these old metal walls from behind him.
Pa ne, Mongrala, Veno.
And they're gonna need him because
with
so much focus now being put towards the exit of this tunnelway, they're probably gonna have to burn a decent amount of mats.
Looking over at Chino Nebs and Pink. Also further away from zone, long rotate ahead of them, almost no materials put into shambles. They need to
Veno ne bo mogel zmagati to igro, ker so shambles.
They need to get those connects. Nebs goes down. It's all up to Chino and Pink now as a pup comes through, but it's not enough for the knock. Pink left as a solo to finish this one off. Can he do it? As another shot comes through, the edit from the ramp causes him to take down one more player is left, but his duos, his team are getting eliminated one by one, and now it's 2 solos that have to make it back.
Kom igra Tayson, Tayson igra z enim Balkancom, Čičotom, pa še z enim. Chat, s kom igra Taysona? Je Trulex pa Čičo? Ali je Čičo pa še en? Janko, hvala za like na TikToku. Trulex pa Čičo. A oba dva Urbi ali sam Trulex? Piko se reče. Piko. Jaz sem prepričan, da se Čičo reče. Ali se reče Čiko. Pa vi meni vse pravite, da jaz narobe govorim. Čiko. A se dejansko Čiko reče, ali ne Čičo? To Čičo se bolj hudo sliš. Veno pada, Viko pada prvo igro! Evropa ima šanse, da Veno ne bo zmagal. Veno dead. To bo zanimiv turnir. Favoriti padajo. Favoriti padajo. Chat, a upate tudi za Peterbota, da bo tako padel prve igre. Janis je še živ. Tayson je še živ. Kaj bi dal, da tako Peterbot umira? Da bi bil bolj zanimiv ameriški turnir. A Peter tudi igra zvečer v Ameriki, a nitka ne zdaj. Peterbot igra v Ameriki zvečer. Kaj je Kliks pa drugi. Janis, to vem. Jaz mu rečem Janis, čeprav folk ga kliče in Janis in Janis. Folk ga kliče ali Janis ali Nemci. A Malibuka? Jaz bi rad, da Malibuka zmaga chat. Rad bi, da zmaga Tayson, ali pa Malibuka, ali pa Kvizi. Rad imam Kvizija, ki je Srb. Oboje je prav. Ja, mislim, odvisno iz kjeri vsaka država pa je drugače izgovori, ampak jaz ga kličem oboje. Jaz mu rečem včasih Janis, ker se mi hodil slišal, pa Janis. Evo ga, Svizi Mrstaš. Ta je tu dobra ekipa, Sviži Mrstaš. Na koncu itak mislim, da bo Veno zmagal. Četa, mislite, da bo Veno zmagal, tudi če je izgubil prvo igro. Tayson dobiva kill. Kvizi bo vzel high ground, tako kar sem rekel prvo igro. A boš gledal Ameriko? Ne, Galc. Gledal bom off-stream, ne na streamu. Ker je šele ob 12. Amerika je šele ob 12. YouTube šteka. Ne vem, kdaj bo danes event. Žan, to pa ne vem točno. Vsi, ki ste na TikToku, prosim, spamite like in share. Numerous amounts of times all throughout the division weekly finals, and one more time they're trying to see if they can be the catalyst for their game plan here. Ping Malibuka walks though, they're looking to meet head. Janis umira. Janis umira. Janis je bil nokan, Marius dobiva kill proti Not Aleksu. Malibuka je še živ. Chat, a se strinjamo, da 4 točke za en kill je najbolj glupa stvar na svetu? Vem, eni se ne boste strinjali. 4 točke za en kill, to je glupost. Zakaj ne dajo točko za en kill? Ne? Zakaj? To pomeni, da unika da lahko toliko veliko prednost narediš, če imaš veliko killov eno igro. Ne vem, meni je to glupost. Vsaj 2 točki za kill, ne pa 4 točke. Malibuka je umrl! Zanimiva. Tayson je še živ, chat. Tayson je še živ. Ajde, Kvizi, ajmo Tayson! It could be massive. Instead, he's trying to burn through, trying to make sure that he can shift just one layer higher, just one placement further. That's really all it boils down to. Trying to scavenge every last point possible. Shock splashes in the loadout to make something happen. As we can see, high ground is still steady. Ping walks, continuing to play as a duo as they pick up more eliminations. They're not finished yet as the shots come on to CZB. No other elimination yet, but they find Trulex, they find Chicho, and they want to finish. And the problem now for Trulex and Chicho is they've been held back. Walks gonna get taken out. Ping Tayson je bil grifan. Veliko pada, Trulex pada. Taysson je še živ solo. For Tayson's trio, but Ping with that mad refresh, he continued to try and play a little bit out of sight, a little bit out of mind. Hope that it buys him just a little bit more time. Ali je Tayson še živ, chat? Chicho je prav maš. A Chicho je prav. Jaz vem, da folk govori Chicho. Zato sem zmeri mislil, da je Chicho. Ampak ej, tudi Chico je dober. Mislim, da ni Chico. Da te ne lažem, mislim, da je Chicho. Ampak sej nima veze, kako izgovoriš. Chat, ej, Tayson, ne, 9 je bil. Tayson je bil 9. Kaj je bila pa stava, chat? Kjero stavo smo naredili? Chico ali pa Chicho? Meni je oboje dober, ali Chico ali pa Chicho?
A full trio on low now as it's time for Kwizi, Murstache, and Swizzy to start dropping down, to start getting fraggy as they already find one.
Kwizi!
Going for a high double-digit elimination match, trying to play a bit more aggressive here. As now it's a 3 versus 3
Folk jih je dajo zato, ker so kontestani, da ne bojo top 10. Folk je rekel, da niti top 10 ne bojo. Kwizi ima šanso, da zmaga tale FNCS. Recite karkoli. O, Swizzy je umrl!
but Pixie just getting absolutely shredded. Queasy reminding everybody that he's still got the ultimate height over the rest of this lobby. Marius, though, has a chance if he can find an opportunity to connect here. Queasy doesn't necessarily have the greatest shotgun for those close-to-close exchanges.
3.
Merstash looking to see for an opening.
Marius,
It is a
dobro
2v1,
igro.
has the advantage. All they need to do is
Marius,
close it out,
dobro
but Merstash
igro.
isn't able to connect his shot. Can the turnaround come through for Marius? He tries to pop a mini, but they don't allow
Imagine
it.
da
The
zmaga.
shots come through.
Imagine da zmaga.
Unable to pop that shield. Marius is forced to drop down, and Merstash and Queasy
GG.
will close it out, taking home game 1 of the EU Major
Ali bo Tyson top 9?
From the
Da.
moment that we
Izvolite
saw
točke
them
za
first
Tysona.
look to tackle height in game number 1 here, Takada, it's already going to start raising your eyebrows at whether or not they'd be able to convert it to an actual win condition. And sure enough, Queasy's team just continuing to deliver success after success when it comes to the high ground plays.
There was mix-up after the last chance qualifier. So many new contest
Matija,
stations.
hvala za
Queasy,
like.
Swizzy
Liman,
missed
hvala
that.
za
They had to
like.
make a decision. Do we go back to our original drop? Do we keep playing at Kappa Kappa? What doesn't matter though for this trio is they are still...
Chat, kam je lendu Galc Merstaš? Koga je kontestu Queasy prvo igro? Zdaj ne vem, kam so lendali prvo igro. Vem, da so nekoga kontestali. Chat, kam je lendu Queasy prvo igro? Nimam pojma. S kom igrata Queasy? Z Merstašom pa z Svizijom. Dva dobra igralca. Merstaš je top igralc, pa Svizij je dober.
Absolutely wild right now. But Mini Miner, were you feeling wild about Queasy's chances? Because from zone 9, he looks so comfortable with his trio on that
Gremo
high ground.
pogledat lestvico.
Yeah, absolutely. It was just a classic build-up. I think it was late in the 8th zone there just to try and take that high ground, play out the...
Gremo pogledat lestvico v Evropi. Prvo mesto Svizij, Queasy, Merstaš 117 pik. Drugo mesto Pixie, Marius z odlično igro. Marius se je kvalil v finale z zadnjo možnostjo, last chance, komi je prišel v finale in po prvi igri je na drugem mestu. Potem UPL, ne vem kdo so to, Country, ne vem kdo je to UPL, tretje mesto. Pol imamo Malibuko, Voxa, pa Ping, četrto mesto. CZB, Eclipse, Nathan, peto mesto. Jarko, Nako, Kire, ten ZND, ne vem, vem kdo je ZND. Sky, iDrop, Scroll, 8. mesto in Slovenec Tyson. Imamo Tysona na 9. mestu. Dobro jim je kazal, pol so jih pa grifali do zadaj, so jim skočili v bokse in so zgrifali Tysona, če ne bi lahko Tyson bil top 5. Neps Pink, slaba igra, top 16. Chris Teni, Slovenec Kvi, top 19, 16 točk. Mongral Sevič, 4 točke, top 24, ker jih je Veno grifo, pa jih je ubil. Kami Seti, umrl soft spawn. Veliko, Veno, Flixi, favoriti tega turnirja, slaba prva igra. Slaba prva igra Venota, 8 točk, 23. mesto. Ampak to je samo ena igra, še 11 igr do konca, to ni nič. Vsaka ekipa bo imela par slabih igr. Vsaka ekipa bo imela 2, 3 ali 4, ok, tako bolj slabše igre. Že vidio. Ok, zdaj bomo naredili stave in za Mongrala. Naredimo novo stavo in to je to za Mongrala. Ali bo Mongral Mr. Savage drugo igro top 17. Nič pomeni da, enka pomeni ne. Največ lahko stavite 150 točk, najmanj lahko stavite 1 točko. Torej, časa za stave imate 2-3 minutke, ali bo Mongral Mr. Savage drugo igro top 17. Nič pomeni da, enka pomeni ne. Največ lahko stavite 150 točk, najmanj 1 točko. Če ne veste, koliko točk imate na mojem YouTube streamu, klicajte. Točke so samo na YouTubu, ne na TikToku. Če ne znate narediti stavo, pogledajte pod kamero. Klicaj bet zmeraj skupaj, presledek nič ali enka, presledek število točk. že onaj strumfal. Barca, lahko brez smotanih vprašanj. Hvala lepa. Že Fregzi, že Žak, že Alen, že Jakob, legenda. A ne, jaz sem super, kako si ti? Že Ogi, legenda. Alo, Aleks, ja, dva, pa... Prvo pa drugo mesto se kontestajo. Ja, vem, ja. Vem, ja. Se kvizi se tudi kontesta. Ampak kvizi je 10krat boljša ekipa. Šansa, da kvizi umre proti njim, jaz bom tako rekel, maksimum lahko 3krat kvizi umre. Tok so boljša ekipa, da maksimum 3krat lahko umre od 12 igr. Žijo Max, žijo Fortnite Pro, žijo Šeško. Kje iz Slovenije sem, legenda? Slovenija. Druga igra se bo začela zdaj. Dokdaj bo live do 10? Katero mesto? Ljubljana sem, legenda, naj Ljubljana sem. Liman, hvala za share na TikToku, hvala vsem, ka sharate stream. Če pospemate 100.000 lajkov na TikToku, bom nekoga na TikToku izbral, da mu giftam skin za 800 V-bucks, tako da hvala vsem, ka spemate lajke. Kje živiš? Iz Ljubljane sem. Kovač, hvala za follow na TikToku. Nejc, hvala ti za share na TikToku, legenda. Kako gre Taysonu po prvi igri? Je 9. Solidno. Grifal so ga, pa skočili so mu v box, pa so ga zgrifali 9. Ali nisi rekel, da bojo bonus točke danes? Evo, vam dam bonus točke, ker je turnir. Maš prav, vam dam bonus točke, ker je turnir na YouTubu. Namest 2 točk na 5 minut boste dobili 8, evo ga, 8 točk. Še dobro, da sem spomnil. Že Nace, legenda, naj hvala za share, Nec hvala za share.
Yeah, really impressive stuff from this trio. I like the way that they played the mid game as well in the early game. Those off-spawn eliminations gave them so much flexibility and so much surge there early on. They were playing the medkits in the storm like we see them do so often just to get them that prime
Jaz bom verjetno gledal cel live, hvala ti Fortnite legenda. Jaz sem eni ne marajo gledati turnirjev, ker jim je dolg čas, eni pa ne marajo igrati. Vidje Sonic, hvala ti za follow na TikToku, legenda. Pozdrav Nemanja. Hvala vam za lajke na TikToku, za share. Če pridemo danes na TikToku do 100.000 lajkov, bom nekomu kupil Fortnite skin. A ti boš gledal ali igral? Gledamo, to je finale v Evropi, navijamo za Taysona, Slovenca. Že o Sani, pol te moram dodati na Fortnite Sani. Kako dobimo točke? Točke dobite z gledanjem streama na vsakih 5 minut, 8 točk, ker je zdaj bonus, kadar gledamo turnirje je bonus. Ali z donacijo, tisti, ki donirajo za podporo preko PaySafe kartice ali Paypala, karkoli, za vsake 1 evro dobiš dodatne točke in pa ko delamo stave. Ko delamo stave, lahko staviš točke in jih dobiš, če dobro staviš. In pa bonus točke dodatne dajem za lajke. Nos me strdi. Misliš, da Tayson lahko zmaga FNCS? Ali mislim, da lahko Tayson Taysonu dam 10% šanse. 10 do 13% da zmaga. Mislim, da bolj ne. Vsaj 3-4 ekipe, ki imajo zelo več šans. Ampak vse je možno. Vse je možno. Lovro, Stave so samo na YouTubu, legenda, ne na TikToku. Stave so samo na YouTubu. Ali igraš Brawl Stars, ne več Nemanja?
1500, so they had like 3k damage at that point in the game, right? They had something silly at that point in the game, but yeah, very high thresholds right now.
If you cast your eyes down to the 8th position, I Drop Sky and Scroll, they were definitely making a bid for the high ground at 1.11 and then they sort of they called off the
Kako staviš, da ti odvzame točke? Kako staviš? Ja, prvo moraš vedeti, koliko točk imaš, Tjaš Kumer, klicaj ta. Potem pa, kako narediš stavo, poglej pod kamero, recimo napišeš v chatu klicaj BET skupaj, daš presledek in izbereš odgovor, nič ali enko, nič pomeni, da bo Mr. Savage drugo igro top 17, enka pomeni, da ne bo, in pol daš klicaj bet, presledek nič ali enka, presledek število točk, ki jih želiš staviti, naprimer 5. A ne, da je Brawl Stars malo čuden? Pa ja pa ne, no. Hitro se ga lahko naveličaš, bi rekel.
Still have so long to go, and they really need to try and pick things up now for the next game, a few games.
Well, we are going to head straight back onto the battle bus, boys, because it is time for game number 2. So let's swiftly
Kdaj bo druga runda? Zdaj se začne, čez pol minute se začne druga igra. Nace, v opisu streama imaš trgovino s točkami. Kaj lahko vse kupuješ trenutno s točkami? V opisu streama spodaj imaš trgovino s točkami.
This is what the finals are about, though, Taco. Seeing all these
Miha, ne vem, kaj
trios competing against each other.
Ništa nemanja, pričam slovenski sada. Igramo Fortnite. Žalen. Četa, vam je hud skin avatar? Novi avatar skini v Fortniteu so vam hudi ali ne? Si ga je kdo kupil? Ja, meni so kar zanimivi, no? Obožujem film Avatar. Avatar film je bil res dober film. Ne mara film, ne maraš pozo skin. Evo ga, če druga igra. Druga igra se začne. Chat, mogel bi dati stavo off-spawn, če bo Kami zmagal off-spawn, da naredimo več stav na eno igro. Zakaj mi niste rekli, da delamo prvo drugačne stave off-spawn, kdo bo zmagal, fight, pa pol druge stave, škoda. Da bi lahko več stav na igro naredili. Žal Veli, kako si mi? Nisem te videl nekaj časa, si mi v redu. Ajde, Kami! Navijamo za Kamija. Prvo igro je umrl Kami pa Seti. Prvo igro so umrl off-spawn. Ajde, Kami! Ne, slab drop Kamija. Oh my god, nima orožja. Ne, GG.
Positional advantage. Seti looking really thin as far as HP is concerned. Shari right next to him.
Gotta be careful. Those chug splashes are so beneficial in the early game. It just gives that required shield to your whole trio to play that much more aggressive. Now taking multiple angles, shots to try and pick off one of the players. Kami, Seti, Cherry, they need to make something happen, whether it's box off a solo or do what they can. But with one player already going down, it's all up to Kami and Seti. Kami gets a knock, but he's just a sliver of HP left. Can they make it too as Kami goes down, leaving it all up to Seti, but it's not going to be enough. As Odasai, X-Sweeze, and Akira 1.
2-0. 2-0. 2-0. Kami je že dvakrat umrl.
With that charge through the doorway inside the building there at Lost Lake.
Kaj pa kvizi? Ali lahko kvizi?
They find themselves in a similar position to their Polish counterparts here at Seaport City against the likes of Queasy.
Se vidimo jutr, Šarki. Hvala, kad spršo pozdraviti legenda. Da je od Mongrala POV. Pa ne moram dati od Mongrala POV, če gledamo stream od Fortnitea. Razen če hočete, da gledamo Savagea. Razen če hočete, da Savagea gledamo. Lahko Savagea gledamo, če hočete.
Big more?
Yeah, drop me.
Okay, I'm holding these splashes here, Panzer.
Dropping splashes.
Okay, take it more, take it more.
Okay.
I have a Fury AR and an SMG. I don't have a shotgun or AR. Do I spare anyone?
Podasaj. Kami pa Seti se fajtuje proti ekipi Podasaj, ali kako se izgovori, pa še dva dobra igralca. Ne, da je uno nazaj. Meni je tudi uno bolj zanimivo, ko govorijo zraven, pa je hype. Oh my god, kvizi! Dva sta bila nokana, zamudili smo kvizija! Oh my god, zmagali so na koncu. Komi je prvo mesto zdaj zmagal. Koliko je bilo to pomembno? Koliko je bilo to pomembno zdaj, da kvizi ne umre?
Merstash knows the job's not finished. He wants that Major 1 title once again. As we look back on over to Venno, Veliko, Flixie, who had a rough start to the day. They were looking so strong. They take these engagements again and again, but sometimes it just puts them into these risky
najjači Luka, prvo igro je zmagal legenda, zdaj so pa komi zmagali off-spawn, tako da je pomembno, da so preživeli, da lahko nadaljujejo dober turnir. Ajde, navijamo za Taysona, za Quizija. Dober bi bilo, da Tayson drugo igro zmaga. Pa za Mongrala navijamo, da Mongral dobro odigra. Bravo! Dobil so kill, bravo Mongral! Let's go! Bravo Mongral, to je pomembno, da so dobil kill. A je kakšen Slovenc, dva Slovenca so. Teni, ki je prvo igro umrl, pa je slabo odigral, pa Tayson, ki je bil prvo igro 9. Dva Slovenca. Pa Luša je tudi Slovenec, četa, ne? Luša je tudi Slovenec, ki je v finalu. Luša pa je isto prvo igro slabo odigral.
Got a DM, looked at his phone 1 second, next thing you know, he's looking at the screen on the ground,
Ja, Luša tudi, hvala, Luša
What a
tudi.
shot from Panzer.
Tako da navijamo za
Like in last game
Slovence.
too, they had a bit of trouble in terms of damage, caused them to get stuck outside the storm, so hopefully this time around, they can kind of adapt to their lobby as Darm picks Dimus, looking quite healthy.
Mate še zadnjih 60 sekund, vsi, ki ste na YouTubu, da položite stave. Ali bo Mr. Savage drugo igro top 17? Nič pomeni da, enka pomeni ne. Največ lahko stavite 150 točk, najmanj eno točko. Če ne veste, koliko točk imate na YouTube streamu, klicaj T. Če ne znate narediti stavo, klicaj bet, presledek nič ali enka, presledek število točk. Nič pomeni da, enka pomeni ne. Gremo. Kakšna je stava, če bo Mr. Savage drugo igro top 17? Ali bojo drugo igro top 17? Nič pomeni, da bojo, enka da ne bojo.
Exactly, they didn't have the full opportunity to take that engagement at Seaport because Merstash cleaned it up too quickly, so now they're going to Masked Meadows to see what they can find as...
A ni, da niso takrat kvolali? Eni hekari so bili banani, Gapsi, pa mislim, da je potem Luša prišel v finale, Gapsi. Par ekip je bilo bananih v Evropi zaradi hekanja, pa nekaj tazga. Evo ga, Teni se fajta! Teni Slovenec se fajta!
Gonna get chop, drop, take a little bit of fall damage to boot. In these wood mats, you have to imagine that he doesn't have the material count he's hoping for a stretched out box fight. Teeny and Haristo from above are going to be able to provide some nice coverage fire, so Stave will be able to scale his way back up the mountain phase, reunite with the rest of his trio. Still, though, a pretty precarious position to be in. All things considered, Stave can't really afford to get those up-close and personal engagements.
Dokdaj bo stream? Verjetno do 10. Turnir ta traja do 8, pa še 2 uri lahko igramo fashion shove. Je lahko pogledam, koliko imam točk na YouTube streamu, klicaj T. Ja, legenda, prosim spremeni si ime, ti, ko imaš ime Not Aleksom. Dej si kaj normalnega, legenda, ker drugač, ja, bom ignoriral tvoje komentarje. Dej si kaj normalnega, pa če boš hotel, da berem tvoje komentarje, ker če ne, mislim, beno te nam ti bral komentarje. Da vidimo, Teni se fajta. Teni se fajta.
From that drop is impressive, but now with Teeny, Haris, and Skavi not letting them do so once again with already that first elimination, it's going to make it quite tough.
They might even opt to stick around here for just a little bit longer, just because they know with that reboot car being inside the tunnel itself, it's going to be a difficult recovery operation there. That rescue mission is going to take some time for Spanish trio to actually recuperate from. Vanya Pixie Marius, though, once again, facing off This time it's against Lushi, Loki, and Monet.
Ko je boljš, da nisem preblizu.
Well, the good news is no trios in the surrounding area as Marius
Marius,
continues to
ki je
replace as
dobro igro
much
odigral.
real estate as possible here for
Tole
openings.
imamo Mariusa,
Trying to stay grouped up, waiting.
ki so prvo igro na drugem, po prvi igri na drugem mestu, zdaj se morajo fajtati. Že od Taysona, me vidiš, vidim te Taysona. Vidim te Taysona. Koliko jih je, Alex? Živih? Še 77 igralcev je živih. Teni je dobil kill, GG za Tenija. A če bo turnir hiter konc, bomo lahko igrali fashion shove? Ja, po turnirju lahko odigramo dvoje ali pa troje fashion shove. I dalje imaš jelko februarja, ne da se mi odmakniti jelke. Umaknem Stave, da vidimo koliko je še timov. Evo ga umikam Stave, evo ga bom umaknil takole, da se ne vidijo na streamu. Itak vsi že znate delati Stave, tako da dobil sem 62 subov, čestitke. GG Janko. Mislim, veliko ljudi je reklo, da Marius lahko dobro odigra ta turnir. Da je Marius ekipa dejansko dobra, Venjak pa Pixi. In da dejansko lahko pride v top 5, če bojo dobro igrali. Po prvi igri so drugi. Veno se fajta.
Yeah, they weren't having any luck dealing with Upple's team, so they decided let's head Boxcar's direction for map 2 instead and see whether or not
Kvizi bo
they fare a
top
little bit
3.
better for their search plan overall, but Gripe
Mislim, tudi Kvizi bo imel slabe igre. To igro so skoraj umrli off spawn. Vsako igro ne verjamem, da bojo zmagali off spawn. In dovolj je par iger, da slabo odigrajo, da ne zmagajo turnirja. Zato, ker Veno bo imel zelo dobre igre. Zdaj so imeli srečo, da je Veno prvo igro ful slabo odigral. Ampak Veno bo imel igre, ko bojo imeli 10-15 kilov, bojo imeli veliko kilov in se bojo probali udaliti. Tako da rabijo narediti veliko prednost trenutno pred Venotom in izkoristiti. Marius je evropski Peterbot? Ne. Ne bi rekel, da je Marius Peterbot. Marius je res dober fighter v Evropi, Peterbot je pa complete player. Peterbot je pa res complete player, Marius pa še ni na nivoju Peterbota. Je pa na nivoju fajtanja. Je na nivoju fajtanja, ne pa na nivoju celotnega kompletnega igralca. Peterbot je res najjači complete player ever. Če Peterbot zmaga zdaj FNCS, je najboljši vseh časov. Je najboljši vseh časov. Živo Luka, živo Nate, živo Niko, živo Amadej. Ja, Marko, če te briga, potem pa greš dol iz streama, ne? Noben ga ne zanima tvoje mnenje, nisi pomemben na tem svetu, Marko. Nisi pomemben, legenda, ti si na mojemu streamu, jaz sem pomemben, ne ti. Če te ne zanima, greš dol iz streama. Živo Viktor Kopitar, živo Nate, živo Janko, dobrodošli na TikToku. Ko preverimo točke na YouTubeu, klicaj to. Res je, Merstaš pa ima veliko šans. Vsi imajo šanse, Luka, vsi imajo šanse. Vsi imajo šanse, se strinjam. Res bo zanimiv turnir. Dobre ekipe lahko slabo igrajo. Tako da bomo videli, res bo zanimiv turnir. Komu si to rekla, Klara? Temu Markotu ali? Jaz upam, da bo Merstaš dobro igral, Luka. Teni igra na kontrolerju, Teni je še eden redkih na kontrolerju, ja, Nemanja. Teni je še eden redkih na kontrolerju.
I mean, they did exactly
Sem ga banil, Anitka.
to keep themselves up.
Klara sem ga
And now,
banil,
looking
Klara.
at walks,
Zato, da mu ne damo pozornosti. Saj veš, da to želijo.
They've got to find a way not
Otroci.
only to reboot their team, but also get them with enough loot.
Rit je po meni bolji, Rit neće više biti kontroler, odustao je, zato što nije kvolao finale. I Rit je GG s kontrolerjem. Že Roko Guštin. Sam Kvizi si pa zasluži FNCS. Kvizi je po mojemu mnenju še vedno eden najboljših IGL-ov na svetu. Pure IGL je Kvizi trenutno najboljši na svetu, IGL. Fighter ni najboljši, je pa najboljši IGL na svetu. Kaj to pomeni? IGL. IGL-a nitka pomeni tist, ka vodi ekipo. To, kar jaz rad delam. Kam boš rotiral, kam boste šli, vse uno. On je tist, ka vse, a bojo vzel high ground, ali bojo šli low. On je najboljši na svetu. Tudi, kaj je z Venotom igral duote, ka sta zmagala FNCS. Najboljši. Žožigec. Koliko sta pa imela Tomas smole? Se strinjam, Jeri, s tabo, ampak se mi zdi, da Tomas me je razočaral, da si ni izbral dobre ekipe. Tomas me je razočaral, s katerima je igral igralcoma. Tomas bi lahko igral s Kvizijom in je dropu Kvizija, ni hotel z njim igrati in je šel igrati z dvema drugima. Se mi zdi, da nista med najboljšimi. Ne vem. Smola tudi za Tomasa, sam upam, da bo šel v finale. Daj Mr. Savage za sekundo. Lovijo ribe, imajo en kill. A znam Nemanja, vem kaj je klav na kontrolerju, vem.
There's 8 shield fish
I
right
don't
now.
know if there is someone. I can go solo.
Oh, pretty much cap again.
Okay, nice.
I'm throwing some shield fishes, yeah?
Yeah, I need.
Lan, hvala za follow na TikToku.
I'm opening.
Joemir,
I threw 9 shield fishes up the mountain.
Don't pick.
zihar lovijo. Se pa, zakaj lovijo ribe? Vsi lovijo ribe. Zato, ker je dober imeti shield fishe. Fajtaš, dobivaš srč, nace, dobivaš damage, zraven pa farmaš ribe in se takoj našildaš nazaj na 200. To je strategy, ki ga vsi uporabljajo, kar je pametno. In pol greš nazaj se fajtat, mislim fajtat od daleč. In spet.
Give me R.
Kaj smo stavili za to igro, če bo Mr. Savage top 17 drugo igro? Če bojo to igro top 17, ali bojo prej umrli.
Okay, I'm going. Yeah.
Does anyone want these shield fishes, or?
Yeah, can I throw it in low ground here? Yeah.
Try.
I'm gonna come to you anyway. No point to save. Here, yeah. Well, build him up a little bit. Okay. It's fine. Don't need to wake up. Can you throw it to me, Savage?
Yeah, well, give me a second.
Okay.
GG Nemanja.
There is spear brick.
Savage pa teli si sploh niso zaslužili v finale pridati. Mislim, teoretično niso prišli v finale. Teoretično niso prišli v finale. Po tej logiki imaš prav. Ampak oni so bili naslednji v vrsti za finale, ker so bili oni banani. Po tej logiki, potem so vsi zaslužili. Ja pa ne. A ni tako, da Savage ni kvolil? Ni kvolil, je bil eno mesto od kvola, ampak en od igralcev tima pred njim je bil banan. Zato, ker je imel drugi account. Ne, Anitka, ne, ni hacku, ampak je igral na drugem accountu, kar je nedovoljeno. En account in je igral na različnih regijah, kar je prepovedano. In polka jih je folk reportu, je Epic šel preveriti in so ga dobili, da igra na drugem accountu, kar ne bi smel in je prepovedano. Živ Nohanović. Ne delam tega, Nohanović, sorry, kralj moj, ne promoviram nobenga. Sorry, brez promocije. Ne delam tega. Gremo nazaj na Fortnite. Ko Fortnite je naprej, Savage ima zaostanek. Če to bomo gledali, Savage je 3 minute za tem. Savage ima 3 minute delay.
they think that they'll have better odds if they just look back and spray with everyone else in the lobby.
The thing is, you don't want to spend too much time spraying here. If I'm Nako's trio, I want to, look to see if I have an opening, but after, they got to get to zone themselves. There's another trio that's going to be holding Nako, Harko, and Kire when they try getting the zone. So the more time they spend here, the more difficult that rotate is going to be. They can even opt to maybe recycling the builds of Chap's trio if they do end up getting behind them, but what they have to do here is focus on that rotate.
Yeah, and that tree proving to be one of Nako's biggest enemies right now does give a little bit of a safety net there. But no, Riley, Chap and Yen is to rotate through, but coming up right at the bottom of this surge base, Mongo, Mr. Savage, this could be a real prime opportunity for them to find a team that's a little bit beat, but like able to fight back. And the thing is, Savage, Panzer, Mongo, they need the damage more than anything. They're sticking around in this surge base for a decent amount of time.
Nemanja, ti razumeš slovenske besede, Nemanja. Se razumeš, kakšne ne? Razumeš, kakve slovenske rečenice silne? Že Davičavič legenda. Ko dobiš vibak, se poglej v opisu streama. Poglej v opisu streama.
We'll see what ends up happening as nice shots
vse
are
ti
being
piše v
connected
opisu
from
streama.
Mr.
Koliko točk
Savage. Now
stane, kaj,
4-3
kako kupaš
as the
in
next
kaj
zone is
moraš
going to
narediti.
appear here in just
Žari
a
legenda.
second. And they'll be able to make a decision on if they want to stay at that elevated mountain or if they have to make a rotate. But I drop Sky and Scroll with 2 eliminations on the board. Incredibly far from the zone. Definitely have to make a rotate here.
Sky, Scroll, I drop. They're really just trying to gauge which of these mountain hills they want to try and avoid or take over, even if given the opportunity. They're going to find just pushing a little bit northward. They do have to deal with Batman and Veliko from behind them, spraying out their walls with the Typhoon Blade, though, Sky. He's just going to look to try and make this fast rotate. He knows that there's a surge base directly above his fast rotate. He knows that there's a surge base directly above his fast rotate.
Prime positioning for the zone here. What was a rough kind of mid-game with one of them getting eliminated to now being back in business.
Marius.
Storm Surge on the other end though. Vanya.
Marius rabi damage. Drugo mesto je bilo. Drugo mesto rabi damage. Drugo mesto potrebuje damage. Marius rabi nujno damage, ne bojo umrl.
They're going to have to make this next rotation a little bit more central to where everybody else is at. Vanya, though, not going to have the opportunity to continue looking for those tags. Instead, he has to make sure that he pops on those shield potions. And the other thing, too, Takata, we're witnessing the night and day difference between having control over that shields arena lobby 1 versus where Vanya's team currently sits now.
41 above. Marius je dobil knock. Dobil je knock.
Those elevated positions, but the good news is they've got AR ammo to spare. They can triple spray this all they want. Keep applying pressure.
GG, rešili so se. Rešili so se. Luša Slovenec dobiva kill.
Now the storm surge ticks come through. More openings are going to be seen from Vanya and his trio as they can just keep on spraying and spraying, and it is going perfectly for this trio, even picking up an elimination alongside it.
The only real downside there is that they couldn't go pick up those type of materials after the fact, but they know the entire lobby was looking at that team on edge, and it is no good currently. They've got to make sure they keep pushing forward. Sky as well, trying to maintain.
Četa je Sevič še živ. Četa je Sevič še živ, da vam dam točke, ali je umrl.
Sky, Scroll, I drop. They want inside his box immediately. Typhoon Blade, Xing Xing all around.
Xing Xing. Ja, a si 100%. A ste 100% ali me lažete? Če ste se mi zlagali, vam bomo samo vzel točke. Če ste se mi zlagali, vsi izgubite 0 točk, boste šli, če ste se mi zlagali. Že odjaš. Po mojem je res, ne lažete, po mojem ne lažete. Te vem, da ne lažete, ne bi vi mene lagali.
When the rest of the lobby is so scuffed with how much elevation they have to actually cover, this could be the saving grace for the high play. Although nothing's ever safe when it comes to the high ground, as long as Queasy, players like Malabuka's team, still lurking around. Malabuka, though, just trying to find an opportunity to fish. All that chaos taking place in the layers above him, but inside of this water run at Foxy Floodgate, this could be the real difference maker for the late game.
Love that they were pre-firing the Oni masks onto the opposing height just in case it does pull towards it. Veno Flixi.
Veno 3 kile. Majo že 3 kile.
I want to say almost a little bit safer. Maybe they got a little scared from what happened in the previous game. 3 elims on the board.
Rušijo high ground Veno.
Not exactly what we would expect.
Kakšna taktika Venota!
Massive for the trio if they're able to contest it. That knock is everything. It now puts them in a 3 versus 2 alongside that high ground. Are they going to continue contesting it or have they just taken it?
Veno je pokazal, zakaj so najboljši na svetu trenutno.
To immediately catapult himself ahead straight towards the front side of his next zone, cranking upwards, just trying to get the overall scope out of the lobby, but there is no
Veno,
one to challenge Veno's team just
Veliko.
yet. They are committing so much hard material here to Takada,
Mrsta
and it's for
6
good
kilov.
reason.
Kvizi. Kvizi nadaljuje z dobro igro. Imajo že 6 kilov. Kvizi rabi dobre igre. Kvizi rabi dobre igre za trenutke, ko bo umrl obspawn. Mongral je umrl. Mislim, Sevič pada. Sevič je nokan. Veliko, 6 kilov. Veliko je noku Seviča. Ali je Tayson še živ? Je Tayson chat, ali je Tayson še živ? Tini, Slovenec je še živ.
Some pre-existing builds of theirs, but again, Veliko, Flixi, Veno,
Tayson je umrl, a ne chat. Tayson je umrl. Veliko ubija. 7 kilov. Kvizi.
Swizzy's already gone down. Murstache now forced to back up.
Kvizi pada.
Queasy are put into panic. Blaha Mixin looking for shots, unable to connect one though, but they find Marius, they found Vanya. Murstache now looking to get some shots. Can they find a free pick?
Marius je bil nokan.
Marius goes down to Murstache, bumping his eliminations up to 5 as they continue to find a way back to zone, but they're not even done.
Darm, welcome to your first grands, because Wax, Malabuka on the other side of those walls, but it's going to be Demas who might be able to actually keep the Polish hopes alive.
Ne vem, je Tayson še živ, chat. Chat, je Tayson umrl.
Are currently standing, but Malabuka, he can't afford to take another tick of storm. He's got to make sure that he follows zone all the way through. Wax immediately lit up the moment that he tries to layer swap.
Kaj lega YouTube matical?
What is this history? Teammates now opponents.
A YouTube lega.
As you have to be careful. Malabuka goes down. The zone's pulling right back to the dam. They need to get elevated here. You cannot stay down below. You're going to get cut off from zone as Murstache is looking to see what he can do with just 2 builds to his name. 28 HP, 50 shield. All it's going to take is one big thumb shot to take out Murstache.
But Murstache knows he's going to be forced to try and play from this backside position. Now looking to just try and hold out for as long as possible. Every placement counts. They didn't have the materials in the first place. That's why he's even low ground to begin with. But he's not the only one suffering here. Scroll, Sky, iDrop, just cutting their way through the madness. Finally managed to find a solo, but Xterus makes sure that his name is known. Getting the better end of this exchange now. It's all going to be Murstache dropping to try and see if he recovers some of that body loot.
Top 7, solidna igra Kvizija, top 7, ampak Veno ima neverjetno igro. Veno ima skoraj že 10 kilov imajo ovaj tim. Veno tim skoraj 10 kilov.
To avoid that fall damage and conserve those last couple materials that they have. The fight for the low ground is about to commence as Mixin, Blaha, Comeback looking for angles. Go on in. Demus goes down. Veliko, though, he's not going to let that one slide as he takes out Blaha, looking to follow up shortly with Comeback. Just 20 HP on the clock. Gets the siphon. It's enough to stay up, but now it's Flixi going to be able to out-heal. The Oni mats come through. Flixi's not even finished. This is what it takes to be a champion.
Anything you can do, I can do better. Veno, the the fact that his team is the one to walk away
GG, chat,
with this match
GG.
2 victory, Takada, that is a direct shout out to Queasy and Co. And I just cannot picture a better way to seal the deal than with the way that they were able to essentially commandeer
GG u
height
chatu,
for
kliknite like,
pretty much the
subscribe, pa
priority
GG u
of
chatu.
this late game. And even after losing it momentarily to Comet behind Mixon, it did not deter them in the slightest.
Glejmo lestvico. Veno, mislim, da je prišel z eno dobro igro na drugo mesto. Kvizi, neki mal točk pred Venotom, poglejmo lestvico. Ok, Svizi, Kvizi, Merstaš, 182 točk. Prvo mesto 13 kilov, sedmo mesto 8 kilov. Dobra igra, sedmo mesto 8 kilov. Drugo mesto, Pink, Vox, Malibuka, 123. Vanjak, Pixi, Marius, 122 točk. Veno, Viko, Fligzi, 121 točk. Tele tri ekipe loči samo ena točka. Kvizi si je naredil neko prednost, skoraj 50 točk. Skoraj 50 točk, morajo držati distanco. Potem, peto mesto, zelo blizu, Country, UPL, 116. Potem šesto mesto, Demus, Darm, Pix, sedmo mesto, iDrop, Sky Scroll, osmo mesto, Blaha, Mixon, Comeback, deveto mesto, Jarko, Nako, Kire, deseto mesto, Artist, Ifrozi, Kraj Fals, ne vem kako. Teni z dobro igro prihaja na 12. mesto, torej imamo Slovenca, ki je prvo igro slabo odigral, drugo igro pa 9. mesto 6 kilov in jih je to dal na 12. mesto. Mr. Sevič je kar padel. Kam je padel Sevič, bomo videli. Tayson je padel na 18. mesto. Trulex, Tayson, Čiko ali Čičo na 18. mesto z slabo igro, 23. mesto. Stevič, Mongral, 22. mesto. Kami seti slabo. Smo pripravljeni na novo stavo. Stava pa bo za Kami pa setija. Kdo bo zmagal off spawn fight? Kdo bo zmagal off spawn fight? Ekipa Kami seti ali nasprotniki? Ampak morate vedeti, največ lahko stavite 150 točk, najmanj lahko stavite 1 točko. Morate vedeti, da Kami pa seti so boljša ekipa, ampak so zgubili off-spawn dvakrat. 2-0 zgubljajo off-spawn. 2 igri zapored so umrli off-spawn in zgubljajo 2-0. Trenutno nasprotniki, ka ne vem, kjeri so nasprotniki, Podasaj, ekipa Podasaj, solidna ekipa in zelo dobra ekipa off-spawn. Ampak jaz mislim, da Kami bo zdaj zmagal 3. igro off-spawn. Bomo videli. Zelo težka borba bo, trenutno so jih uničili 2-0. Ajde, chat. Čas, 2 minuti pa 40 sekund imate za stave. Igra se začne čez 2 minuti 36, zapiram stave čez 2 minuti 33. Največ lahko stavite 150 točk, najmanj 1 točko. Če ne veste, koliko točk imate na streamu, klicaj T. Če ne veste, kako narediti stave, klicaj bet, presledek nič ali enka, presledek število točk. Kdo bo zmagal off spawn? Nič, ekipa Kami seti, enka nasprotniki. Chat, kliknite like. Če ne pridemo do konca te igre, do 100 lajkov ne delam več stave. Ne zaslužite si, ker ne znate klikniti like. Kliknite like, chat, prosim. To vam je pol sekunde. 30 sekund. 30 sekund, da položite stave. Mate chat. 30 sekund, da položite stave. Kdo bo zmagal off spawn? Nič pomeni kami seti, enka pomeni nasprotniki. Nasprotniki vodijo 2-0. Nasprotniki vodijo 2-0, največ lahko stavite 150 točk, najmanj lahko stavite 1 točko. Pohitite! Pohitite, 10 sekund pa se začne. Stava se bo kar hitro zaprla, da bomo lahko takoj novo naredili. Tako da hitro, da vidimo.
Into our Major 1 finals, and we've still got plenty more Fortnite action coming your way. But let's talk about what happened in Game 2. And Levin, I want to talk to you first of all about Trulux, Chicho and Taysona, because they were your team that you were concerned about, should we say, in the pre-show.
Yeah.
But the thing you were not concerned about, I believe, is the struggle for surge that they witnessed in Game 2.
Yeah, I mean, you'd never really expect these guys to have any sort of mid-game problems. And we saw this fight here between, you know, Janice's trio who were a bit low on surge, Tayson's trio a bit lower as well. So both teams are sort of willing to fight, right? They both need the damage. And even though this wasn't one of the concerns we saw highlighted, Mini, this is a general concern of this team, right? In terms of just actual like fighting power, right? Obviously you have Chicho, who's a prominent sort of aimer, and you know he's going to be able to hold his own in fights. But you know that was the concern about Trulux and Taysona. If they end up in these sort of mid-game fights, can they hold their own? And there they get picked off, which ain't too great.
Yeah, and it was a home zone for them as well, right? They had the zone right on their drop spot, and it was one of those situations where you think, why were they below surge? Why were they in that situation in the first place? Because we highlighted it at the beginning. They're so good at doing that. I suppose sort of sometimes when you do get the zones pointing to your drop spot, maybe you stay too stagnant and not trying to sort of rotate around and try and find fights. But right there, we saw exactly why this team haven't been able to get wins. It just showcases they haven't necessarily got that fragging power, the firepower to pick up refreshes, not just in the mid-game there, but also in the end game. So yeah, definitely
začnejo na trackerju naprej.
Down that early, because I mean I was definitely expecting to make sort of 10 or 12 or 11 or 12 end games. I mean that's not a great performance from them at all.
Well, we're having a great performance from Lennon, I know. What is wrong with me? I'm just going to call you Mr. 2K. Mr. 2K, you made a sterling prediction earlier as well when you talked about one of the teams that was going to surprise in the lobby today, and Pickstorm and Dimas.
Ne vem, stari moj, kami pa seti se ne fajte dobro spawn. Umirajo, 2-0 zgubljajo. Una ekipa je kar dobro fajta o spawn chat.
This tension between us.
Monsieur 2K.
I think Dimas, Pix, Dom, again, they're a team that I think quality-wise what they've shown this season is that they can be an elite team. And that clutch from Dimas just goes such a long way in proving that. Like the guy's getting 7-11s, just fragging out, staying alive. I mean, these guys, again, I think are going to break the record for a new trio in EU in their first, you know, grand final. In, you know, I think they'll place higher than 8th. A good game from them there. I think we'll see a lot more of that.
Yeah, and I definitely agree. I think they're a team that definitely can perform. We spoke about it earlier. I still share the same thoughts that I had at the beginning of potentially maybe they're getting contested by another team, but they're doing really, really well at the moment.
And who else is doing really well is, of course, Merstash. Now, I mentioned earlier with Malibu could get the back-to-back today, but Merstash is going for the back-to-back-to-back in terms of Major 1 final wins. Could be 3rd year in a row that he seals the deal very early in the season. And he was so determined to do that yet again this game. Mini fragging out of his mind.
Yeah, just doing what Mustache does, what we know he can do, picking up eliminations, doing what he does best. And this is exactly what we kind of expect to see out of a Major 1 Mustache at this point, Levin. I think this is just kind of becoming a
pa da vidimo chat. Smo pripravljeni. Imate še zadnjih 20 sekund časa, da položite stave.
Absolutely incredible stuff, and it's exactly what this team need. Considering they're contested, they need to make the most out of all of their games that they're getting into.
And you have to remember, he was actually in his element in terms of where he's most comfortable. Of course.
Ajde chat, zadnje sekunde, položite stave. Največ lahko stavite 150 točk, najmanj 1 točko. Kdo bo zmagal fight of spawn? Nič pomeni ekipa Kami Seti, enka pomeni nasprotniki. Največ lahko stavite 150, najmanj eno točko. Kako narediti stave? Poglejte pod kamero, klicaj bet, presledek nič ali enka, presledek število točk. Ampak morate vedeti, da Kami pa Seti izgubljajo že 2 proti nič. Čas je, da zmagajo eno borbo. Trenutek resnice je pred nami.
All I know, Takada, is that I want to see some other big names kind of step up to the plate here. It can't just be Queasy and Veno hitting home runs as far as today is concerned. So game number 3, let's see what you got.
Gremo! Trenutek resnice!
That's the focus of the end game, but looking at the early game, we have had this back-to-back off-spawn engagement. It's Lost Lake, Kami Seti, Chari up against Podosai Xwiz and Akira. Will it happen once again? So far 2-0 in favor of Akira and his trio.
Akira.
Will they be able to turn things around, as we're actually going to take a look at Seaport, where we've seen
Ne to, daj pokaž nam uno, no.
contesting Momsy, Shakeoff and Sky
Daj
Jump.
pokaž nam
Not
uno.
really allowing them to breathe.
Daj pokaž nam fight,
Problem though
no.
is that
Kami
Queasy got the
Seti.
building he wanted, but the elemental chest inside of it, and so that's going to be problematic as far as Sky
Evo.
Jump, Shakos, and Mumsy are concerned. But again, scenes here at Lost Lake. Shari finally trying to put Poland on the map here as far as Lost Lake is concerned, because this has been all ooh la la as far as the day is concerned.
I want to see something happen here. It's all up to kind of getting that good loot off the rip, hitting those shots you need to connect, and I don't know how this is going to affect Cherry's Kami Seti going into these matches, having already lost 2, but so far it's not instant aggression from either trio. It's more pop shots back and forth, as it seems that Xwiz, Akira, and Podosai are even kind of disengaging a little bit from main.
Well, potentially some other contenders taking note, and it would appear as though Shari able to find that knock initially. Had some questions raised here, but now Akira trying to see if he can help fend off a little bit longer here for Podosai. The issue is that he just doesn't have so much ammo to work with. He needs to get closer if he wants to make use of that SMG that he's currently holding on to, and Akira from the rooftop knows it's only a matter of time before Shari and the gang close in enough to find that full elimination onto Xwiz.
Space has been closed. Podosai was wanting to pick him up, but they're not going to have time anymore. They heard Seti, they heard Kami. They're close by now. It's going to be a 3 versus 2 to close this one out, as the elevated position is going to be in favor here. The push is going to come through, looking to see what they can find. Podosai left alone, but he's going to take out Cherry, as now it's back into a 2 versus 2. Kami and Seti forced
Če to zgubijo tu v 3. Če to zgubijo tu v 3. Če to zgubijo tu v 3.
All up to Kami, and once again 3-0 for Podosai, Akira, and Xwiz.
If you asked anybody what they would have figured would happen here at Lost Lake, the last thing that they would have told you, Takada, is that it would be Podosai's team winning this off.
Kako lahko zgubite tu v 3? What the fuck? GG, 21 ljudi ste zgubili točke. Kako so zgubili tu v 3, chat? Mislim, prav jim je. Če zgubiš tu v 3, pa ne vem kaj ne vem.
They want this major one finals to go anywhere near their favor.
Heartbreaking start, as we see the cons now of taking so long to finish up these engagements, though. It's just that opening for the third party, Hijo, Trexler, Robin to come on through. They're invited to the party now, as Podosai is going to go down. And Robin, Hijo, and Trexler are going to come out on top in that third party, getting the leftover loot. Now Akira is going to have to play this one slow.
Fortunately though for Akira, he was at least separated enough
Ok,
from
zdaj
the
bomo
fight
pa
that there is a
stavili
decent
novo
odds
stavo.
at his survival,
Ali-
so we might see
ali
him be able to make that reboot
bo
possible.
ekipa
Nako, on the other hand, doesn't
Venota
wanna give Andy the chance. Ju trying to see if he can
imela
close in, try and
več
provide
kot
a little bit of a rebound
6
opportunity there
kilov.
for his teammate, but that's gonna leave
Ali
Shark
bo
all
ekipa
alone
od
on Igra.
Venota
Granted,
imela
Akira
več kot
doesn't
6
exactly
kilov.
have the
Nič
HP that
pomeni
you
da,
want to take up this
enka
exchange.
pomeni
It's not
ne.
gonna matter though. Shark
Največ
put
lahko
down
stavite 100
just
točk,
like
najmanj
his
lahko
fellow
stavite
comrades,
1
and
točko.
now
Časa imate pa
Nako,
2 do 3 minutke
it's
max.
only Ju
Ajde, chat, 2 do 3 minutke max.
Gotta be careful though, as the shot's gonna go back onto Nako, but his teammates are gonna back him up as...
Če ne veste, koliko točk imate na streamu, napišete klicaj T. Torej, če ne veš, koliko točk imaš na streamu, napiši klicaj T in počakaj, da ti program... Kvizi se fajta! No way, prvo mesto! Prvo mesto! Če prvo mesto umre, lahko Veno prevzame vodstvo. Ne! Samo, oh my god, kviz je bil dokončan, Mrstaš je bil skoraj dokončan. Prvo mesto. Zdaj ga bo pobral sabo. Ne bo ga pobral sabo. Prvo mesto pada, chat. Prvo mesto pada. Prvo mesto, slaba igra, padajo. GG. Koliko lahko največ točk stavimo? Največ lahko stavite 100 točk, najmanj... Evo, bom dal v oklepaju. Tole. Torej, največ lahko stavite 100 točk. Najmanj lahko stavite 1 točko. Če ne veste, koliko točk imate, klicaj T, točke dobivate na 5 minut, 8 točk, bonus točke imate. Če ne pridemo do 100 lajkov v roku 10 minut, če ne gremo čez 100 lajkov v roku 5 minut, ugašam bonus točke in vračam na 2 točki na 5 minut. Če ne znate narediti stavo, stava se naredi, klicaj bet, zmeraj skupaj, date presledek, potem date odgovor nič ali enka. Nič pomeni, da bo ekipa od Venota imela več kot 6 kilov, nič pomeni, da ekipa od Venota ne bo imela več kot 6 kilov. Date presledek in število točk, ki jih želite staviti. 1, 10, 15, 20 in tako dalje. Marius bo klele skoraj mrtev.
As he's quickly gonna have to recuperate that with some chug splashes. Vanya gonna get by him, kind of help him out here. Hold his walls while he heals back up. But you gotta be careful. More trios already inside of the zone are just taking shots back at them now. Kind of not letting them freely get back into storm or zone. As Veliko, Veno, Flixi now feeling a bit more confident once again, continuing with this aggression that we're more used to.
There's one thing that's for sure is that Veno likes to get aggressive in the early game because they can always fall back to their origin point. Get plenty of loot here, but Veno, he's waiting for the opening, wants to see if he can get a good chunk out of Batman, and Batman just continuing to try and hold on to this ramp as long as possible. Gonna scurry on over, regroup with the rest of his team as much as possible. This team, though, Veeko's, so much trust within each other and their fragging capabilities. Veliko even opting to try and set up the pre-edit early on, just hoping for any sort of close commitment, because Veliko, Veno, and Flixi know the time is of the essence here, and they don't want to spend more than what they have to fighting another team.
The good news is they're very aware there's not too many trios close by, so they can take just a bit longer to finish this one off, but from shots getting connected onto Flixi, onto Veliko, now forcing them to use a bit more of those shields. They're going to have to play defensive for a second here, as Veno makes use of his time to reform a bit. And now they've kind of sensed that danger.
Če Veno to igro dobro odigra, bo prvo mesto. Torej, prednost, ki si jo je naredil kvizi po 2 igrah in so izkoristili, da je Veno prvo igro umrl, zdaj je umrl, še vedno imajo 50 točk prednost in še vedno mora Veno dobro odigrati, da ujamejo prvo mesto. Ampak trenutno je zdaj vse v njihovih rokah, da prevzamejo vodstvo.
They're also close by to this bird to go coming out of that western portion of the map from Whiffy Wharf, but whether or not they actually want to get directly involved is a different story here, Takada, because match number 1, we saw how heavily that worked against them, and I think that kind of just put the message in the back of their mind. They're going to play this one a little bit slower, play and make sure that they have a guaranteed advantage.
Yeah, mentality is tough, especially in a 2-day competition like this, and how kind of the game changes based on what happened in previous matches. Not only if something went wrong, but just you're kind of aware maybe of a new rotate from the trio that wasn't previously there, anything that kind of caught them off guard. As you look at picks, Darm, Bemis, Mike Levin was saying, shout out to this trio. I mean, competing in their first ever FNCS Major Finals. 113 points on the board. I mean, I believe they're in 6th place so far. I think if they want to make history, they gotta get at least top 8 to break that previous record. So I think they definitely can make something happen.
Within their sights, but can't get too amped off of halfway through day 1 just yet. Want to remain as composed as possible. Comeback completely caught off guard though. Cringe. What a valuable time to pop up here. Just ensures that his teammate's going to be able to actually get to a safety position, and now it's going to be Comeback forced to expend some of his shield. That looked like a real opportunity here for Mixin Comeback, but instead now they're going to be forced to wait for the next opportunity to arise, because even though they've got this elevated position, Cringe Mappy Cade, they're already bailing.
Yeah, and that's the only other trio in sight currently. So, I mean, the more time they take, I guess more trios will potentially start rotating through, but sometimes you just take too long, as it seems to be happening once again. X-Squeeze Akira Podosai, as I believe I saw Malabuka close by. Can we see a potential repeat?
I see that bite back from match number 2 is the exact reason why we see Malabuka's team actually opting to go in pairs this time around. They don't want to look for that solo engagement. They don't want to find themselves having to play for the reboot. And now Podosai held just a little bit outside that edge of zone. Malabuka in the trees even. Just making full use of everything the map has to offer. But Wax knows they need to get some tags going. They want to get their surge as early as possible so they can then focus one more time on those rotations.
I mean, it kind of shows that even the previous match didn't affect them too much. They're not going to stop playing aggressive now after that 3v2 kind of turned into a loss. So they'll continue playing aggressive. They'll continue looking for opportunities outside of their surroundings at night shift. As we look at Scroll,
A greš v soboto zjutraj igrati Fortnite? Danes je sobota,
kind of
ali
choosing to
misliš
play the
naslednjo
bush
mati?
here while his teammates are on the surge base, just for more openings, more angles.
And one issue that I think has been presented to this team is kind of the history that's just hovering over iDrop's head. You're looking at someone with so much tenure, but
Počakaj, da
their
jih pokaže, mislim, da 0.
finals placement having actually been a 7th place finish. Meanwhile, on the other hand, Sky Scroll. This is a Danish duo, now trio, on the up and up that has essentially been showing steady and consistent improvement, and it's been at a relatively rapid pace. So now the question that iDrop is essentially having to answer to everybody at home watching is, can he actually overcome that placement history? Can he continue to rise with these 2 Danish stars in Sky and Scroll?
Well, this is a good event to make it happen. In 7th place currently, they're en route to make greatness, as Vico Venoflexi once again in a quick engagement. Razori is going to be on the opposing end though, going down to
Soboto lahko
Veno.
maki naslednjo.
Quick elimination
Veno
on
je
the
dobil
board.
kill, evo chat.
Not too troublesome
En kill
at
ima
all
trenutno
for this
chat.
trio.
Ali bojo dobili več kot 6 kilov, kar pomeni, ali bojo dobili več kot 6 kilov. Še 6 jih potrebujejo. Tisti, ki ste stavili več, pomeni, da jih rabijo še 6. V redu sem, Marko, kako si ti?
I mean, which direction are you even supposed to look at that point when you've got 3 separate players just pumping your walls at the same time? Only so much left to be done from that position. And talking about positions, this could be a very good one for Mongrel, Mr. Savage, and Panzer, currently in control of the Shogun's arena. And with the way that these zone pools have been dictated so far,
Maki,
teams
nič ne
have
obljubim.
had the
Če streamam,
opportunity
lahko,
to
če ne
essentially stick
streamam,
around
ne.
a little bit longer for at least one zone more.
Jaz igram, kadar streamam. Če ne streamam, delam druge stvari,
They're not
legenda.
the only ones that seem to
Hvala
have
ti,
that in
Mark,
mind.
63 Pro.
Yeah,
Če boš videl, da sem
believe
live,
it's pretty
bova
centered, so
igrala.
there is that kind of chance, that slight potential that we see it closer to the end game. Being able to stay on top of that island during that moment, having it claimed can be key.
Kako si drugač, Maki, si mi v redu isto, kako si legenda?
Comeback mix-in on the opposite kind of edge of the zone here.
It's like a
Danes bo sam fashion show
calm before the
malo.
storm.
Pa bomo
That's what
videli,
it's
leki, lahko
really
s custom
feeling like
zone
right now.
vare.
And Mixin Blaha comeback, they had that
Ker ne vem, kdaj bo
spill
konc
earlier
tega
on,
turnirja,
closer
ura bo
to
zdaj
boxcars
7, to je
where
pa
they
šele,
were
to je pa
unable
tretja
to
igra.
connect the shots that they had been hoping for up against Cringe's team. So they're still looking to play from those slightly elevated
Kdaj bo
positions.
konec tega
but,
turnirja?
again, if they're not
9, pol
finding the
10,
tags that they
pol
need,
9.
they're not going to continue to be able to try and hold on to those height spots because other teams are going to look to try and scoop them out from underneath them.
Looking over to Noah.
Misliš Pozo, da bo v koncu pol 10 šele?
Like we saw with Blaha and his trio, making use of farming during your rotations as they get closer and closer to a position that they can kind of look for more tags from. Having 0 eliminations, they're just focused more on those long-range tags, not playing fully aggressive. The issue is Zone has pulled quite far here, so they're probably going to start rotating as quickly as possible to potentially maybe even catch some
Kako gre pa
trios
Noah
off guard that
Rileyju?
are rotating in later.
Ne vem, kjeri so na lestvici, Janis pa Noah Riley, zihar slabo.
They're just on the
Ja,
edge of
Pozo,
this
mislim,
next
da bo
zone,
konc
so
pred
they
9
don't have to
iskreno.
move just yet.
Vse je odvisno, koliko bojo
This
zavlekali.
is still
A
big
bojo
for them as far
zavlačevali
as
ali
their
ne.
surge is concerned because they're catching wind of all these teams that are rotating from a little bit later on out of Twinkle Terrace, out of Night Shift
Se mi zdi, da
Forest.
pol
They're
9,
trying to
jaz tudi
make
mislim, da sem
use
videl, da bo koncu
of
pol
this
9, ampak nikoli
zone
ne veš, že
pool
v knjigi.
and just holding teams as long as
Jaz tudi ne
possible.
vem, a bo koncu pol 9.
Preemptively
To že
placing
umrli,
Void
kdo
Mask in
nika?
case they get a
Kdo je
chance
umrl?
to key. All it takes is one knock, and that will be that
Kaj
immediate.
Pozo dobiš?
Green says go. Let's make sure that we are getting active in this lobby.
Unless it's on Veno, then you get a little scared of Rico. Then you're like, oh, do I? No, I'm just kidding. If that was me, I mean, yeah, but for these players, they're veterans. Tina Hariska V, 140 above, have openings on the players that are still rotating in here.
Jo,
But
Žigec,
Volko,
kako si?
Batman, and Fastroki,
Vseh 12
they're
iger
not
se igra
going
danes?
for
Ne.
long range
Individualno
engagements. They're
6
going
super
straight
6.
into the action onto Pinks, Nebs,
Si
and
predstavljaš, da
Chino.
bi v
You
enem
gotta be
dnevu igral
careful
12 iger,
as
to bi
Fastroki,
bilo
Batman
glupo.
have lost almost
Ljudje
all of
bi
their
bili
shields so
zmatrani,
far,
12
being
iger.
only 5 below. Is it worth
Si
it to risk it
pozabil,
all?
Kingi, kako deluje FNCS.
No materials, it might be.
But Volko knows that without any sort of mats, actually dragging out this fight up against the likes of Pink Nebs and Chino, it's going to be next to impossible. They're either going to have to fight or they're just going to get third partied. And so choose what's right in front of you or wait for what's about to make its approach because Gripe's team wants a piece of the action. Chino knows it though. Fastroki just a little bit too desperate, and that's going to be Chino's sign to get in there. That first elimination, a big opening statement from Pink.
Great job playing defensive from Nebs, Pink, and Chino, just waiting for one of their opponents to make a mistake, to catch them off guard as a solo and get that pick. This is, they don't even want to keep fighting this, they just want to get back to zone as Yanis has somehow lost this whole
3
team
igre,
alongside
41
himself goes
točki,
down.
Janisu gre kar slabo po 3 igrah, kljub temu, da so uncontestani, da imajo celo mesto za sebe in gre kar slabo po 3 igrah.
Skyjump and Shakos were on the detour essentially of a lifetime because of what was happening at the start of this lobby. No Queasy, Murstache, and Swizzy to worry about means that other teams are going to have to deal with a shift in search strategies, and that was the case there for Shakos, Skyjump, and Momsy. Just taking advantage of those
Malibuka se fajta.
Malibuka though.
Malibuka, ki mislim, da je top 4 trenutno. Fajta se proti Slovencu Teniju, Teni dobiva kill. Ne, Teni se je fajtal proti drugi ekipi, komi so preživeli, dobili so kill. A igraš GTA? Ja, včasih igram GTA,
When we looked
legenda.
at Malibuka, as his teammates were almost fully cracked, but then I realized, okay, wait. They've got this situation under control so far, it seems. They're doing a bit of damage. Nobody's got it knocked yet, so we're good at the moment.
Že flopi legenda, že Lukalenko, kako si?
They have a chance to push themselves into that first place spot on the leaderboard. They're already so close.
Majo to.
They just need one of those big
Naj že
games
Viko
to
ta
make it
pokaže.
happen.
Viko mislim, da ima en kill, Pozo. A veš, zakaj ga ne pokažejo, Pozo? A ti povem jaz, zakaj ne pokažejo Viko ta drugih igralcev. Zato, ker se ne fajtajo. Če bi se fajtali, bi jih pokazali. Pokažejo ta une, ka se fajtajo, pa ka delajo damage. Ko je, ja, dobro si povedal. To pomeni, da verjetno nimajo killov razen en kill, ampak to ti bom rekel, Pozo. Viko 90% z Venotom vzamejo high ground. 90% iger bojo vzeli high ground.
entirely
In če
about the
vzemejo high ground,
one-on-one.
bojo dobili
Luki
kile.
and Monet reminding Marius not to hold those
Chat,
heads open
amateraj
for too
keba
long.
pa ljubko,
As
keba
now,
pa ljubko,
Marius,
chat.
it seems like they're
Može
really just
kasnije,
trying to
jasno, može
follow where the
kasnije.
lobby
Sad je
focuses
gledamo.
at, but they don't have time to pick and choose. They've just got to get things going because they need more damage. They're currently sitting 57 below.
And that decision is being made. The triple Oni mask is going to come through. The aggression is going to begin as Marius now looks for an opening inside of the box. But he's got to be careful on the side of the ridge. He's getting stuck,
Daljša je,
forced to
ne
pop
bi
a
pa rekel, da je
shieldfish.
pol
Has to
večja,
regroup with his team now, but he's already
bi
lost
rekel, da je
Vanya.
daljša, ne
Pixie's
pa
had a bit of
večja.
time
Na
to
koncu
recuperate
koncev mislim, da
his
je
shield,
skoraj
now putting
enako.
themselves 272
Se mi zdi,
above,
da je
but
skoraj
at
enako.
what cost?
Having already lost Vanya,
Hoče pa
Pixie
je
and
kakšna
Marius,
ljubka
no.
večja, se
Marius
strinjam,
doesn't
ja.
even have any shields.
Mongral je
It's
še živ.
still a fight.
Ajde,
that
rabimo
he's
dobro igro
probably got
Mongrala,
to
rabimo
commit
dobro
to.
igro Mongrala.
Sky and Scroll, though, they are in some trouble here because they don't have a whole lot of material to work with, and
Marius.
Sky just continuing to be a
Marius
threat.
na tretjemu
Marius going to
mestu.
find a knock though. They're
So
continuing as a
zgubili
duo to
svojega
make something
teammata,
happen.
oni so
Not
trenutno
only have they
tretje
put themselves
mesto.
above Surge, but now even picked up an
Mogu
elimination.
kasnije jaz, kako
It's
budeš na
possible.
live-u.
It's not easy, but it definitely is. Issue is only 100 HP, no shields to work with.
Res je,
Not even
Kingi.
sure if Pixie has anything. Already getting tagged. Now they
Vsako
know
leto se
that Marius doesn't have shield.
Kingi,
It
vsako
opens
leto
up
se
kind of an
juvke pa
option for that trio that took a
juvke
shot onto them
podržijo,
to play
pa
even more
juvke
aggressive.
pa kebabi.
At the very
V
least,
redu,
though,
Mati.
Marius has so much material. He might not have shield, but if he can pinpoint any solo,
Zakaj, ti
any
nočeš, da je
sort
shield
of
Siphon
duo
pozval?
lagging
Ti ne
behind, even
maraš
a trio,
Siphona
they
pozval, to je
look like
nekaj
they're in a
najboljšega.
top position.
Če dobiš
It's
kill, da
something
dobiš
that Pixie
Siphon.
and
Zakaj
Marius
ne
are
maraš
probably
tega?
going to have to just commit to because they need some form of a shield refresh. They have to hope that there's
Kingi,
goodies
to je predrago.
on those bodies
To je
should that
ful
occur.
predrago.
But Malibuka walks ping. They don't have as much surge as what we've been
Siphon je
familiar
najjači,
seeing them
meni je
work with,
Siphon
but
najjači,
at
Joari.
the same time, Takata, they've got a
Kako
pretty
ni pozval,
decent
če je?
position, and they're making
Ja,
sure
ni
that they
shield
don't stay in the
Siphona.
focal point of the
Samo
rest of the
health,
lobby.
samo
This is a
dobiš high
surprise,
health
though.
v naslednjih
Veno,
5
Veliko,
sekundah.
Flixi
Tu sem
below
pozabil,
Surge,
kako deluje.
being forced to kinda
2
take
kila ima
these
Veno,
aggressive
chat.
trades back and forth.
Veno imajo
Triple
2
sprays
kila,
both
ampak
onto
so
them and
below!
their opponents.
Veno
Now
lahko
and
umre!
Flixi has been cracked.
Oh my
Veliko
god,
is the
Veno
shot
bo umrl,
away.
če ne dobijo
They do have the
damage-a.
loot, the chug splashes, the
Umrl
water
bojo,
strike,
chat.
but they're deciding we gotta make something happen. Either pre-edit, either go on in, replace the wall, anything we possibly can to open up at least an elimination or a bit more damage, but with the zone closing, the pressure is on.
Look, if there's ever a team I would never want to be desperate for Surge, it's this one because they've definitely got the fighting power to match it. Veno, though, teleporting doesn't get punished despite
Umrl
clipping
bojo.
that wind tunnel from
Umrl bojo,
underneath
chat.
Shogun's arena. Still, he
Umrl.
needs to find
6
tags.
below.
His whole team knows that their fate in this lobby depends exclusively upon whether or not they can actually get this knock onto Malibuka. They need as much damage as possible. And finally,
Umrl bojo.
Veliko providing a little
Umrl
bit of
bojo,
relief,
GG.
cutting that gap all the
Umrl
closer
bojo.
to being above that
Umrl
threshold.
bojo.
But you gotta be careful. Flixie's been knocked as well. It's all up to Veno and Veliko to make something happen. The knock's gonna come through onto Ping. Can they take out the
4 kile.
second place team on the
Ne,
leaderboard?
mrtvi
All
so.
our top 3 trios about to go down. It's all up to Veno. He's left alone as a solo.
Vsi trije, prvo, drugo, tretje mesto bojo
No
umrl.
shield.
Prvo, drugo, tretje
No
mesto bo
lights.
umrl.
Veno from this position
A ful šteka,
would
Klara,
have to
gremo
be
na
a
TikTok, če
miracle
YouTube
player.
šteka. Sam pol ne boste imeli
He's
stav,
not
če
the
gremo na
only one
TikTok.
that's stuck in it. Walks
Mislim, če šteka
also
YouTube, gremo
using
lahko
his
na YouTube.
last splash, trying to just work his way down, but he drops straight into the box of a healthy trio, and that's going to be the end of his run in
Enim
lobby
šteka,
3.
drugim ne.
This is an opening,
Mongral je
though,
živ.
for all the
Chat,
other
Mongral je
trios that were
živ.
on that
Ja,
lower
točke vam
to
lahko že
mid-half
dam.
of the leaderboard,
22
especially
gledalcev si
if
izgubil
Veno isn't
točke.
able to make it out of this one. Oni Mask is gonna
Čeprav
come
Veno
through,
je
gonna
še živ.
rebuild in wood his last base.
Ampak
Might
rab
find
3
an opening
kile.
on the
Veno je
sky
še
here,
živ,
some
ampak
shots
rab
come
3
through, but
kile.
not enough to get a knock. Now the rotates are continuing as Veno is doing what he can to stay up, but as Monet comes from
umrl
the
bo, ne
back
bodo bo
end,
3 kile.
has to be
Ja,
careful,
GG je.
and Veno is gonna go down.
Mongral ima
Respected, because
high
at that point,
ground!
there's really no other options but
Oh my
Monet
god,
Neo, a team
Mongral
in
ma
the
high
build that never
chat!
stood a chance.
Mongral!
Mr. Savage on height for the first time here today, Takata. But those builds looking a little bit slim here. Sky, on the other hand, a solo with 12 HP, 16 builds left to his name, and just blindly teleporting, hoping that he doesn't get clipped in the process.
Just one shot is all it's going to take down Sky. The issue is this is such a perfect match to make a comeback when all the top trios are down, but when you're left at 12 HP, I mean, you've got damage, but you're...
Big bang.
Ali lahko Mongral zmaga tole igro? Ali lahko Mongral zmaga tole igro na haju?
And now Joe, another not body but Sky. He can't afford to stick around. He can't afford to get more. He's got to make his way. Oh no, he can't afford to get stuck and it's...
Ali lahko Mongral zmaga? Idemo! Gremo, prosim, zmaga v Teni! Teniju gre dobro! 12 kilov Tenija! To opet situacija, vsi navijamo za Mongrala in Mr. Savage-a. Gremo Mongral, gremo Savage. Top 3 za... Mr. Savage! Mongral! GG!
Mr. Savage and Mongrel are gonna take home game 3.
And this is the level of execution that
Kdo
Mr.
je vaš
Savage,
papki eni?
everybody should be
Nikoli več, da mi
celebrating
ne
right now,
hejtate
seeing
Mongrala
Mongrel,
pa
Savage,
Savage-a.
and Panzer on top here to
Nikoli
Taysona
več.
because they not only took height,
Idemo.
they maintained height, they prevented anybody else
Oh
from
my
overtaking
God.
them on height, and they proved that they can win in these types of set lobbies because so many people question them being here in the first place, but there's no question marks
Pa
left.
so
They just
rekli, da bo zadnji. Gremo pogledat lestvico. Teni se je približal prvemu mestu. Imamo Slovenca, ki je skoraj prvi. Gremo pogledat. Oh my god. Demus, Darm pa Pix. Poljaki so prevzeli vodstvo. 195 točk. Drugo mesto. Svizi Kvizi Merstaš. 182. Tretje mesto, Country UPL, 156. Četrto mesto, Pixi Marius Venjak, 182. In imamo Makedonca, Slovenca, Skvija, 148 točk. Eclipse Nathan, 148 točk. Jarko Nakokire, 148 točk. In Veno je padel na 8. mesto z 2 slabima igrama. 2 slabi igri Venota, 8. mesto. Pink, Vox Malibuka, 9. mesto. iDrop Ski Scroll, 10. In Mongral se je z eno zmago prebil na 11. mesto. Imeli so tu 12. mesto Mongral. Torej, prvo mesto, 12. mesto, 21. Ej, Mongral, če še eno dobro igro odigra, lahko pride v top 3. Mongral z dobro igro lahko pride v top 3. Jaz bi bil šokiran. Imagine. Trulex Tyson pa katastrofa. Mnogi so govorili, da Tayson ne bo top 10. Bil sem šokiran, nisem razumel, zakaj Taysona nimajo za top 10. Zdaj razumem, slabo igrajo. Zelo slabo igrajo. Underrated perform, mislim, top 18, Trulex, Tayson, Chico, po prvi igri sem mislil, sej so bili 11. mesto, bili so 11. mesto, ampak 0 kilov. Ne smeš si privoščiti 0 kilov, ker vsak kill ti da 4 točke, oni so pa imeli 0 kilov. 18. mesto, zelo slabo, zelo slabo. Ampak ena zmaga pa jih lahko prebije. Ena zmaga pa jih lahko prebije, zdaj pa gremo novo stavo. Nova stava. Kdo bo zmagal off-spawn 4. igro? 3-0. 3-0 zgublja Kami Seti. 3-0 zgubljajo. Morejo zdaj zmagati. 4. igra. Kami Seti ekipa, ki zgubljajo 3-0 off-spawn, nasprotniki. Gremo chat. Časa za stave imate 4 minute. Največ lahko stavite 100 točk, najmanj lahko stavite 1 točko. Chat, položite stave. Jaz pravim, da tole rundo zmaga Kami pa Seti. Jaz pravim, da morate vsi, ki ste pametni, verjetno Not Aleksu in vsi stavite na Kamija pa Setija, kljub temu, da zgubljajo 3-0 off-spawn in da so 3. igro zgubili 2-3. Zdaj zmaguje Kami pa Seti, verjamte Not Aleksu. Verjamte, trust. Ajde chat, za vse, ki ste novi na streamu, vsi, ki ste novi, pa ne veste, kako se preverijo točke, lahko preverite točke, klicajte. Vaske je tudi, no, nisem vedel, da je Vaske v grand finalu, to pa sem čist pozabil, da je Vaske not pa da igra. V glavnem chat, stave so prižgane. Kdo bo zmagal off-spawn? Nič pomeni Kami Seti, enka pomeni nasprotniki. Kami Seti zgubljajo 3-0. Največ lahko stavite 100 točk, najmanj lahko stavite 1 točko.
Of Mongrel, Savage and Panzer, because yes, the game plan worked out.
Če ne znate narediti stave, poglejte pod kamero, kako se naredijo komande za stavo.
Alright, this is probably one of my favorite items from the fucking draw, bro. Alright. Look at this, bro. Look at this. It's so clean, bro. So clean, bro. Chad, doesn't this give me Travis
Lepa
Scott
majica.
vibes? Chad, imagine this. And then you put on a pearl necklace, a silver watch, some bracelet, maybe you stack some chains, and then you got some baggy jeans on with a zip above it. You know what I mean? I'm hyped, boys. I'm fucking hyped for this shit. Anyways.
Kdaj se začne igra? 3 minute pa 43 sekund.
Bro, that island was fucking so fucking, bro. I can.
Kdo misliš, da bo na koncu zmagal FNCS? Veno. Veno se bo zbudil. Veno se bo zbudil. 2 slabi igri so odigrali Veno, ampak še vedno so 40 točk za prvim mestom. Evropa je ful težka, nobene bo imel vse dobre igre. Chat, nobene bo imel vseh dobrih iger. Kakor ste videli, kvizi tudi kaj zmagal off-spawn, pa so potem umrli, ker se morajo fajtati za srč. Tako da ne vem, kaj vi mislite, chat. Kaj vi mislite, kdo bo zmagal, chat? Kako naštimaš Stave, pokažeš? Dakle, pa sem ti milijonkrat že pokazal. Že ne 5krat me vprašaš isto vprašanje. Ne znam ti drugače razložiti, legenda. Žiga, pravi kvizi.
Hey, shut the fuck up. Who the fuck is asking that question, dumbass?
Ja, drugače ti pa, lej, sam še zadnjič ti bom povedal, tako da upam, da me poslušaš. Sam še zadnjič ti bom povedal, drugače ti pa pod kamero piše kot komanda. Torej, stava je, kdo bo zmagal off-spawn 4. igro. Če daš 0, pomeni, da kami pa seti, če daš enka nasprotniki. Torej, nič kami, enka nasprotniki. Največ lahko staviš 100 točk, najmanj 1 točko. Zdaj pa, kako pogledaš točke, klicaj T. Kako narediš stavo? Klicaj bet, tako ka piše pod kamero, presledek, odgovor, torej nič ali enka, presledek število točk. Klicaj bet, presledek nič, presledek 100. Klicaj bet, presledek enka, presledek 100. 100 so točke, nič pa enka so odgovori. Lahko daš na mesto točk 1 točko. Če imaš 1 točko, lahko daš 10 točk. Upam, da si zdaj razumel, legenda. Kami pa seti so me razočarali, toliko dobra ekipa, ampak off-spawn je vse 50-50, če se strinjate. To je vse 50-50, chat, ne? To je vse 50-50. Ampak še vedno sem mislil, da ne bojo 3-0 zgubljali. Še vedno sem mislil, da ne bojo 3-0 zgubljali.
Attack on Takata, take it away.
Thank you guys so much, but Takata, we have definitely never seen the stakes be higher already in day 1 here, the Major 1 final. So many of our big hitters looking to maintain their entry points inside of match 4.
Oh yeah, like you said, they kind of got knocked down a little bit, and a first-time major finals trio is leading the pack, right? We're just halfway through, and already so much has happened. Off-spawn engagements are going crazy. Will Kami, Seti, and Cherry be able to come out on top this time around? Let's see as we get into game 4.
Evo chat, game 4 smo pripravljeni za Stave.
You ever think that part of the success for Demas' team at this point is that they just essentially space jammed away the other Polish trio's powers? Like, Kami, Seti, and Shari, we know that they've got more in the tank, but hey, at the same time here, Takata, a big moment for sure coming out of Polish side, specifically for France.
Oh yeah, no, even in the last game, I mean, Darm had no materials and he was reloading his pump shotgun. So when he opened the edit, he couldn't cover himself. He couldn't even take a shot. I saw some 1v2 happening in one of the dimensions that endgame was played out. But we go back to the off-spawn engagement at Seaport City. Swizzy starting off strong with some shots getting connected, but quickly enough, Shakos with the slide is gonna knock him down. Merstash Queasy
No
in
way,
a 2
chat.
versus 1 from being
No
knocked out at the
way.
start of last match.
Queasy,
If it
če umre, je
happens
to
once
dobro za
again in
Venota.
repeat, this could
Če
be
Queasy umre, je to
devastating
dobro
for
za
the place on
Venota.
the leaderboard.
But Merstash, he's got the HP. The
To je
problem
dobro
though,
za,
Queasy's
to je
stuck
dobro
in
za
the
turnir,
air
da
off this
Queasy umre
kinetic
kaj
blade.
prvi.
Shakos
To je
in the
dobro za
Verizon's
turnir.
exchange, but
Mislim,
he's got
Queasy ni
Merstash
prvi, drugi
right
je.
behind him. Queasy trying to follow through with the Oni pump and not gonna manage to find it just yet.
Rabimo
But
zanimiv turnir.
Merstash,
Queasy
what a
umre,
teammate,
prvo
what a
mesto umre.
backup play, because Queasy might have been toast otherwise. Granted,
O,
Queasy might
Kami
still be in
dobiva
a
kill.
whole world of trouble
Kami je
with
dobil
that
kill.
Takata.
Kami umira. Stari duo od Kami umira. I oče bo pisal, da je Seti umrl, je GG. Sam še Seti umira. 4-0. 4-0. GG, 4-0.
Once again,
4-0.
it looks like they're gonna battle this out in a 2v2.
Queasy hoping for the best here.
Very
Former
no
Stash
las
trying to
doble
buy him just a
spawn.
little bit more time to get that
Me
rotate through. If they
zajebavaš.
could at least find that elimination onto Shakos, that would force the clean 2 versus 2 here. But Queasy, he's still unable to find an angle just yet. Gets right behind Momsy though. Merstash with the ultimate
Zato ne dela
distraction
stav,
factor
legenda
here. But
Polza.
Merstash,
Če pa
he might
delate
be the
stave,
prize
jih pa
still.
zelo malo
1
delite, da
versus
vam ni
2.
žal.
This is all looking in Queasy's favor, and sure enough,
Ajde, lepo se meje, Ranče.
Queasy, they've got time to work with here. They know Shakos is out of the picture entirely.
Oh yeah, they get that siphon. Skyjump now on a sliver of HP. All it's gonna take is 1 bullet to connect as Merstash looks for an angle, but actually he's gonna go for the reboot. He says, you know what, we have time now. Skyjump doesn't have heals. He has to recuperate. We're gonna take this time to bring Swizzy back in the game, make it a 3 versus 1, and increase those odds of winning this off-spawn engagement to the maximum.
Now Skyjump could still look to be a
iDrop
nuisance
prihaja.
here. Instead, it could be iDrop and Sky and Scroll who look to ultimately capitalize on this fight taking place here at Seaport City. Queasy trying to put up a front, trying to put up some defensive measures, but he just doesn't have enough left over from that first exchange. He's gonna have to fall back.
Yeah, I mean, they have this in mind as well. I drop Sky and Scroll. It takes them, what, a minute and 30 seconds after the drop to
Igra
start
grifa na
third-partying
Queasyju.
Seaport. They get there
Ker
so
Queasy
quickly.
kle rato dobi
but the
dobro igro
drop spot
svaka im
they
čas,
have
chat.
that.
Ampak kle je...
It kind of shows the danger of taking too long to finish that Seaport City fight, but the good news is
Naredimo
they
novo
saw the
stavo.
reboot
Ajde,
come
chat,
through. They
naredimo
know it's
novo
a full
stavo.
trio, and now the third party
Naredimo
is kind of a little
novo
bit
stavo.
riskier, so they're just going to take those pop shots as
3,
usual
4 zdaj.
as we
Ali
look at what happened
bo
by
Veno
Lost
top.
Lake. It looks like
Taki
Taco, am I
Kami
seeing
zdaj
this
dobiva
once
kill.
again?
A ja, to je
Kami and
staro,
Seti
ja, to je
going
staro,
down
to
to
je staro.
Podosai, Akira, and
Ali bo Veno
X-Swiss.
top 3?
4 for 4.
Ali bo Veno tole igro
That's
top
got to
3?
be
Nič
devastating
pomeni,
to
da.
the mental, but no
Enka
time left to think
pomeni
about
ne.
it because Clownsky,
Ajde,
Moneymaker,
imate časa
Gutenberg,
3 minute za
caught in a box
stave.
fight all their
Ali bo
own.
Veno
Clownsky, see if he can fall
ekipa top
back.
3 to igro? Nič pomeni da, enka pomeni ne. Največ če postavite 100 točk, najmanj eno točko. Časa vam dam 3 minute, avtomatsko se stave zaprejo.
That are the real threat here. Moneymaker forced to retreat
Clara,
back
what's
into
up?
these builds. Eclipse though already closing in, already getting the overhead angle. CZB Nathan as well perched and potentially looking to cut off every single avenue of escape.
Yeah, you saw them think about it. They were like positioned up to play aggressive here. They had all angles cut off, but they're like, you know, they're most likely full shield, full HP. It's going to take a while. It's a little risky. And it looks like the disengage did come through as Eclipse got cracked by a whole other trio. Hopefully he is going to be able to get out though as he's regrouped with CZP. CZB now a bit of time to recuperate that shield, but the shots are still coming through.
Knowing that it's Upple's team though, applying pressure.
Oh no.
Scroll, Queasy. This is so problematic, and Scroll does get that first elimination onto
mesto
Queasy,
pada.
which now leaves Swizzy
Drugo
Merstash
mesto
to
skoro
fend for
umira.
themselves, but
Kvizija
iDrop,
so
he's
ubil.
already got
Tudi če
huge
nekako
stacks. He knows
Kvizija
Merstash's
rebootajo,
shields
ni
are
šans, da bo
low,
imel
and he
Kvizij
doesn't
to
have a
igro
whole lot of
dobro,
HP to work
ker ne
with,
bojo imeli
and it's
časa, da
just
vzamejo materijale, ne bojo imeli
battle of
časa, da se
attrition at this
nalutajo,
stage.
nimajo shieldov,
All
orožja,
players
tako da
split up.
tukaj
Swizzy
je
left
GG.
alone.
Zdaj moramo upati,
As
da bojo
Merstash did
prvo
what he
mesto
could to
slabo odigrali.
escape. iDrop, Sky, and Scroll
Underrated ekipa,
continuing with
to je
their
prvo
third
mesto.
party. I think Skyjump ended up getting eliminated, but he was up there a second ago. As now they have to decide, do we continue the hunt here? Where is Merstash hiding? I mean, if Merstash, it looks like he is going to be able to get out, but even so...
Zdaj moramo upati, da underrated ekipa, ki je trenutno prva na lestvici, ful slabo odigra in da Teni Slovenec dobro odigra in da pride Teni na prvo mesto. To bi bilo dobro.
This is a really easy route of approach here, and iDrop going to be the one trying to scramble through these buildings. Scroll as well. This Danish trio, Takata, has just been left in absolute shambles because of how long things drew out, trying to find those eliminations against Queasy's team. And sure, they might have gotten one of them, but at the same time, leaving yourself susceptible to all these third-party opportunities, everyone in the area just seems to now be local.
It's just back to back to back.
Izgubil sem vse
They can't
točke.
catch a break. The trio's
Čakaj, vam
dropping
dam
a
mene bonus
C4.
točke za Stave.
But in the meantime, we have
Make it
Yanis,
rain.
Noah,
Evo, vam
Rayleigh,
dam
and
30
Shap,
točk.
who are
Make
up against
it
the Spanish trio, who are doing quite well. Shout out to them in 7th place. Coming
ga
from this
dobil
drop
boste vsi
spot, as
zdaj
you can
30
see,
točk.
it's just full pressure onto them from all
Mix
the
ne bo
trios
horrora, ne.
that drop in the surrounding area. Chap looking for
Vsi
angles.
dobite daki.
Yeah,
Vsi zdaj dobite
Karko looking to see what he
30.
can do.
Noah Riley has really been a firepower stick-out figure for Yanis's trio, though. But
Kjera igra,
lurking
četvrta
ever
igra.
close nearby, Teeny could be an absolute
Če
menace.
Teni kle zmag,
Both of these
če bi
teams
Teni
seem
nekako to igro
completely
zmagal, lahko
oblivious
pride
to
na
the fact
prvo
that he's just
mesto.
lurking nearby.
Slovenec Teni ima
Yeah, the
šanse
issue
z
is,
dobro
like
igro,
you
da pride
said,
na prvo
so
mesto.
much potential for not a third party, a fourth or fifth party in this situation right as this battle ends. As Chap now looking to play aggressive with that crack onto Gide. Forced to use the chug splashes, angles onto Noah as he gets cracked as well, but the pressure's on. Chap looking to get full on into the box. Pickaxe comes through, needs to get the replays as they take down Gide. Now leaving Karko all alone on the high ground, and Teeny, Skavi, and Hera still playing patiently.
Kaj?
Oh no, Chap
Idemo,
tries to work his way
Teni!
back
To je
up the
dober
height,
chat.
but that was
To je
the
dober za
moment
Tenija.
that Teeny, that is, and
GG.
Steve were
Navijamo zdaj za
waiting
Slovenca
for.
Tenija.
Chap now a victim after having
Nice,
just
kill so dobil.
opened up this last fight with an elimination of his own.
Kaj če bi na Steamu, da ne morajo gledati točke, se začne
To
igrati?
just bail from this
Ok, imaš
position here,
prav.
Takata. They recognize
Sredi
the
igre, da
fact
ne morajo
that
gledati
things
točke.
are on fire
Evo ga.
essentially on this
Imaš prav,
clip
po
face.
vsaki
You
igri.
do not want to be a part of it.
No, this
Just
is like a
see.
code red for any trio here. You do not want to be here right now as Yanis doing what he can to escape, but it's Cryfalls and his trio trying to catch up to him. Noah, Yanis, they're going to have quite a comeback if they want to make something happen in this match.
The amount of material that they just expended, the amount of time it's going to take to get that reboot in the first place. So many questions left to be answered for whether or not
Kaj smo pa naredili
they
s
can
Stavo?
actually overcome.
Ali bo Veno top
Still,
3?
Teeny's team
Prvo moram
probably
videti, če je
happy.
Veno živ.
Merstash, on the other hand, finally
Moram videti, če je Veno živ, da
scooped
dam...
up with the rest, just kind of swept
Evo,
clean
imate
there
Stave še
out
za
of
eno minuto,
Seaport
ali bo
City.
Veno top 3, nič pomeni da in ka pomeni ne.
Very optimal start
Eno
there
minuto.
for Queasy's team is now starting to work against them because that's part of the adaptations that other teams are going to make inside of a Major 1 final set lobby here, Takata. Teams are just going to recognize exactly what kind of fights others are taking and look to just pick them apart for it.
Yeah, and this is now the second game back-to-back where Queasy, Swizzy, and Merstash have gone down so early into the match. They were looking so strong. I mean, Merstash having won every single Major 1 finals on EU in the last 2 years, wanting to do it once again, but now they have this
Točke so
hurdle where they just
vključene,
can't
samo
get
ne morate jih
off
preverjati
spawn. They
do
just can't
konca
get out of
igre.
Seaport
Točke
alive, and now
dobivate, samo
hopefully,
preveriti jih ne
you
morate,
know,
ker sem
if they're
zamenjal
able to do
komando
it
do
more,
konca igre.
once they get to those end games, they've been performing. It's just getting to them now off the early game is just too difficult.
Wow, this is a deep chase from Teeny's team. Full commitment onto Noah Riley even. My man is out in the ocean, still getting chased, still fighting back as well. He's at least going to make sure that Aetherus works for it. Noah Riley might not have shield, but he's still got a pump. He's still got damage to offer. Unfortunately for him, he doesn't have the numbers. Teeny will get that knock. Yanis still somewhere nearby though, having just managed to escape.
I don't know if it's even nearby at this point, Taco. He's gone. He's left as they're on the edge of zone, now forced to make their way back. We take a look at Veliko, Flixi. Now, this is huge for this trio. Having one of their top competitors gone down so early, this opens up that option, that opportunity for them to now overthrow them on the leaderboard. Starting with 3 eliminations themselves, this could kind of be the start. But you know, you never know. We still got Demas up there. We still got Pix, Darm. If they have another big game, it's going to be hard.
For sure, but we also know that Veliko, Veno, and Flixi, they've got cap mats on just about everyone. They've got very strong amount of shields and whites to work with, and those launch pads are going to help them cover the ground and help them just dictate which part of the dead side rotation do they actually want to pursue. There's also still high odds that they'll be able to get eliminations from teams going for reboots as well. As Rizoi hoping to shut down that dream for Moneymaker, doesn't want to allow Gudenbri or Clownski a chance to fight back.
Uh-oh, shots are going to come through by Noms. Not going full aggressive, though. They've already gotten cracks, but they're not just committing instantly to that fight. They're not going for a triple spray. They're not going for a pre-edit. They're continuing to take angles, even though they have that advantage. It kind of makes me think that they're just playing it a little extra safe. They're a little scared. They don't want to go down here. As now Guden is looking to see if he can maybe find an angle onto Gripey, onto Rizoi. Is there any option he can take here? But once he breaks that tree, they're going to know, as Gripey quickly turns his eyes towards them. And now it's turned into more of a stale 3v3.
But something that I've noticed here, Takada, is that neither of these teams seem to be looking back at where they just came from, out of Magic Mosses. And keep in mind, Veno's team, they're pushing south. They might actually stumble upon this little engagement taking place here. And if Gudenbri's trio is not able to focus out those elims sooner rather than later, they're going to be forced to deal with a third-party scenario.
Speaking about storm engagements, though, Chino might have an angle here, forced to break down the ramp, but not going to have an opening. As now looks like a regroup back to Nebs and Pink. As I don't know if they're going to want to fully commit to this fight, but looking at our #1 trio in terms of the leaderboard, Darn, Pix, and Demas are now in not the best of situations, as Demas has been knocked down and fully eliminated. So I'm not sure if they are going to be looking for a reboot or if this is something that kind of happened recently, but it looks like Mix and Blaha and Comeback are going to be the ones on the other end.
Surprising that Mix and Blaha and Comeback haven't opted to just immediately full key Darm or Pix underneath them. So almost want to assume that they're not even aware of the fact that Pix is lurking in this manner. He does have that Void Oni Mask to try and teleport to safety. But if Comeback, Blaha, and Mixon actually want to commit to the chase, Pix might not have any other options here, because Darm just trying to hold down a separate angle. Pix, though, brave in his own right, still willing to commit. He's directly at the bottom of their surge base, but it's a triple TP to his teammate, and he knows that Darm's in a world of trouble.
Yeah, now it's going to be all about that regroup, taking shots back onto Mix and Blaha and Comeback to try and stop them from their aggression onto Darm, but Darm is doing what he can to stay up. They've spotted Pix now. Oni Mask is going to get pre-placed back above. Are they going to go back to high ground? Are they continue chasing Darm, as Pix is doing what he can to maintain his elevation? Now with his, I'm going to say duo, his other teammate that's still up, basically left him at this point. He most likely is going to be forced to regroup, but he could maybe take a bit of damage as he has to be careful. The shots come through. Pix is cracked and now is forced to play inside the storm.
This is so cooked for Pix. If anything, he might have just gone up and kicked the hornet's nest with that last play commitment, but definitely respect the effort when you're in these types of duo circumstances, going for that sneak approach, maybe trying to turn the tides in your favor. They didn't really have a whole lot of other options here, Takada, but being forced this far back into Storm, they know that there's going to be other teams inside of the zone, position based up in much stronger positions, and making a play for basically even a decent entry point is going to be incredibly tough. Not to mention other teams still lurking nearby.
Oh no, they know too. Nefrizzi saw Pix rotating, but he gets the water sprite just in time to recuperate the HP and keep himself in the game. Darm now applying that pressure onto the aggressors, getting them out of the sight and hopefully giving Pix a bit of time to reboot Demas back into the game. That was a little too close for comfort.
One thing that Darm and Pix certainly have going for them is their fighting capabilities. Darm and Demas especially, the fact that they're going to be able to once again run things down as a full trio could be a scary sight for some of our other teams that are looking to try and ensure that they're not maintaining their current first place position on the leaderboard. Granted, it's not about how you start the day, it's about how you finish, especially when there's 2 days of games worked through here. So I really think that Demas is fully aware of the fact that he's gonna have to take some time to get some better weapons online and hope that they can still maintain the same sort of firepower behind it.
Yeah, I mean, they have that motivation, that fire behind them from being in first place currently, and it's huge that they were able to get that reboot. I mean, just from 1 HP literally to recuperating it into now having your full trio up and running, a bit of time to recuperate mats. All it really takes now is 1 refresh, 1 elimination to put themselves back into the game. And from the confidence we've been seeing with a great pistol, it might be the time where they look for something.
74 below though. They don't have a choice. They have to take this fight. Nefrizzi looking incredibly low, and sure enough, Pix is going to get knocked again, but Darm making sure that it is for good measure. Rakuzan also trying to escape here, but Lusha is going to be the one that shuts down this dream here for Poland. Rakuzan and Lusha do survive, but it comes at a pretty heavy cost, losing Nefrizzi there.
Too many pump shots were missed, but Teeny is gonna end up picking off Noah Riley as well. Now putting this trio at 6 eliminations. This is a non-stop back-to-back.
This is some devious work by Teeny's trio, though. The fact that they would chase Yanis out to follow up on his reboot for his teammates. Noah Riley getting elim by the same team back-to-back is just so tough, and sure enough, Atris just reviewing what went south here for Yanis's trio. Only this time around, there were actually no survivors.
Yeah, and I mean, not only that, when they eliminated Noah, it was on the edge of the map in the water. Like, they were basically took out a fisherman, but doing it twice, like you said, absolutely devious. But hey, those are some extra points on the board now for Haristini and Skavi. 3rd place, as you can see. But what I'm kind of thinking of in the back of my head now is we got Venno with an invisibility now from this medallion. They've got 721 damage above the Storm Surge threshold. They've already got eliminations. They're on the Rift Island. They have prime position, and their main competitor for high ground is out of the match. So this is free pickings for this trio if they continue forwards into this endgame.
And with the way that the zone is pulling, it's definitely doing them some NRX solids here. But granted, there's other teams that are also looking to try and keep match 4 going. Nebs, Chino, Pink having to expend the last of Nebs' shield just to prevent the surge damage from continuing to tick away at his HP bar, but Trulex just underneath. Trulex, Tayson, and Chicho as well. They're a team that the desk and us, Takata, we're kind of just waiting to see, are they going to get, you know, as fraggy as some of these other teams, they kind of need it at this point, because if you want a winning game, you're going to have to find eliminations, those consistent refreshes. As far as Chink, Pink, and Nebs are concerned, Chino just knows that it is going to be so tough here.
Yeah, the issue is it sucks, these situations where you're so close, you're just like 1 to 2 shots by the threshold, and you're just not able to do it. Pink goes down to Surge. They don't want to play aggressive because they're so close, but the issue is after Pink got eliminated, all his tags are now gone as well. puts them 137 below. Now with Chino going down 194 below, and Nebs is left alone. I don't even know how much below the Storm Surge threshold. Our previous game winners as well. Mongrel has gone down, leaving Panzer and Mr. Savage to play it out as a duo. It's just, I mean, this is tragic, Taco.
This looks exactly like how you'd imagine for a lobby that's suffering from having dealt with Veno's team in control of that Shogun's arena, though. Everyone just kind of smothered to the low ground. Veno's team in prime position on the front side of zone already. Nebs just hoping to remain as concealed as possible. He at least has a decent amount of builds to work with, but when you're a solo in these types of circumstances and you're 368 and it just keeps growing and growing away from you as far as the damage threshold is concerned, Nebs, he's gonna have to just hope that this small fry make it. It can maybe buy him a little bit more placement, but things are looking pretty grim.
Yeah, dark for Nebs right now. He needs some shining light, something, anything, but unable to get it. It's gonna go down. In the meantime, we have Skavi and Haris here fishing up to recuperate that desperate need of shield, of heals. But the issue is the storm's already closing. In 45 seconds, it's going to be fully closed, so they don't have time to keep on fishing. They have to force a rotate here without even being able to recuperate all their shield and HP. But Panzer, on the other hand, looks like is going to pick up a knock. Good amount of chug splashes, good amount of materials. They can make something happen even though they're a duo here.
The problem, though, with where they're trying to like blindly TP through, there's just so much congestion having already pulled on these edges of zone. Panzer, though, does have a whole lot of splashes. His inventory's at least got 7 to work with here, so they can afford to just tank a little bit of storm damage if need be to continue boxing up in better position to comparison to the rest of the lobby, but they can't play immediate frontside. They're just trying to remain a little bit more concealed here.
As now the next zone has appeared, this is where you want to be as quick as possible to plan your potential rotates, as Pixie now is going to make a play for height. His potential rotate is maintaining high ground, it might seem, as they're ahead of the storm here, looking to see if they can hold on to it. Vanya, Marius, Pixie looking to get a big game here.
Middle ground, though. Malabuka's team just steady waiting for an opening. Sky, eye drop, and scroll, though, from the low front. They're trying to just make sure they can claim as much space as possible. 2 boxes wide currently, but Sky knows it's going to take more than just a setup in the low ground. They're going to need those elimination refrags to come through as Veno, Flixie, Veliko. We know how much they love to chop height. They've got to have it in their sights.
I see it. I see Veno already looking up. He wants to constantly be aware of how that high ground's looking. They're ahead of zone. They have enough materials to play it, but the issue is high ground looks so healthy. They need to find an efficient shot here, and while they take that time, you got Veliko, you got Flixie fragging out in the backside of the tarp here, picking up refreshes to continue their dominance in terms of materials, everything needed to retake the height later on here.
Meanwhile, Savage just trying to stay as close-knit to Panzer as possible. They know that they can't afford to split for even a second. Otherwise, they're going to end up like Svi, just getting picked apart in the sky, still managing to hold on just barely, but it's just not going to be enough here, Takada. If he wants to really break through, he needs a refrag, and currently he's forced to play backside with Atris.
And look how high up in the sky Vanya, Marius, and Co are playing. Mr. Savage, though, now left alone as a solo. 1 elim on the board, looking to make it more. 27 H or shield to work with. Right now, he has to play backside of zone. He has to be careful. He can't go too far ahead. He doesn't have the loot to do so. It's just scavenging as many placements as possible and trying to find other solos that are also scuffed on loot and materials to pick off and get that refresh from. The issue is there's just so many duos. There's so many trios close by that it might be hard to find an opening on a solo, but he's doing a great job of riding the back of the wave.
You just gotta hope that nobody spots him out, because Mr. Savage only having 4 builds left. Takada, it's almost like he's pickaxing to his own demise here soon enough. Spots the fact that Malabuka is more than healthy enough, trying to just get ahead of the player that pushed up directly behind him. And Savage, one more time, bunkering away in the underground, but it's still just so much left before everything is going to completely close out in this lobby.
Skyscroll as a duo now, maintaining this kind of mid layer, as they're gonna have to be careful because the pressure from above will eventually come as the chaos continues to unfold down below. Nefrizi, Lucia, Starkus trying to see if they can get ahead. They choose to play inside the bush. It's gonna be a perfect opportunity to take shots onto Venno, to take shots onto Veliko, Flixi, as they've already been cracked. Flixi left with a sliver of HP as Venno does a great job tarping ahead.
Still, though, the fact that Flixi's up and running means that this trio is still as threatening as ever. Lucia also pays the price for giving away their position in terms of where they were shooting from. The Freezy will be the first to fall as well, and so many teams just encountering Venno in the low ground. Rakuzan, that's the problem with the Invis medallion. You never see it coming.
Malabuka, Ping, continuing as a duo. They look to chop down high, but they know it's a full trio. They might just have to make the decision to drop down low, but the issue is down low, it's the beasts that are hungry for more. Pixie, Vanya start dropping down, start opening angles here, looking to see if they can get some damage, get some extra eliminations before they look to close it out. But Venno has the invisibility medallion. He goes on up. He takes out Pixie. He hits Vanya. He takes him out as well. Is he gonna close it off in a 1 versus 3? Venno, are you serious?
Venno is simply built different. That is exactly why he always takes command of this Invis medallion. He's not the only one. Veliko also making sure to light things up in the elimination feed. Marius gonna be the last to be claimed. And Venno, in one more time, another victory royale here on the day, Takada, as if the first one wasn't good enough.
Are you serious? All odds were not in their favor against them. They didn't have height. They didn't have the heal off. Nothing, but they were still able to recover, recuperate.
A ja, okej. Bil sem mutan, nisem vedel, se opravičujem, bil sem mutan. Mutan sem bil. Chat. A ste presenečeni za Mongrala, chat? A ste presenečeni za Mongrala? Se opravičujem, ker sem bil mutan, chat. A ste presenečeni za Mongrala? 9. mesto, klačuje. Panzer pa Sevic sta klačala duo, na koncu je pa še Sevic klačil top 7. Veliko, Venno, Flixi, 1. mesto. To je to, 2 igri do konca danes. Če mene vprašate, Veno Fligzi se je zbudil, če zadnji dve igri dobro odigrajo, je GG, je konec. Konec je. Če Veno Fligzi zadnji dve igri dobro odigrajo, pa celo zmagajo, konec je. Sem pa vesel za Mongrala. 9. mesto. Mongral je blizu. Ena dobra igra, pa lahko pridejo na 3. mesto. Bomo videli. Chat, nova stava. Smo pripravljeni za novo stavo. Kdo zmaga off spawn? Nič pomeni ekipa Kami Seti, ki izgubljajo 4-0. Ekipa nasprotniki, ki vodijo 4-0 proti Kamiju Seti off spawn. Gremo, največ lahko stavite 200 točk, najmanj lahko stavite 1 točko, licaj bet, presledek niča ali enka, presledek število točk, časa imate 3 minute. 3 minute, da postavite stavo, kdo bo zmagal off spawn. Kami Seti izgubljajo 4-0, zdaj bojo, jaz pravim, da zdaj zmagajo.
Welcome back to FNCS Europe. This is our Major 1 finals, and so far it's absolutely delivering. We've got a whole other day of this, boys, but I just don't want it to end because I just can't wait to see who's going to be taking it. We're definitely seeing the big trio step up. We're also seeing some more surprising names, also challenging the leaderboard. More on that in a moment, because first of all, we should talk about Marius, Vanya and Pixie Mini Minor, because yes, they came very close to taking the victory royale. Then they had high ground on lock until the final moments, but actually they had a fantastic start to the game too.
Yeah, they did. The way that they actually took advantage of the sort of Seaport City fight, we saw that Queasy and company took a little bit longer in that fight against Momsy and his team. Then of course iDrop's team went on in there, and then this team, Vanya, Pixie and Marius, then almost fourth partied in a sense, and it just set them up so well for this game. Then for the end game 11, it's kind of exactly what we expect from this trio. Really nicely played high ground from them, and a really well played to like sort of suppress the lobby and make sure everyone's compressed down, so that it did come down to this final 1v1.
And remember, we almost didn't see this team in the FNCS final. They were one of the last chance qualified teams. This is a team that again just had so many problems, you know, outside the Kappa Kappa factory when they were uncontested in that group stage. It looked like they didn't have a clue what they were doing. And the contrast to now, where they are one of the better teams in this lobby. Again, the beauty of the format. The last chance qualifier was great. Another last chance qualified team in Haris's team, Teeny's team, they're also in the top 10 looking good as well. So it's nice to see these teams that had struggles through the season figuring things out here in the finals.
Just quickly though, Levin, are you surprised they managed to get it together? Because when you look at the individual elements, those players on this trio, all three of them are guys we are used to seeing on the first page of a leaderboard.
Yeah, no, it was always about the meta read, right? It was always about understanding the game. The talent was never the question with Marius, Pixie, and Vanya on the team. It was about figuring out how to play. I think the way, you know, the surge has been breaking down in this lobby, where it's a lot of like these like team fights that are taking place where they're able to come in and third party, has benefited how they want to play.
Well, let's take a look at our surprise in number 2. And I say surprise because actually, Miniminer, this was your surprise trio going into the Major 1 finals. Katrick, Finchek, and Uppal, they're playing a blinder.
Yeah, really, really nicely played from these guys so far. I knew they were going to do good. I knew that there was a team that we expected to do pretty good overall, I think. I'm sure a lot of people would agree, but not necessarily this good. Second place after 4 games. Their placements have been really good as well. 4th, 6th, 6th, and 3rd. And this game in particular, they're best of the lot so far. They just keep getting better, Levin, and it seems like the way that they're able to hold off other teams in fights so far has been really good. They're really strong in the surge as well. So I'm not too concerned about the way that this could go worse for this team, I guess.
Yeah, they're a team that I've been telling people not to sleep on. I feel like so many people were sleeping on them. They're a team who, again, since like that sort of last week of the divisionals, they've just been in great form. And I feel like when you watch their games, you watch how they play, so much firepower, they can keep up with the best of them. Again, you can't sleep on some of the new talent popping up in the EU. A lot of these guys just will surprise you. They will prove you wrong if you do.
Well, no one's going to be sleeping on Dimas, Derm, and Pix now because they were your surprise trio 11. And these guys are aggressive. They will TP on you and just steal your elimination life for Surge.
Well, yeah, they were the ones getting TP'd on last game, right? By Mix and then Comeback and Blaha. But a tough game for them. Again, I'm not worried about these guys. Like, I think the key thing to remember is that when a team this sort of inexperienced in this lobby, you know, has as you know, the early success they've had, they're gonna run into hiccups. They're gonna run into problems. We can't expect them to just, you know, win 12 out of 12 games, right? That's not the standard here for them. They're gonna have to figure things out, but they'll be all right.
Yeah, they're more than all right, judging by their position on the leaderboard. We have to head swiftly, though, into game number 5. So let's head back to Takata and Taco.
Thank you, Frankie. I mean, you were saying it yourself. It is incredibly close, and it can show just how much the leaderboard can change from one match. I mean, it's completely different. So, I don't know, Taco. Going into these last 2 matches of the day, reminder, we still have 6 more tomorrow, but of the day, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling great, Takata, because at least from a spectator point of view, I'm having an awesome time. These endgames have been so phenomenal to witness, but one big takeaway so far today, that Shogun's Arena looking pretty primo as far as these endgame placements are concerned. So match 5, let's see who takes it.
It's good you point that out. It's been pure success from the trios that have been able to kind of maintain that Shogun's Arena. But going back to the early game, Taco, we do have something that, you know, we've seen quite a few times now. Both
get on the board.
guys, I got an eye on is obviously Seaport with our top trios fighting, but also Lost Lake. It's 4-0 right now. Will a change happen in these last matches? Will Camiseti Chari be able to kind of overcome it? And also, will Queasy, which I think is almost even more important to focus here, will they be able to get back into the game? They started off so strong, but back-to-back games all spot getting eliminated. Locked in on the Lost Lake. Can Camiseti Cherry make something happen?
They have to get on the board right now, Takata. They need to show some signs of life here in day 1. They've got next to nothing. In fact, I don't think they have anything as far as points are concerned. Realistically, Swizzy, though, trying to make sure this exchange doesn't get drawn out this time around. 1 elimination already on to Shake goes, and sure enough, it's all going to come down to Merstash trying to make sure that they can completely clean up Seaport City.
From first place, dropped down to 8th now from those back-to-back blunders of matches that they had. Now, can they come back with those 2 early eliminations, Momsy being the last one? All they need to do is close this one out and play as usual to finish off a strong game. I mean, they just cannot afford much more bad matches.
Nah, Queasy's had enough though. He's got full tabs on where this Oni TP has been placed.
Teti je umrl, ali je bil nokan, ali bo to 5-0. Gledamo v kill feed. Teti je nokan, ne vem, če je bil finishan.
To hunt Mumsy down. They don't want to allow any opportunities for that French revival later on in the game off the reboot play.
Yeah, they want them out of the match. Don't want to even think of them for the rest of the game here. But so far, done a good job of kind of cleaning up and getting locked in once again to staying efficient in terms of loot and what we're gathering. But if you look back over at Lost Lake, an even speedier third party seems to have come through. Akira gets knocked down. Xweez and Podesai left as a duo. I don't even know what Cami, Seti, Cherry are going to do in this situation, but there's a whole party going on.
Seems like Cami, Seti, and Shari are just gonna opt to maybe try and leverage some positioning. Look for a knock or elimination onto Podesai and Xweez, the only remaining French players from this team here at Lost Lake. But yeah, with that third party entry being so early on,
Chat, glede na to, da so zbežali, to upoštevamo kot poraz. To so zmeri pravila. Če nekdo zbeži iz dropa, je poraz. Ne glede na to, ali se niso bil. Ko je bilo celo življenje. Če je off-spawn fight, pa zbežiš stran. Lahko se kakorkoli razburjate, ampak kole bom odločil, to je zmaga za Kamija in Setija. Odločil, to je zmaga. To je zmeri bilo pravilo, če zbežiš stran, izgubil off-spawn fight, toda zmaga za nasprotnike, kjer so zbežali. Tudi če Kami pa Seti umrejo, ne bojo umrli proti njim, umrejo proti drugi ekipi. Niso umrli proti njim, ampak so umrli proti drugi ekipi. Glavna ekipa je zbežala stran. Ok, zdaj pa novo stavo. Naredimo novo stavo. Naredimo novo stavo. Ali bo Veno ekipa to igro top 2. Nič pomeni da, enka pomeni ne, največ lahko stavite 100 točk. Gremo chat, stava je ali bo Veno ekipa tole igro top 2. Nič pomeni da, enka pomeni ne.
Too many opponents to deal with, and it's just too close for comfort. But Robob's team happy to get those elims early.
Yeah, good start. But the issue is now, with that time that was expended, they're going to have to take some more time recuperating what they've lost. But you got to be careful, as Rizoi is going to get caught. Saw him crouching in the corner of his eye. Quick little emote, as now they can't spend that time to continue with their path. But it, you know, it's a good start for the trio as we look back over to Pixie and Co.
And what's interesting is that that's also been a consistent fight over at Magic Mosses, but just doesn't seem like it's boded significant results for either of those teams. Pixie, Vanya, and Marius, on the other hand, though, they've definitely had a lot of hype success. They've also had a little bit of hindrance to some of their search strategy plans. Right now, it comes down to whether or not they can actually clean up this fight between themselves and iDrop's trio. Gotta make sure that they're maintaining a good measure on other teams in the area as well. They know how susceptible teams are to getting third-partied, and sure enough, Janis from afar.
So many shots being connected. The laser beam onto Pixie, as Sky, iDrop, and Scroll now have a little bit more time to decide what they want to do. Just farming up the metal as now they kind of crouch over to them. They heard the crack come through. They know that it could have been a potential opening to maybe look for something, but as time continues, it goes on. We see Demus. What did they take down? 1, 2, a whole trio, it seems. As this is a great start for this trio.
This is a huge rotation happening early on from Pump Power, just recognizing the fact these teams at Brutal Boxcars, if they're not going to close out these fights early enough, well, Demus' team more than happy to make quick work of them. Pix, Darm, they know the train overhead, but they can choose to kind of just stick around for a few moments longer. They don't necessarily have to keep fighting, unlike Ping.
We look over, yeah. They decided to go towards Twinkle Terrace here, and just like that, Batman's going to be on the other end of this wall. Meanwhile, Ping Malabuka walks are looking to play a bit aggressive for those tags, get that damage done, as Batman is continuing to take those corner shots, jump shots, but Ping has to be careful as he gets dropped lower and lower just to force shield. Forced to pop a big pot here and take a bit of time in the defensive end.
Volko already preemptively placing TPs to try and bail out. Doesn't want to get stuck, knowing full well these third-party scenarios are just not going in most teams' favors here today. Clownsky, Gudenbry rotating out of Whiffy Wharf, bound to have heard all the commotion taking place at Twinkle Terrace. And for Ping Malabuka and Walks, while they haven't been able to necessarily
Gremo
confirm...
pogledat kako gre našemu Savage'u. Ajde Savage, dobro igro, lahko prijete top 8, top 7, top 6. Zmago ali pa zelo dobro igro top 4, top 3.
I'll just use the ball, I'm fucking stupid, bro. I'll just use the charm. I was gonna scan the...
Yeah, I think Marl, give me break.
There's 12 spare minis. There's 12 spare minis.
Ajde Mr. Savage.
I have a purple AR. I can give it to you, Panzer, if you want it.
Yeah, I got it.
Wait, kid running here, All the way in the back, maybe you can tag him.
Yeah.
What the fuck's he building?
Should look at me and to get jumped on.
Kar se tiče Storm Surge'a, Surge imajo skozi dober, soliden Surge imajo. Bravo!
Nice.
Edge, I'm coming up, I'm gonna give you AR.
Yeah. I got cap
This kid just TP'd here, by the way.
Also.
Okay, I have 300.
I think you need to build something here also, because we need to hold the side, like Marl.
Yeah.
You cap mass, Spencer?
I got 5, 3.5.
Okay. Remember, there's a lot of minis, Spencer.
TPs though, like if I get...
Yeah, I understand.
Kjera je to igra? 5. igra.
Kid shooting at fishing house.
Yeah.
Predzadnja igra. Če Veno zdaj zmaga, se bojo preveč oddaljili. Če Veno zdaj nekako moram, iskreno upam, da bo Veno slabo odigral. Zakaj? Zato, da bo turnir bolj zanimiv. Ker če pustiš prvemu mestu, da se preveč oddalji, ni več zanimivo. Veno zdaj vod za 40 točk. To igro imajo že 1 ali pa 2 kila. Če pustiš, da zmagajo, pa se oddaljijo, GG. Ok, chat. Imate še 2 minuti časa za stavo. Vsi, ki ste na streamu, še 2 minuti časa za stavo. Ali bo Veno tole igro top 2? Nič pomeni da, enka pomeni ne. Največ lahko stavite 100 točk, najmanj lahko stavite 1 točko. Imajo že 3-4 kile. Imajo 4 kile, imajo Surge. Časa za stavo imate še minutko časa, pol pa zaprem stave.
From a trio like this. I mean, they always kind of take these engagements, take these fights that...
Tisti, ki še niste stavili, če ste pametni, boste stavili. 4-5 kilo imajo, Surge imajo preveč. To mi smrdi. To mi smrdi in diši na Veno zmago. To mi diši na Veno zmago. Tisti, ki še ni stavil, če je pameten, bo dal na da. Klicaj bet, presledek nič, presledek 100 točk stavite, ker Veno bo top 2. Če si pameten, je to top 2. Razen, če se jim bo res kaj unlucky zgodilo, nesrečno. Ampak težko, res dobro igrajo. Zbudili so se, chat, zbudili so se.
Money maker now, but also have to remember...
Fine. Oh, I got like 400 maybe.
Like 150.
Oh. Yeah, less than 100.
TP, northeast. 25.
Kerim.
Yeah, right below us. Savage, can I go here? They're going up.
On you?
No, they just here.
Yeah. I need minis, by the way. Actually, oh, fuck it. Andrew, I'm gonna come up to you and use a bow. And then I'm gonna leave this one up with you.
Okay. They just get our angle.
Okay, I'm using bow, come.
Wait, sure.
Okay.
15.
Nice, I'm using bow there.
Yeah.
Ajde, Savage.
You have 4 splashes here.
Yeah, it's mine. Or maybe you can...
I'm gonna carry them.
Yeah.
There's gonna be 2 spare.
Yeah, okay.
Then Mongo can take them as well. Yeah, nice.
And I can take this wop. Can you drop something and give me wop another?
I'm gonna hold this one down here.
Yeah. Also nice.
Should I come to you or stay here? 'Cause it's getting risky now.
You have TP?
No, we don't have
fine.
Taysona.
I don't know. Maybe you can, but I'm not sure.
Still kids
If
that
there
are
is
fishing us.
someone can TP, it's only like from your vision. There's no blind spots.
I think I'm just gonna come up to you, Panzer. There's no point me sitting down.
Yeah, you can.
Look at those kids. Well, I'm coming up, Panzer. I'm running right now.
Yeah.
Ajde, Savage.
Oh no. I'm on.
I'm 6 splash and 3 bow.
Ajde, Savage, Mongral.
There's spare wop.
Z dobro igro lahko
Ja,
prijete v
two
top
charge per
5. Underrated ekipa. Dobro igrajo, Surge igrajo dobro, pametno igrajo.
The next one pulls forward.
Dealing with Vanya and Pixie.
Oh no, this is a difficult situation too, because not only are they dealing with the trio up close by the boss, but there's a whole other trio taking shots from afar, and meantime, you got Shogun just chopping into your box, breaking down your builds, causing disruption, as now this puts a lot more pressure on all the trios that are up here, but Vanya connecting some crucial shots to give them a bit more time to build out.
But with every
Chat, moramo navijati za Mongrala. Moramo navijati. Kliknite like, chat, gremo do 100 lajkov, gremo do 150 lajkov, če še niste kliknili like. Če ste novi gledalci na streamu, pa ne znate preveriti vaše točke, klicajte.
Well, there's 2 splashes up here for you.
There's him on us.
Bro, this kid peeked over, peeking northwest. I'm just gonna stare at him.
I'm ready. 3, 2, 1.
25. Sorry, I'll
Bravo, Savage.
as well.
quietly been holding down that secondary place on the leaderboards heading into this 5th lobby of the day. All of the highlight reel moments, it feels like, have been surrounding some of our bigger name teams or the new up-and-comers, Takata, but gotta keep tabs on what's unfolding right in front of us after all, and Opal Adam, they seem to have figured something out, and XP's got to be careful. Same story here for Skyscroll and
Zdaj bo zapisko srd za Savage, zanima me koliko so obav. Jaz pravim, da so 200 obav, maksimum 300. Mogoče celo nič. Ker se mi ne deluje, da so velik damage dobivali. Ne deluje mi, da so velik damage dobivali. Zna se zgodi, da so tudi belov chat, a? Zna se zgodi, da so belov.
Ja, ja.
Evo ga, zdaj bo Storm Search pokazan.
Base up though.
Yeah, there's him. Here, look. This one's right. Wait, so, come on.
31 above.
I need to look for surge.
Vedel sem.
Control 50.
Bravo. Bravo!
6 wide.
Shit.
Koliko je dober feeling, ka dobiš damage, pa skoraj nič ga ne dobiš. Dobar unga je, Mongrad je dobil neki damage-a.
We found them, we just double fucking surge sprayed them and chill them.
Bravo.
25.
Čim več rabijo, čim več rabijo. Tle ga rabijo dobiti 500, 600.
Nice, good fucking shit, bro.
Čim več ga zdaj rabijo dobiti.
Kids
Ker
are gonna
naslednji
run.
krog bojo bilo.
It's in the bush. 20, 50.
To je fake surge, niso 744 above. To je fake surge. To je fake surge. Zdaj so above 200, 300, maksimum 300.
Use the bob, whoever has the 2 bob.
Ajde, Savage.
We can go towards tunnel now.
Go. White line.
Ok.
Like on this side on bridge.
Niso bili še tegani, pa so skoraj noter.
Man, sure.
Go under.
I need to wait for
Bravo.
my stamina.
Have
Dobra
minis or not?
rotacija.
Yeah. You guys try and look at that team while I come, because they're gonna probably look.
Can you look, Pedro? I'm farming.
When to go.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go.
I'm going.
I'm going to my mark shield.
Yeah, going.
There's a guy in the bush. Here. I'm gonna shit like this.
Oh my god, če bi ga zdaj takoj videl, bi lahko umrl.
There's a bob over there.
Kjero srečo ima.
There's him already.
Sorry.
Guys.
Koliko sem pameten, vedel sem, da so okoli 300 above.
Means.
Ampak zdaj ta surge je pomemben, zdaj rabijo dobiti še 200, 300. Rabijo ga zdaj dobiti.
Full rank.
Če ga zdaj ne bojo dobivali, bojo šli do below. Bravo, 30, premal še. Ajde, Savage.
Yeah, there's him keeping.
A vidite chat, koliko hiter se spušča. Iz 330 je šlo na 260. Koliko hiter se spušča pa dviga starima. To je zato, ker ga drugi dobivajo, eni ga pa zgubljajo.
One big six flash.
Blank, čisti blank. Zadev ga je. Bravo!
100.
Yeah, they're fighting on count.
Yeah, we have decent damage now, I think, no?
Dober damage imajo, dober damage imajo.
I don't know. I need some. Yeah, I'm
I have
popping.
splashes and bobs, so I can't give you.
Spare.
Bravo!
Correct this kid. I have 200 armor.
I got 260.
Dej jim zono, pros. Au, max pull. Max pull.
Yeah, go. Follow me. Just follow me. This freeze rotate ever.
Kid here.
Team.
Yeah.
110.
Nice.
Nice. I want to
Keep
just
it away. Come. Yeah. Okay. Come wait. You should just wait. Don't deal.
I'm going, bro.
Nice. If you don't have sprint, just box up.
Oh, well, I thought we had the armor.
Hey, you send that in bloodstream and where you go.
For sure, we're chilling.
Give me something.
Ej.
Give me splash something.
Dobra rotacija. Res, da so jih zdaj na koncu zadeli, ampak skoraj nič jih niso zadevali. Bravo.
Come down. I'm jumping and building.
I might fucking die here, bro. I'm popping a big. Can you guys look at me?
I'm looking towards you. I'm opening this fully, by the way, so you can just land on my marker, Mongrel.
Bravo. Dobre mece imajo, chat. Dobre mece imajo. Še katane imajo.
Come back.
I'm good mats. I'm 3-4-4.
I need some mats.
Rabijo še malo srdža, rabel ga bojo še, padajo.
Mongrel, how much mats do you have?
I'm 2-3-4.
I open behind us, here.
Hey.
They're getting cracked.
I'm opening this.
Rabijo še vsaj 100. Vsaj 100 še dupte. A vidite, chat, iz 300 so padali na 56. To naredi ena zona, zdaj ga rabijo še 200, stari moj. Hiter, ne. Prosim, da ima sreče. Rabijo malo sreče, prosim. 158, fake, fake, fake.
He's out, one died. One zone. In a box.
Bravo.
I'm cat mats, I'm splitting
Dobre
everything again.
materijale imajo. Mongral, gremo, dobre mece imate.
Oh, what is open?
Stop.
I have TP as well.
You can build on the edge. You build.
3 cat.
I have a TP.
Če to rotacijo zdaj naredijo, dober je dober. Max pull na
I'm
naslednji.
3 cap 3. We have good mats, Spencer.
Max pull.
No, just go. Follow me. I'm building a little bit. I'm waiting.
Ajde, Savage.
Come to me. Okay, Mogul. Then you can TP spawn somewhere. I don't know. Follow me. So.
Dobre rotacije, ta panzer je...
I'm so dumb.
Can I go up?
I'm on you. I'm still on you.
Full chain.
Ne, Mongral.
Build more boxes.
Yeah, you build them. I'm chilling.
I got 5, 3.5.
We need damage. Look at this kid.
Yeah.
Really got close to this kid. Looking forward. We can spin this shit. Dog a beam. Easy, well, jumping minis or bigs if you have. Splash myself. I'm 2 splashes. 5 for 2 here. 2. I'm just dropping you on my fucking just.
Ash having to immediately box and look for a shield refresh. Is that split separation for a second too long? Swizzy having been eliminated there is going to be such a big issue. But Scroll, Sky, iDrop more than happy to take over the low ground. And in fact, Patris, gotta be real careful with where you're stepping because these floors might go at any moment.
Take a look at Demon's darn picks. They're looking incredibly healthy. Oni masking in front of zone here. This could be a solid match to put themselves right back up the leaderboard and solidify them a place in that top 3, even first place once again. Staying ahead on low ground, Veliko, Flixie though. Looking now, is it the time to take height? When can we look for the opportunity?
If anything, they want to look for the chop. They don't want to allow Venya to just have the time of their life up in the skies. Scroll, iDrop, Sky. They might actually encounter Demas and Pix. And Demas, unfortunately, left again to try and carry the torch ahead here. He's going to have to sit back for a moment. When he doesn't have any whites, he's going to have to depend on Siphon to cut if he wants to keep charging forward. But as a solo, it's going to be so difficult.
Veliko je bil nokan. Veno je solo! To je dober. Neki točk bojo dobili, ampak vsaj zmagali ne bojo.
263 points, getting closer and closer to leading the pack. Now all up to him. As he's going to choose to ride the wave here. Does not want to get ahead of Storm. You want to play the backside when you're a solo, as Veno now has to find another one. It's going to be Queasy. Wow, that shot taking him out with a singular bump as he continues to get on forwards.
Nah, Veno actually just said what's good to his former teammate, but Veno, he's not out of it to think of it just yet.
7 kilov, top 7, odlična igra. To je odlična igra.
But at the invis medallion, Harko shuts him down.
From the Shadow Realm, Harko with a big pump.
Marius
chose to drop down low. They've held height long enough. They want to get a bit of eliminations alongside their positional advantage. As Scroll picks up another 2. 5 he lives on the board just himself, as now they have full control of the low ground, but Marius is continuously looking for more pickings, but he's ran out of mats.
And the problem is that Scroll's team has more than enough of them. As far as what we saw from iDrop, at least, he's just continuing to claim space. Harticle could be the real thorn in the side here. He's got that invis medallion, he's running around, but Marius actually going to take it off his hands. Big pump elimination
Marius,
here.
nova zmaga.
Well, still above, still looking for an advantage. But Marius, he just picked up the Shogun's medallion, and now he's lost it to iDrop.
Marius je dal free kill, ali mi je s tem uničil zmago, ker je 2 na 3.
But now odds are against them as iDrop, Sky, and Scroll have to make the decision on how to close this off. I don't think they have chug splashes or anything to play the heal off here. It must come down to the aggressive play, the 3 versus 2. Can Vanya do it? Can he do enough damage to let his teammate Pixie close this one off?
I don't think heal off is an option here. Takada, Vanya's got to
Zgrešuje. Zgrešuje prvi strel.
I drop from afar, just beaming at Pixie, who's trying to heal it out. Sky as well, though, still playing the med kit. But there is a heal off
Pixie
here.
po zmagu.
Pixie does have the advantage.
Medkit's going put to use. Sky has the small fries. I'm trying to do some calculations. I'm not sure who has more time here. Is Storm Sickness going to be a play? I don't think so. Pixie with the last medkit. Looks like he has the lead, but Sky's not going to let that one slide. He had the wall. He gets the head in. And with one pop, he closes it off for his trio.
All of that space that I drop had been tarping out before.
And
that was the moment they'd been waiting for. And Pixie, a solid attempt to make that heal off opportunity come.
Ok, kjer je bil Veno? Chat, kjer je bil Veno? Torej ne, odgovor za Venota je ne. Čestitke. Čestitke 19 gledalcom, ki ste dobili stavo za Venota. 7 gledalcev pa je izgubilo. Gremo pogledati lestvico, ki je zelo blizu. Mislim, da je Veno na prvem mestu. Če še niste kliknili like, kliknite like. Če bi radi delali stave na točkah, da bi potem si kupali velike nagrade, klicajte v chatu. Veliko, Veno, Fligzi. 328 točk. iDrop, Sky, Scroll, 314. Venjak, Pixi, Marius 308. Vse je še odprto. Vse je še odprto. Slovenec Stane se je prebil na 4. mesto. Če prejšnjo igro Stane ne bi slabo odigral, ko so imeli 6 kilov, pa so skočili nekomu v box pa umrl, bi Stane lahko bil top 2 ali pa celo blizu prvega mesta. Mongral se drži top 10 z 186 točkami. Ampak potem pa 9. mesto je kar blizu Mongrala, 20 točk, potem pa že 40, skoraj 50 točk 8. mesto, 60 točk 7. mesto. Tayson pa je 19. mesto. Taysonova ekipa ni sposobna dobivati kilov. Taysonova ekipa 3 igre brez kilov, 1 igra 2 kila in 1 igra 3 kile. In potem, če gledate 11. mesto, dvakrat je slabo. 11. mesto z 0 kilom, 15. 0 kilov, 23. je Tayson kar v zadnji. Ker če tako gledate, 9. mesto, 11. mesto, 11. mesto, 15. 23. spet ni katastrofa, ampak niso niti blizu 10. mesta, ker jim primankuje kilov. Ok, chat, zadnja igra. Tole igro bomo naredili mogoče malo več stav. To igro bomo probali narediti malo več stav. Prva stava bo, kdo bo zmagal off spawn. Nekdo, ki vodi 5-0, ali nekdo, ki izgublja 0-5. Ali bo zmagala ekipa Kami, Seti. V bistvu 4-1, zato ker prejšnjo igro je Kami preživel, pa so jih potem drugi prišli z third party ubiti, a una ekipa so pa zbežali. In če, še enkrat ponavljam, če ena ekipa zbeži off spawn, zmaga tista ekipa, ko ostane. Tako imam jaz pravila in to je to. Torej, Kami ali Seti 0, podesaj nasprotniki. Oni so pa nasprotniki. Ajde, chat. Teoretično je 4-1, ampak teoretično Kami jih ni ubil. Je res, da ima Kami 1, ampak jih ni ubil, oni so zbežali stran, ker sta bila še 2 ekipi. Tako da, gremo chat. Katera ekipa bo zmagala off spawn? Če ste novi gledalci na mojem YouTube streamu, napišite, klicajte in... A ja, ne morete preverjati vaših točk. A dejansko ne morete preverjati vaših točk, ali? A pa res, preverite zdaj vaše točke. Klicaj, zdaj boste lahko preverjali vaše točke. Evo ga, preverite točke. Preverite točke, klicajte. Bonus točke bomo malo zmanjšali, ker smo že proti koncu, bomo dali na 5. Torej, chat, če bi radi preverjali točke, klicajte. Stava, največ lahko stavite 100 točk, najmanj 1 točko. Če nimate 100 točk, potem ne morete položiti 100 točk. Zato preverite, koliko jih imate na voljo. Klicajte. Kako se pa naredi stava? Poglejte pod kamero. Klicaj bet, presledek nič ali enka, presledek število točk. Nič je odgovor, enka je odgovor. Nič pomeni, da bojo zmagali kami pa seti, enka pomeni, da bo zmagal nasprotniki podasaj pa njegova ekipa. Gremo. Vsi položite stave. Čim več ljudi. Pohitite, dokler ne zaprem stave. Pohite, dokler ne zaprem stave. Gremo, vsi stavo. Kaj si jaz želim, da se to igro zgodi? Želim si, da se to igro zgodi, da Veno slabo odigra.
Welcome back to the FNCS Europe Major 1 finals. We just have one more game to go from day one of the action. But don't worry, that means if you do the maths, 7 games still to come your way. And if you missed the last one, it certainly delivered 11-2K.
I mean, what a finish. Like, let's be honest, it's rare that you get hyped for heel-off in Fortnite, you know what I mean? But that was a proper hype heel-off. What are the chances that it's Sky's Wall there? They'll be over the moon, especially with where that leaves them on the leaderboard now.
Yeah, it's so rare that a heel-off kind of flips the switch like that, whereas, like, you know, you can kind of just predict who's going to win the heel-off. Like, they got the most heels, they're going to win. And it's like, just comes out of nowhere, right? I think he sees into like a sort of weak wall and then goes through. What an incredible performance there in that end game. Look at where it boosts them up into the leaderboard as well. Second place for them, which is kind of where we expected them to be at the beginning of the day.
It's also really exciting. Oh, apologies. Go right ahead, Devon.
No, I was just going to say, like, the way the leaderboard is shaping up is so exciting. I feel like you're probably going to say the exact same thing, Frankie, right? Where, like, you got 2 teams at the top who are, like, big favorite teams, right? Of course, Veliko went on Flixie have started to pick things up in recent games, especially after that win there. Then you have iJoss Score, who we obviously said were a dark horse team, but again, just another team that's been super in contention. Then the next 2 teams are just 2 last chance qualifying teams in Vanya and Teeny's teams. And then after that is like the 2 teams we said would be surprise performances, right? So like we just got a bit of different flavors all in there right now. Like so many different types of teams finding success in this lobby.
And we've got to draw some attention as well to Marius and Vanya. It's the second game that they...
Ma ja, se veliko ljudi navija za Luka, veliko ljudi navija za Venota, pa za Flixija, pa za Vikota, ampak jaz bi rad, da je čim bolj izenačeno. A bojo danes fashion showi, bomo videli po tej igri, Žio Gaming Pizza, ali bojo fashion showi, bomo videli po tej igri. Če se mi bo dal, gremo lahko fashion shove po tej igri, ampak prvo moramo prijeti čez 100 lajkov. Če ni 100 lajkov, me ne sprašujte za fashion shove, prosim. Klikante like, chat, ker je vikend. Prosim, vsi like pa subscribe.
They had all the win conditions in the heels, but they just couldn't execute it.
Yeah, as good as these guys are doing, and I mean, they are doing very impressively, right? Yeah. I am starting to get a bit concerned like this, just because like they've now had way too many games where they're like second place, and I'm like, like, what's happening here? Do you know what I mean? Like, when I watched their last chance qualifier games, as much as they eventually did get the win in the third one, it's like the one where they came second, and even in their win, they looked a bit shaky when they were up on high, and it's like final 2v2 or 3v3, sorry. And then here in these games, again, just 3 second places. It's like, come on, guys, like you gotta get the win eventually, right? Like you can't keep doing this. Even with that being said, though, for them to be third, I think is very impressive and would surprise a lot of people with just how their season's gone.
Levin, they're just leaving it to the last chance. I'm sorry.
Some would say that, yes.
Let's just quickly give props as well, again, to Pickstar and Demas as well, because This is your surprise trio, and they are so incredibly aggressive for the fact that this is their first FNCS finals, right? And yet they are styling on everyone that they meet.
Yeah, I mean, it's rare to see teams and players perform so well, right? Obviously, last year we had Chap who burst onto the scene, got, you know, a couple second places, which was really impressive. But even then, Chap was playing with like a very experienced player in Teeny, right? You know, he's playing with somebody who's got that top pedigree. All three of these guys aren't players who you consider having that top pedigree. They aren't players with that type of experience, but they are playing like veterans, right? You know, they're not even like playing scared or anything. You know, like I see people doing like the very easy, like lazy comparison of like, oh, they're like Kamiseti, you know, of course, because Polish trio, whatever. But they're actually like fragging when needed. Like these guys are so impressive.
They're Polska Guruming, as I believe Taco said earlier on. And we're going to head back to Taco and Takata now because we've only got one more game for day one of the Major 1 finals, and it's arrived.
But the way that the day has been so far, though, I
Zadnja
really
igra,
wish
chat,
that we could
gremo.
just see those next 6 matches immediately
Zadnja igra,
as
chat.
is Takata. But
Imate
we
še
are going to have to
2
leave things up to
minuti
just
še
being
tone,
a
da
pleasant surprise
položite
because that's the way the
stavo.
leaderboard has played out so far. And game number 6, we get to see what happens next.
You don't have to
Chat,
wait
kdo
long,
bo zmagal
Taco.
spawn, nič
Last match
Kamiseti,
of the
enka
day.
nasprotniki.
So many storylines being put into place. Last chance qualifier
Ajde,
teams
chat,
in the
zadnje
top of
sekunde
the
preden zaprem
leaderboard.
Stave,
Veliko,
največ
Veno,
postavite
Flixi
100
leading the
točk,
pack,
najmanj
but then we've got
postavite
another
1 točko.
favorite going into today. Swizzy, Quizzy, Merstash. They're in 7th place. This is a contender that a lot of people thought would be able to take down the whole tournament. They've just had difficulties at Seaport
Kdo bo
being
zmagal
contested.
spawn, evo
Some
ga.
games didn't get any points, and just in a similar situation is gonna be Cherry, Kami, and Seti, that hopefully after the whole day they can at least close it out with 1 win under their belt in this off-spawn engagement.
One that could just at least give them some mental peace of mind to know. To be fair, though, in the last couple of lobbies, there have been a huge amount of third-party exchanges, but
Veno je umrl!
might have just recognized the fact that
Veno
Veno, in
je
a whole world of trouble here, he's got to go and try to save his
Kaj se je pa
teammate.
kle zgodilo, so
And this is our leading
kontestani?
team right now,
Kaj se je
Takata.
pa
For
kle
them to take
zgodilo,
a
so
spill this
kontestani?
early on at Flooded
Kako je Veno
Frogs,
umrl?
that would be so bad for their overall game plan heading into day 2 because it gives
Ok,
other teams
gažeri
the chance
butajo,
to catch
gažeri
up.
butajo,
We're
gažeri
good though, we're
butajo.
good. I was like, what went wrong, Taco? I'm seeing Veno's going down. Like, what's going on? It was a beam out of the sky, it seems. Maybe unlucky bus path. Something didn't go their way, but fortunately enough, it was so far away that they're going to get the
dobar je.
reboot. Saw Hijo getting close, but nothing confirmed yet as Akira has been completely cracked. And it looks like for the first time, Kamiseti and Chari are kind of leading in terms of this early game engagement. But as you see in the mini-map at the bottom right, there's other trios that kind of know of this. And once this fight ends, a whole new one's going to begin.
The problem
Okay,
is
Kami
we've
pa
seen
Seti.
Kamiseti and Chari
Dobivajo
have
en
the
kill.
advantage HP-wise and
Gledalci
still
bojo jezni.
fizzle out ultimately when it came to
Gledalci
taking
bojo jezni.
those early game fights.
24 gledalcev je stavil proti njemu.
Big advantageous position here, but Akira gotta close in, knows that Chari's been cracked, trying to see if he can double up on those eliminations. Akira though pays the price. Pony side trying to come up massive yet again, but he
Samo
won't
en
be
in
able to play
edini
hero this
gledalec
time
je stavil
around.
na Kamija
This
pa
is it.
Setija.
Finally,
Da
wait,
vidimo,
hold
kdo je
on.
stavil na
Pause my
Kamija.
thought.
Kateri je bil
I forgot the
pametnjakovič.
third party's gonna come through as right now. Kami felt the glory, felt the
Čestitke,
excitement,
legenda.
but it
Lukac.
only lasted for half a
Lukac je
second.
edini stavil.
As now
Third party.
Seti shortly
Ne,
after
no,
is
third
gonna
party,
get
ne.
cracked. And just like that, it looks like
Joari.
this third party is looking increasingly dangerous for Kami, Seti, and Chari.
Especially if you're Seti, just dealing with the sheer numbers disadvantage. As now, only one left rolling around here, and that's going to be Chari off in the distance, but they'll have to deal with
Točke
that
daj,
problem
sem
later.
dal točke gal.
Hijo,
Se je samo en
Trexer,
gledalec stavil na
they've opted,
Kamija pa
why go
Setija.
towards Flooded Frogs
Sem
when
dal
we can
točke.
just hit Lost
Lukac
Lake
je edini,
instead?
ki
We
je
know
stavil
what
na
type
njih.
of action's taking place here.
Exactly, as Robin now is going to look for a quick replace or maybe even an opening to jump on in with that shotgun, but so far, nothing found. It's got to be careful. The edits come through. Drop the 17 shield. And now
Ok, koga
both
da stavimo,
trios
chat? Da
being
stavimo
so
Veno to
healthy
zadnju
in
igro.
terms of shield.
Če so zdaj umrli,
It might just end up in a
te
disengage
ni
from
bila
IGO and
stava
his
Gal
trio.
Bratkoviča, bojo umrli.
But that Pros
Stava
team
je,
has
kdo
profited
bo zmagal.
massively. 4
Kami je vse
eliminations
ti
to
tim,
start
ali
things off
poda
with.
saj tim,
They might not have
sam
done
da
all the
sem jih dal
damage,
pod
but
ime
they're not
nasprotniki.
the only ones trying to
Ne
get
kot
these
nasprotniki,
early
kot
game
kdorkoli
value
drug, ampak
elims.
nasprotniki kot
Adams
tisti, ki jih kontestajo. Čet, kaj zdaj
unexpecting
stavimo?
that shot from
Veno
that
tal.
side, but now Rad's gonna be able to provide a little bit of coverage
Ali
here.
bo
Using this
Veno
bush on the
zadnjo
edge of Hopeful
igro
Heights
top
to try and stay concealed for the
3,
time
top
being.
4.
Pixoski as
Ajde
well,
Čet, ali bo Veno top
waiting for an
4 zadnjo igro?
opportunity.
Ali bo Veno zadnjo igro top
I'm
4?
surprised how
Nič
much
pomeni
ammunition
da,
they're using. I
enka
mean, being
pomeni
so
ne.
early into the
Največ
match, you
lahko
can see
stavite 100
there's a
točk,
limited
najmanj
amount
lahko
of AR
stavite eno
shots to be
točko.
used
Gremo
here.
Čet!
As Crackle's
Ena
gonna
zadnjih stav do
switch
nas.
to the shotgun
Ali
as he
bo
does have more.
trenutno skor
But with just
vodilna ekipa
14
Veno
bullets
tole
left
igro
in the
top 4?
AR. If they end up getting into a box fight, that's
Čestitke,
only enough
Ivan,
for
ampak
one or maybe even
Verjetno
2
si narobe naredil
eliminations here.
stavo, legenda. Ker samo Lukac je stavil na
Just
kamici,
trying to hold
razen
down
če
the
si
high ground,
mislil
but
kaj drugega.
Pixoski taking an approach
Ajde,
from the
Čet,
side, doesn't
položite
get the
stavo.
catch. The tag that he was hoping
Gremo,
for at
vsi
the end of it
položite
all is
stavo. Če ne
Rad's
vete,
now
koliko točk
gonna
imate
try
na
and pick
mojem
up the
streamu,
pieces.
klicajte.
Looking for an edit, looking for anything he can possibly take
Točke
here.
dobivate na vsakih 5 minut gledanja streama. Je pametno, da vsaj nekaj napišete v mojem chatu na 15 minut.
Mini's gonna be
Če
popped
ne boste
alongside a big
pisali po
here,
pol
and
ure na moj stream,
I don't think this fight's gonna end well for either
se zgodi, da
team
ne
as the
boste
third
dobivali
party's gonna
točke
come
od
through. It's
programa,
no
ker ste
O'Reilly who
neaktivni.
wants to close this
Vsaj
one
nekaj
out.
probite
Shaft
napisati
gets
na
right on in.
10-15
Shots
minut v
getting
chatu,
connected onto
da
Raz,
dobivate
and it looks like
točke.
that's gonna be a
Kaj
free
lahko
knock for
delate
Chav
z
as they
točkami
continue
na
on
mojem
forwards.
streamu? Kupujete
High Frozen
nagrade,
now too.
V-Buckse, Paysafe kartice,
Looking to see if
Team
he can even
igrice do
escape.
50 evrov, gifte iz item shopa.
these are
Vse, kar
valuable
lahko kupujete,
elimination points
imate v
together as
opisu
well. If
tega
you
le
are
mojega
Jeff
streama.
Norali and Yanis,
Grete pod
they've been
tale stream,
kind of
kliknete več
lagging
ali
behind the
pokaži
curve
več
and they don't
in
wanna
se vam
find
odpre
themselves
stream
too
opis
separated
in
from
poglejte
where that
trgovino
top-end
z
leaderboard is at
točkami.
heading into
Kako pa
day two.
naredite
They would
stavo?
love to
Stava
just
se
kind of
naredi, pogledate pod
run
mojo
down
kamero,
some early elims,
klicaj
be able
bet,
to prioritize their positioning a
potem
little
date
bit more in that
presledek in
mid-game as
date
well.
odgovor
No,
nič ali
Riley
enka, nič
hasn't
pomeni,
scouted
da
out
bo
the fact
Veno
that
top
Frozy
4,
was inside
enka
of the
pomeni, da
building
Veno ne bo
itself,
top 4,
just blocking off
date
this view,
presledek
but
in število
no,
točk.
Riley's still
Torej
giving
klicaj
chase.
bet, presledek
It
nič
almost
ali
feels
enka,
inevitable at this
presledek
point before
10,
Frozy goes
naprimer
down.
10 točk.
Yeah, shots are gonna come through. Knock shortly after. And I mean, I think they're gonna leave it at that. Not sure where the last player is, but a quick 2 eliminations is more than enough. As we look at Walks, Malabuka, and Ping, who are gonna take out Batman. Volko is fully cracked as well, as they're gonna continue the aggression, I assume, with the amount of damage that they've already done. As Volko now gets trapped. Both players looking to see how they can play on the defensive here. Fastroki, Volko are put into shambles as
Oni
Volko goes
dobro
down.
igrajo, pa 2 killa so dobili.
Now,
To je ta
all left
ekipa,
up to Fastroki.
ki je
2
trenutno tretja
eliminations on the
četa,
board
ne?
already from
Tretja ali
Malabuka.
četrta, dobro in gre,
Ping
blizu
and
Veno to
Walks,
so.
and it looks like they'll be able to make it 3 here if
Blizu
they can
Veno to
catch up
so.
to Fastroki, but with the Oni mask, it might take a little bit of time.
Yeah, but you also have Malabuka's accuracy that's going to make that
Malibuka
a
se
little bit
približuje
easier.
Venotu isto.
And a big win as well,
A
being
vidite,
able
3
to
kile
completely take
je
over
12 točk
Sakura
čet.
Stadium just
Dobiš
outside
3
of
kile, pa že
Triple
dobiš
Terrace and Nation
12
Forest,
točk.
because
In
it's
so
going
se
to give
že,
them a
in
lot
zdaj,
of
če bi
value
Veno imel
metal
0 kilov,
and hard
oni so se
material
že
always
približali
nice
Venotu.
together early on, so you can
In so
just
skoraj uničili prednost.
play out those later box fights, make them a little bit more difficult for other teams to try and aggress you.
Pixie, Vanya, and Marius have chosen to take the elevated position here on a
Ooh,
fight that
Marius
has already
gleda.
finished with Noah Riley, Pixie, and co. But from what I'm seeing is they have used the Oni masks. They've gotten out
Čet, to je verjetno zadnja
that
stava,
situation,
tako da
but
bi vam
Demas,
priporočil, da
Darm, and
če radi
Pix, on
delate
the other
stave,
hand,
hitro imate še
are gonna be
zadnjo
continuing
minuto
to
pa
play
pol časa,
aggressive.
da
They've already got
položite
one
vaše
as they start to
stave.
hunt down
Ali
Pink.
bo Veno ekipa, Flixi in
Nebs
Viko tole
trying to
igro top
provide a little bit of
4.
cover fire
Nič
here to
pomeni
see
da,
if Pink can try to
enka
get away, but
pomeni
with
ne.
the way that Pink and
Največ
Nebs are
lahko
so
stavite
split
100
currently,
točk, najmanj
Demas,
1
Pix,
točko.
Darm, they're going to opt to just take things by force here, Takada. As they continue to push their way up the mountain phase.
Oni so drugi chat, oni so drugi.
Pause for a moment here. Pix
So oni
might have bit
drugi
off a
chat,
little
ne?
bit more than he could
Ne,
chew.
oni so,
That knock
oni
is
so,
massive. In fact, it's
oni
going to be
so
the third
četrti ali
party
peti.
exchange because of
Oni so
Creep-based
četrti ali
team.
peti.
some of that awareness that has to be put into play. It was difficult because the line of sight was blocked by that big snowy mountain, but it's gonna cause Darm and Demas to have to play as a duo now. Come back later. I'm not even sure if they got the reboot card, so it's gonna be up to them to kind of play this one slowly now. On the positive side, I guess they already had an elimination, but it was Pix's elimination, which is the issue, even though I'm sure they did a bit of damage, so hopefully it's enough to kind of withstand these initial zones.
Tough break though, for sure. They're not the only ones trying to deal with it. Vico's team seemingly going through it a little bit ever since that early hiccup of Vena getting beamed out of the sky by flooded frogs. It's definitely put a little bit of a halt towards their initial search strategy.
Zapieram Stave.
Get something going over by Pump Power, but the way that they're falling back, they might even run smack dab into another team entirely in F9. Sure enough, lingering, probably just hoping that he could get some backup from his boys instead. It's gonna be all Vika, Veno, Flixie, just taking care of that elimination.
Looks like they're not done yet, though. It's Kaid, Malapi, and Cringe who are going to be on the mountain close by. Instant Oni Mask from Veno, Vico, Flixie. They're hungry in this last match as they continue to apply some pressure, but the regroup is going to come through. A third party potentially getting closer as they have to be a bit careful here.
I think part of the problem too is that Vico having to play for that reboot didn't necessarily get to farm material he would have liked, but it might not matter when you're able to connect shots like that. Cade realizing it's more than just one team looking at me, it's also the leftovers of Pink's trio that he's trying to deal with here. And Veno, Vico, Flixie, they are more than healthy enough. They're content, at least for the time being, to continue to sit at the bottom of this mountain face. Surely they can hear the noise breaking out above them.
Something I love so much about Vico, Veno, and Flixie is they're always so aware of when they're taking fights.
Rabimo dobro igro Savagea. Rabimo dobro igro Savagea, da vsaj konča na 10. mestu. Koliko bi bil vesel jutr za Savagea, da končajo top 10? Koliko bi bil vesel, da Savage konča top 10?
Just gonna continue with the rotate on through. Maybe even recharge their water sprite before they continue forwards.
Might as well claim the sprite shine if you're that nearby. Sky Scroll and Eye Drop in their surge base though. They were able to create so much success in that last lobby. And really are just the definition to kind of never give up. Because I think most players, if left in that kind of situation, would have just assumed that heal off is gonna play out against my favor. Instead, Sky, Eye Drop, Scroll, they continue to just kind of turbo through, and that quick stat says a lot. The fact that they are leading all teams in damage overall, that's a hefty amount to be putting out.
Yeah, especially consistently in a set lobby of this caliber. It's just that much more difficult. Marius now looking for attack on some of the players rotating in late, but it looks like Vico has got it knocked down. Veno looking to pick him back up. Looking at the mini-map, I only see one trio in sight. Either it was to the storm or Nebs, Gino, and Pink hit some nasty shots.
It's a lot of time, though, to commit to playing the storm, Takata. Even for a team like Veno, Flixie, and Vico, we've seen them do this type of strategy before. It is just a lot of time invested. And they're gonna have to eventually charge their way into the edge of zone, and they know that they're trailing ever so slightly behind Pink's trio.
Kam pa seti, končno prišli v endgame.
They're willing to commit to an all-out engagement.
Speaking about all-out engagements, from the start of this major finals for Camiseti and Chari, they're gonna want a big game to close this one out. They do have another 6 matches tomorrow to make a comeback, but
I thought you got it on.
Ajde, Savage. Gremo vsi kliknite like na stream za Mr. Savage-a, da mu prinesete srečo, ker se mi zdi, da če boste klik na like in da pridemo do 100 lajkov, mu boste prinesli srečo, legende.
Can you
try to take this fishing rod,
please? Yeah. I'm dropping both of them. How much TP do you have, Panzer?
13.
How much do you have, Mogro?
13.
I'm going with my TP then.
Like, we just need
There's a team right next to me, bro. On the mountain.
Yeah.
I don't know if I can even get this fishing rod.
You can down like here and just throw TP here. Spray TP. I'm gonna spray TP in bush.
You guys need to look for me, because if this team starts scheming, I can't even see it.
Okay. Oh, be careful.
Yeah.
There's a kid fishing here, bro. What the fucking...
I got to 10 ARM.
100.
I got the fishing rod. I'm being looked at though, I might get killed. I'm TPing back.
Yeah.
Bravo, Savage.
This team got catchy base, so they can like just key us. Mongrel, be careful.
Yeah.
Like from above. Close us.
Southwest.
Bravo, Mongrel. Bravo, Savage.
Nice.
I'm going to the Foxy now, I have to fish.
Yeah. Just fish on the edge.
What the fuck?
They just TP'd here. Kinda...
Yeah.
Ajde, Savage. Mate to.
There's minis here. 2 minis.
Need one. I think Panzer needs more.
Yeah.
Moramo navijati za...
Yeah, I'm fishing now.
Oh my god, can I give you minutes?
Yeah.
That bob there is spare now, by the way. The one I dropped. I'm not gonna get
Ako
that
je
back.
dobil
I'm just gonna
zono,
get
chat.
shieldfish instead.
Okay.
Dobar zono so dobili.
I can just fucking spam shieldfish.
Yeah, okay. I'm just gonna...
In terms of how many mats they do have, but
Teni, below
it's also not looking
250.
too
Kar pomeni,
good.
da bojo rabili skočiti
I
nekomu
definitely
v
want to
bok.
fight though. Want to maybe swap out some of these kinetic blades that H's is rocking with for a Void Oni mask. If players have got him, Jew. Too separated from his team, but it might not matter. Teeny gonna get knocked, eliminated first. H is gonna try to jump into his box, but with the twin fire, it's no use. Only Svi left to pick up what's been left behind.
Škoda, pa to Teni se je lepo
above, but at
vrnil.
what cost? Lost her wrist. Teeny now gone down as well. Skavi having to do whatever he possibly can to get out of this situation, but Shark Jew are going to be able to clean that one.
Ne pleši.
50.
Got 160 out on
I have 220.
I have 170.
I have 10 TPs, yeah? Just so you know. I have to use a lot for the fish.
It's fine.
Lepar Savage-u lahko dobijo še naslednjo zono. Me prav zanima, a bojo šli k Savage-u, a bo ta ona dva prišla k Savage-u, ali bo Savage prišel k njima. Ker kle imajo full rip po vsega, pa še vodo imajo, pa šanso imajo, da dobijo naslednji zon, ali bo Savage k njim prišel. Prav zanima me, kako bo
Did he
to
put this? Is this the TPs next to me?
No, it's fine.
Are we using the bob or not? 3-4 bigs.
No. How much do we have?
There's 5. I'm gonna keep fishing. I was just reforming a little bit.
How much do we need?
We need 7. We need 7. There's 5. I just need to fish 2 more. We're chilling.
Throw better
Da vidimo, kje bo
TP,
zona.
and then
Prosim, da
use
dobi
some
Savage zono, pa da grejo k Savage-u.
pulse fire.
All the shieldfish you need are here. All the shieldfish you need are here.
Pa mi je pulala zona.
Minis here. If anyone needs. Minis on me.
Take.
Dobar, Savage ima 400 metala, 500 blika, vuda mu primankuje.
Not just like...
With you.
Okay, I wanna farm this. Oh.
Sorry.
Can you give me a mini? It's fine.
I don't have minis.
Give me big. Want to go up to them, like below them, and then TP inside. I'm gonna use drop once. Yeah, we're going to TP here. Come. They're not good for us. I'm not TPing below them.
You hit the tree, Panzer.
Yeah.
I TP'd.
I'm TPing again.
I build something. You can maybe look for behind.
On you.
Niso unutar.
50 cap for.
We need to TP here. TP, I'm gonna build from metal. TP right
Oh,
now.
what the fuck? I'm trying, but my fucking TPs aren't even there. I'm on you.
Where are you guys? I'm far.
We're close to you, we're close to
I'm
you.
with you.
One is king, one is king. Look.
Yeah.
We need to go back up on now. So we can look at this.
2 for 5.
I'm farming, look.
Don't pull some island, no?
Okay,
Morejo dobiti zono, morejo dobiti
3,
zono.
2, 1.
Hey, 50.
Pushing the wall. Close.
On right. Break.
I have 150.
Ajde, Mr. Savage.
Yeah.
Careful from...
Prosim, daj jim zono.
Bush can see.
Prosim, daj zono, Mr. Savage-u. Ne bo dobo, ne. Dobar, ni najslabša spet zona. En tipi pa so notal. Lahko bi šlo čisto na drugo stran tam.
We can fly on. Come back on the right. I'm TPing. Just follow my TP.
On you.
I'm trying to see what
I'm popping
on.
it big, don't open. Careful behind you, Panzer, careful behind you. Okay, we're good.
I wanna... Yeah.
What the
Side,
fuck?
I'm not sure. There is... Wait.
20 damage.
Yeah, maybe we can. Wait, I'm gonna be one. Come to me. There is... look at it. Straight, Savage. You
Yeah,
see him?
I'm opening.
Yeah,
3, 2,
yeah.
wait. He's not peeking right now. He's not peeking. I'll just look here long.
Below so. Rabio damage.
Tipping.
Yeah.
He's looking again.
We need to go on there.
Rabio damage, chat.
Get daughter, fuck, bro. Kinetic in.
95 bilo.
Guys, we need to TP. Okay, guys.
We'll be on me, oh my. I'm ready.
Toczka on that. I'm holding. I'm TPing.
I don't even know. My TP's gonna land with you, bro.
I made it space.
No, you need to turn TP to us, my bro. Don't look through.
Yeah, we need... Come back, we need to kill up.
Try and get me back. So I'm stuck here.
Good. Trying to preserve.
10 builds now.
I'm picking up over and using it again.
No, there is no edge.
Look this, 3, 2, 1.
Dead.
TP in front
We
of
can get
us.
a finish maybe. Oh, it's hard to see.
Oh, GG.
Just wait. Come back. Where is the bob?
I'll use it. We don't have bomb anymore.
Just flash.
TPing in front of us, look.
Yeah.
30.
Hey. I have 8
Keep
builds.
splashing, I don't have splashes.
Flash.
There we go.
Any kills?
I have 2 shield fish.
We need to do
Too
something.
big, too big.
3, 2, 1.
Bravo!
Nice.
You need big?
Yeah, I need
Yeah,
help. I'm fine. Can you look for something?
No,
Savage?
we need to
Ajde,
TP, we need to TP.
Savage.
I'm looking here.
Yeah.
I'm just TP on after me. Yeah, I'll land right next to the team, they might keep me. I'm gonna get pre here, Don't go. Careful, they're gonna pre. I have 20 builds, yeah.
Can you open?
Alright, you go. Follow me.
Go on there.
Yeah, I'm probably dead. I'm on HP.
One build.
I'm dead, bro. Can't do anything.
Come back.
50 white in there.
Just come.
The reason skin is 51. Drop him 50 mats, Spencer.
Umrla bota. Umrla bota.
You claiming as many points as possible.
And the fact that he wasn't beamed out of the sky there, though, by Queasy, Swizzy, or Mustache is insanity. Darn.
Veno je umaru, Flix je umaru.
Inside of a metal cone here, hoping that he can maybe scramble together some kind of last-minute finish, but it's not going to come easy. Uppel, Fincheck, they're also in the same sort of scenario, except as a duo, but neither of them has shield. Both of them would need a siphon refresh of some capacity. Pixie loses Vanya and now going to be forced to continue working his way down through this low ground, but he's got just one chance to connect another shot if they want to make sure that they have this full claim on the mountain face.
This is so difficult. I don't think they want to get any lower because there's a chance that this zone pulls right back up that mountain. So if they go down, it's going to be difficult to get back up. But Durham has been eliminated. 319 points is where he's going to stay for now as Comeback makes it and Blaha continue to take shots on all these players with just 15 seconds left before we know where this next zone pulls. Tayson's in the zone. Queasy still up above on height, controlling that elevation as Marius continues to play as a duo with Pixie.
Ali bo Marius po prvemu dnevu na prvemu mestu. Ali lahko Marius prehiti Venota po prvemu dnevu.
Hopefully to just add to the count here, but Pixie with that Shogun's medallion, the invis, could definitely give him a huge boost in his favor. Swizzy, Queasy, and Mustache, though, they're going to manage to connect to the other end of this mountain face as Tayson in the dirt doesn't have a chance to bring this one back. It's all down to Trulex.
Left as a solo.
Ubija Malibuko, Marius.
Pixie now forced to elevate themselves up this mountain, but in the meantime, it's Queasy's trio up above getting free pickings on all the players that are trying to scale up this hill. The shots are getting connected. Yanis, Chap doing what they can, but what happened? What went wrong? Swizzy's left as a solo now. Queasy's been eliminated. Mustache has been eliminated. It is all up to Swizzy to clutch these last moments.
Comeback, Blaha, and Mixon went for the high take attempt, and it comes at a cost. Comeback having lost his teammates. Now it's going to be Noah Riley, Chap, and Yanis, one of our few teams that's still left together here in this endgame. They recognize the fact it's Marius, it's Pixie, it's only a duo, but they need to confirm these eliminations first.
Sliding down the mountain, they have a few builds left. Marius needs to make something happen as the action goes right into his box. Swizzy gets taken out. Pixie's still up. He has that invisibility medallion. Isn't going to be enough to clutch it out, though. It's Comeback up above. It's Yanis, Noah Riley, and Chap. A full trio on the low, holding strong as they look up. They start shooting. All they have to do is finish these last two players
Pixie pada 3-1.
And it's free pickings for Noah, Yanis, and Chap down below, but be careful. I might have spoke too soon. Noah does finish it off in the end. Comeback goes down and they secure that victory royale for the last match of the day.
tako da odgovor je, ali bo Veno top 4. Ne. 19 gledalcev ste dobili točke, 5 gledalcev ste dobili točke. GG.
They are here to play, closing things out on day one with the victory royale has got to be a sensational feeling because it's
Mislim, da Veno ne bo na prvemu mestu, gremo pogledati, ampak da bo Marius. Prvo mesto, Marius, Pixie in Vanjak, 376 točk, skoraj 40 točk prednosti pred Venotom, kljub temu, da je Veno zmagal 2 igri. Kljub temu, da je Veno zmagal 2 igri, Marius pa nobeno. Marius vodi skoraj 40 točk, tam nekje 35-36 pred drugim mestom, kjer so igrali consistent. Drugo mesto, 10, 12, drugo, tretje. 4 neverjetne igre in 2 ok igri, medtem ko Veliko pa Veno 17. mesto in 15. mesto in pa 7. mesto. Tretje mesto, iDrop Sky Scroll, manjka 10 točk za Venotom, potem imamo Darm Demus Pixie 319, potem imamo 5. mesto Merstaš, Queasy in Swizzy 312, Kvizi se še vedno bori za drugo mesto, mogoče celo za zmago. 6. mesto Ping Vox Malibuka, blizu so. 7. mesto Country UPL, 8. mesto Chris Tenis Kvi, 9. mesto Comeback Blaha Mixon, 10. mesto Jarko Nako in Kire in Mongral je padel na 11. mesto, ker so zadnjo igro zafrknili. V bistvu niso zadnjo igro zafrknili, bili so 12. na koncu. Na koncu sta klačala 12. mesto. What the fuck? Dobesedno so klačali 12. mesto na koncu, kljub temu, da je Savage umrl in da je bil Mongral sam. Sta klačala 12. mesto. 12., 12., 7., 1. mesto in 12. Dobesedno dobro igrajo. Če bi to igro 21. mesto spremenili v top 5, bi Mongral lahko bil zdaj trenutno 8., 9. Trulek, Tyson, Čičo, kakorkoli vi njemu rečete, 16. mesto. To je trio, ki ne dobiva veliko kilov. To je trio, ki ne dobiva veliko kilov. 3 igre brez kilov, 1 igro 2 in 2 igri po 3. GG chat, GG. Marius, če bo zmagal ta FNCS. Jaz mislim, da ga ne bo zmagal, ampak bomo videli.
3 royales to their name and
Jaz mislim, da ne bo Marius zmagal, ampak...
Fucking cinema, bro. That top 5 is ridiculous.
Jaz mislim, da bo na koncu jutri Viko, Veno pa Flixi, da ne bojo imeli slabe igre. Imam občutek, da Veno ne bo jutri imel slabe igre, da bojo vseh 6 iger solidno odigrali.
Holy shit, that's so good. This might be one of the best grands we've ever had. And the early and mid-game fighting has been awesome. Savage in 11th.
For him.
Call the right, baby. Call the right.
Down really, really early, and it was looking really strong for this team. I think they were on the island at one point there as well. I think they were the team to actually claim it, and particularly with how the zone ended up polling, you think, right, as the day has gone so far, the island team are going to progress and do really well from that position. But if it wasn't for Pixie, they would have gone down so much earlier.
Yeah, absolutely. And I want to really big up Pixie because I feel like a lot of people know how talented he is. But, you know, a lot of people forget when Trio sort of came about, the trio he was trying out with and playing tournaments with was Queasy and Veno. Like, he looked like he was...
Kdaj je Amerika? Prepozno. Škoda, ka ni Amerika ob 9, stari moj. Amerika je ob 11. Jaz sam jo ne bom gledal na streamu. Če bi bila Amerika vsaj ob 10, bi jo gledal na streamu 2 uri, ampak ne. Ne bom jo gledal. Ameriko bom gledal s Klaro. Zakaj Amerika ni tako ob 7 zvečer, po našem evropskem času, da bi bila Amerika ob 7, pa da jo lahko pogledamo 3 ure na streamu do 10. Itak streamam zmeri do 10. Škoda, ka Amerika ni tako od 7 do 10. Ja, vem, 7 ur razlike je med Evropo pa Ameriko, ampak vseeno, stari, vseeno. Dobra je. Žal mi je Tenija, stari moj, žal mi je Tenija na 8. mestu, ker vem, da bi lahko bili boljši. Ker vem, da zadnjo igro so uničali, ampak leto, če bi zdaj zadnjo igro dobro odigral, bi Teni lahko bil, Teni bi lahko bil zdaj na 5. mestu, ali celo 4. mestu. Dobar igra Teni. Mongral, največ, ka mislim, da lahko plejsa, je top 8. Mongral se mi zdi, da ne morajo biti boljše od top 8. Pol je že razlika v playerih, koliko so ekipe boljše. Še 8 ne morajo biti. Še dvomom, da lahko Mongral, mislim, lahko, če dobre igre odigrajo. Vse se da, ampak... Dvomom. Leto, Blaha, Miksoni pa Bombek so bili 2krat drugi. Drugo mesto, 14., 9., 17. pa 22. Zdaj si pa predstavljate, da bi Jarko, Mikson, Blaha pa Bombek tole 22. slabo igro spremenili v top 10, pa to 17. v top 6-7, ampak poli spet če. Če. GG. Gremo mi ene zon vare, chat. Tisti, ki še hočete prijeti igrati, tisti, ki hočete prijeti z Not Aleksom, v iskanje mape napišete endgame, torej v iskanju mape napišete endgame, kliknete tole mapo, kliknete select, mapa public, custom key, 4421. Ajde chat, 4421. Cel dan nismo igrali Fortnite tičiča, gremo ga malo odigrati. Da vidim, če nas bo sploh dovolj. Mislim, se bom vse igral. Če ne bom pa še kakšne stave naredil. Koda je 4421, če kdo hoče prijeti v zon vare. Da greva 1-1 jutr. Kako se imenuje mapa, kjera igra, da je koda od mape. Grete levo vzgori v iskanje mape, pa sam napišite ND presledek game. To je to, kar rabite napisati. ND presledek game, pritisnete enter, izberete prvo mapo, ki se imenuje Cup End Game, kliknete select, koda je pa 4421. Ajde chat, počakam še minuto, pa če prijete, prijete. Ker vas ne bom dodajal med prijatelje, zato da pridete igrati. Chat, a ni tako, da bi danes mogel biti Fortnite event? A kdo ve, ob kjeri uri naj bi mogel biti Fortnite mini event? Kdorkoli? Katerikoli gledalec če ve, kdaj bi mogel biti? Zakaj točke ne delajo? Zdaj jih bom popravil, zdaj bojo točke delale. 3, 4... Zdaj bojo točke delale. Naj bi bil v 9:30, torej že bil, ni še bil. Kje si, Sale, kako si? Kako si? Hvala, Pozo. Chat, a startamo? Ali še kdo pride? Lej, Sale, avatar skin imaš, kup si ga. Vse so hudi skini, chat, avatar, iskreno so hudi skini. Hudo so jih naredili, stari moj, hudo jih je, hudo. Prav hudi so, nitka. Kakšna je koda? 4421. Niso hudi, men pa so. Koda je 4, ma za v Fortnite niso hudi. Mal so preoski. Vsi, ki ste na YouTube streamu, bi vas prosil, da kadar si kupujete plese, emote, gliderje, V-buckse, battle passe, skine, prosim vsi, ki me slišite, upište v Fortnite item shop, desno spodaj kliknete, upište kodo Blaze33, nič vas ne stane. BLAZE 33, Blaze33. Lepo prosim, hvala vam iz srca, če ne boste, ste nesramni, drugače pa hvala vsem. Ne bom vas več čakal, imeli ste dovolj časa, da pridete. Dober turnir je bil, chat. A vam je bil dober turnir, chat? Meni je bil dober. Vesel sem, da Veno ni na prvem mestu, zato da bo jutri turnir bolj zanimiv. Vesel sem, da Veno ni na prvem mestu. Verjamem ti, Ane Jalič, vse ti verjamem, da uporabljaš kodo legenda, hvala ti srca.
Fucking way. Sekata moram.
Verjamem ti, da uporabljaš. Tisti, ki uporabljate kodo, lahko dodate not Aleks. Hvala, Urbi legenda. Tisti, ki ste upisali kodo, me lahko dodate. Not v sredini Aleks. Bom odprl lobby in če me imate dodanega med prijatelji, kliknite na Epic Name, pa kliknite Join Game. Chat, toliko ljudi, ki uporablja kodo, toliko ljudi imam dodanih. Tako deluje. Tako sem rekel, da deluje. Toliko ljudi, ki ima upisanih kodo, toliko ljudi imam dodanih. V redu, a ne, Alič. Sigma. To sem bil jaz, GG. Jaz se joinam, lahko se joinaš, če hočeš. Kje si, Alene? To sem bil jaz, GG za tebe. Imaš mene dodanga? To pa ne vem ti, Jan. Poglej, če me imaš dodanga, pa če me nimaš, me dodaj, pa te bom sprejel. A to se zdaj ne moram pošiljati, pa je kodo. Anitka, a lahko ti pogledaš, zakaj je nekateri ne morajo pošiljati v mapo creator kod, da uporabljajo kodo? Anitka, ka prav piranja, da noter ne more niti slike objaviti, niti video. Daj poglej uno sobico, kaj je narobe. Chill, Aleksej. Igramo za zabavo, legenda. Bom jaz pogledal, Anitka. Če ne pa nared novo sobico, a ne? Če ne pa nared novo sobico, Anitka. Čakaj, bom jaz pogledal, zakaj ne. Grem pogledat sobo. Bom pogledal. Creator koda. Edit channel. Permissions. Probi zdaj. Zdaj bi lahko pošiljal not sporočila. Zdaj bi lahko noter, zdaj bi ti mogel delati. Ki si žigec, že omak mesojedec. Kaj mi dodaš nazaj? Lahko, ja. Že on Not Aleks bot. Koliko sovražam maske? Mislim, ne da jih sovražam, ampak katane so boljše. Upam, da bojo samo katane ostale. Hvala Mak, hvala ti legenda. Preveč nas je, ne moram se joinat, pol pa počaki, da nekdo liva. Dost dodajanja, dost. Jutr spet dodajam. Jutr, ko bom videl, koliko ljudi ima upisano kodo Blaze33. Danes je imel skoraj 200 ljudi upisano kodo, kar pomeni, itak imam dodanih čez 200 ljudi. Jutr naprej, koliko ljudi imam dodanih? Offline 113, 38, to je 140, 150, plus skoraj 100, ja še preveč vas imam dodanih. Še preveč, 50 ljudi več imam dodanih, kot treba, tako da. Dodajam gledalce, ki podpirajo z uporabo kode BLAZE33. Napiše se BLAZE33, izgovori se Blaze33. Tako da, tisti, ki želite, vsak dan pol se pogleda, vsak dan se pol kasneje pogleda. Koliko ljudi jo je opisalo, tako da. Nice shot. Grem si probat še zmanjšati sensitivity. Tole si bom pa povečal. 165. Tisti, ki nimate mojega Discorda, lahko pridete v moj Discord, moderatorji pošljete Discord link, pridete v Discord in imate sobico Creator kodo, kjer lahko noter tukaj noter objavite sliko ali video, da ste nekaj kupili in da uporabljate kodo. Tisti, ki imate Discord, zato da lahko dokažete. Ker veliko otrok potem reče, ja, uporabljam kodo, v resnici jo pa ne, tako da. Škoda. Zdaj se vam počitnice začnejo, tako da hudobo. Bomo imeli zabavne streame. Zabavne streame bomo imeli, nova sezona prihaja čez 7-6 dni. Še 6-7 dni je še nova sezona med počitnicami, tako da bom čakal. Kdaj bo update, to pa ne bi vedel. Živ Andreja. Jaz jo ne morem upisati, ker jo verjetno narobe napišeš. Napisati moraš BLAZE33 skupaj. Zihar narobe napišeš, ker dela koda legenda. Bom ti še pol pokazal. Jo bom pol pokazal spet. Nice. Nice kill. Škoda. Nice shot. Ja, GG. Stejko na haju. Kaj igramo? Zonvare igramo. Ne maram maske. O, GG. Ne, kako sem ga lahko samo 38 zadev direkt v glavo, stari moj. 38 direkt v glavo. A, ne moram tega. A ja, to ja lahko, ne, to ja lahko. Ja, to lahko, ne, Alič, to lahko. A ne še Twixi. Gremo fashion show, bom videl. Bomo videli za fashion show po tej igri. Po Zonvariha bom končal stream, ali gremo še fashion show. Ja, to lahko, ne, Alič, če boš ne imel dovolj, ja, lahko. Nice shot. Dober strel. Ena na ena. User vzema high ground. Pustil se je dol. Nasprotnik ga je zgrešil. In user zmaga tole rundo zonvarov. GG. GG v chatu. GG. Not Aleks mislim, da je trenutno top 10. Ali nisem top 10. Mislim, da sem se videl na top 10 situacij. Jap, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, na 9. mestu. Aleks je na 9. mestu z dobro igro. Dobro igro, lahko Not Aleks pride tudi više. Ne da se mi tega igrati, ko mi vsi skačete v boks. Ni zanimivo igrati, čiči. Grem neki drugega dela chat. Dobesedno se ne moreš premakniti, ko folk si skače v boks. Da igrajo normalno. Daj se doli zavej. Ne, ka pol mi folk spama invite. Pa se nisem na avej, če imam online status. Se ga sploh nisem imel na aveju, kva? Na online sem imel status. Nisem imel na avej. Vem, če kakšna zanimiva mapa, chat. Vedem, če kakšna zanimiva mapa. Twixi, ajde. Requesti, da priješ v moj lobby. Samo kako pa imaš ime Twixi? Kako imaš sploh ime? Pozabil sem. Kako imaš ime? Solo Ranked Cup? Kdaj se je pa začel Solo Ranked Cup? Ajde, da naredimo eno stavo, pa grem pol s Twixijom 1 na 1. Ajde, da naredimo eno stavo, pa grem pol s Twixijom 1 na 1. Ajde, chat. Naredimo eno stavo. Ajde, naredimo eno stavo. ali bom to igro dobil 3 kile. Nič pomeni da, enka pomeni ne. Največ lahko stavite 100 točk, najmanj lahko stavite 1 točko. Call me, Aljaž, če mi boš pošiljal invite, te bom blokiral. Če vas dodam, mi ne smete pošiljati invite, ker vas bom zbrisal in blokiral. Chat, ajde, stava je, ali bom dobil 3 kile v solo renku, nič pomeni da, enka pomeni ne. Če ne veste, koliko točk imate na mojemu kanalu, klicajte. Gremo. Ajde, chat. To je turnir Ranked Cup, Elite Ranked. Stava je, ali bom dobil 3 kile. To so kao enako dobri igralci, kot jaz, glede na to, da smo kao v enakem renku. Čeprav, če bi vsak dan lahko igral. Tako da, če ste novi gledalci, pa ne veste, kako se preverijo točke, klicajte. Če ne znate narediti stave, poglejte pod kamero, kako se naredijo stave. Torej, klicaj bet, mora biti zmeri skupaj, potem date presledek in date odgovor nič ali enko. Nič pomeni, da bom dobil 3 kile, enka pomeni, da nam dobil 3 kile. Date presledek spet in število točk, ki jih želite staviti. Najmanj 1 točko, največ 100. Zakaj so točke zagličene, pa zgleda, kadar rank igram. Ok, zdaj pa delajo točke. Ne! GG. Fuck, no, 5 igralcev je kle lendal. Fuck, 5 igralcev je kle lendal, no. 5 igralcev je kle lendal, chat. Kako naj to preživim? Kako naj to preživim? GG. Načajde, ista stava. Ali stave se avtomatsko zaprejo čez 3 minute. Ko se stave zaprejo, se vaše stave več ne bojo zabeležile. Če zamudite, zamudite. Ali bom dobil 3 kile v solo renku. V solo turnirju renku, v elite renku. Nič pomeni da, enka pomeni ne. Če ne znate preveriti točke, klicajte. Twixi, ko odigram stave. Ko bom to nehal delati, bom invite Twixi. Da malo zamenjamo skin chat, pa superge. Najkice, a? Če ne znate narediti stavo, stava se naredi tako, ko jo piše pod kamero, klicaj bet zmeri skupaj. Klicaj bet mora biti zmeri skupaj. Če boste dal klicaj presledek bet, vam ne bo delal. Klicaj bet skupaj, presledek nič ali enka. Nič pomeni, da bom dobil 3 kile, enka pomeni, da nam dobil 3 kile. Date spet presledek, ko se odločite za odgovor nič ali enko. In na koncu napišete število točk. 1, 2, 3, 15, 50, 90 ali 100. Najmanj lahko položite 1 točko, največ lahko stavite 100 točk. Če boste stavili 150 točk, vam stava ne bo zabeležena, ker program ne dovoljuje več kot 100 točk, ker sem tako naredil. Ko bom dovolil več kot 100 točk, boste itak to vedeli. Ajde, a bo mene vrgal v igro ali sem tok slab, ali kaj? A bo mene vrgal v igro? O, okej. O, okej. Hudo, da me še vedno ni dal v igro, chat. Evo ga, daj me v igro. Ajde, chat, za vas. Koliko imam slabe aim včasih, stari moj. No vej, da ga to zgrešim. Manjši senzitivity pa počasnejši aim, ka imam, sem bolj počasnejši in slabši igralec. Slab drop. Slab drop. Slab drop. Vedel sem, da bo slab drop. Takoj sem vedel, da bo slab drop. O, kje si, alfa samec? Hvala ti za free kill. Hvala ti za free kill, papak. GG v chatu. Shit on, pozo. Slab si. Shit on, pozo, shit on! Shit on, pozo, shit on! Kam si pa šel? Kam si pa šel? Rabam shield chat pa boljši shotgun. Kako samo skačejo v boks brez enega samega znanja, današnji evropski playeri. Brez enega samega znanja, ej. Dej grem vzeti zid, ker sem pro player, pa grem sam skočiti v boks, ker to je moje znanje. To je današnja igrica. Grem, nič se ne rabom bat, nič ne rabom razmišljati, če zgrešim, če zadenem. Fucking glupi otroci, majke mi. V kaj se ta igrica pretvarja? V no skill Fortnite se ta igrica pretvarja. Udaram dvakrat po zidu, grem skočat noter. Sej to je vse, kar rabom v temu igru. Pa če umre si pa reče, zakaj šem umrl? GG. Dal sem točke, ja. Nisem imel 3 kila. Kaj ne, veš, držim zid, pa udar, pa kar skoč noter. Zakaj to sploh v Fortniteu obstaja, da udaraš zid? Da udaraš zid in to je to. Ajde, zadnja igra. Zadnja igra, če mi rata.
What's up, brother?
Oh my god, kaj je to? Končno. Bom naredil stavo. Sam ne razmišljam, kaj da naredim sploh stavo. Ajde, chat, zaželite mi srečo. Zadnjo igro. Toliko malo točk imam, da me niti v igro noče vršt. Toliko malo točk imam, da me noče niti v igro vršt, chat. Chat, zakaj me noče? Čakaj, da zbrišem tega, ko mi spema invite. Zakaj me noče da to igro? GG. Kako me močno zadane s tem shotgunom. Kje je zdaj ta mapa, chat? Ja moram dati private, da bo delala. Sani, brez invite-ov, Sani, kaj te bom zbrisal. Brez invite-ov, kaj te bom zbrisal. Imel sem shotgun, pa sem ga dropil, stari moj. Če ne bi dropil SMG za shotgun, po nesreči bi ga obil s shotgunom. Ko sem ga pa mogel 2 sekundi streljati z SMG-om in me je zadev z unim shotgunom. Če greva ena na ena, ajde. Hitrco odigram z njim eno. Ajde, srečno ena na ena. Ajde, naredimo stave, chat. Kdo bo zmagal? Kdo bo zmagal, jaz ali on? Nič pomeni jaz, enka pomeni on. Časa za stave imate točno 1 minuto, pa maksimum lahko stavite 40 točk. Torej, maksimum stavo lahko stavite 40 točk. Časa imate 56 sekund, da položite stave. Ko se stave zaprejo, se zaprejo. GG 1-1. Zgrešil sem ga, GG. Zgrešil sem ga, GG. Nice shot, dober strel. GG. Koliko je 2-2? Do koliko igrata? 1 do 6, to je to. 1 do 6. GG. GG. Ne, pa kako me je ubil chat? Kako? What? GG. Kako me je ubil? GG. Vedel sem, da bo to naredil. Mislil sem, da imam dovolj časa. Ne vem, kako mu dam tako free damage. Skoraj ga ubijam. Skoraj ga ubijam, ampak pol nekako me pa on skoraj ubije. Evo točke. Hrbet! Pozabil je na hrbet. Pozabil si na hrbet, legenda. Cel hrbet si mi odprt. Ne vem, kjer zid bo editu. Ne vidim, kjer zid bo editu. Pam, 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 pam. GG. Še dve zmagam, pa je konec. GG. GG Twixi. GG legenda, hvala ti za igro. Hvala ti za igro, legenda. Jutri bom probal chat, jutri bom probal full prej pržgat stream, zato bom lahko 2 urci igral z vami, zato da bi lahko jutri z vami 3 urce igral custome, pa ena na ena z gledalci, zato bom jutri, danes sem že hotel pržgat stream ob 2, ampak neki sem imel obveznosti, pa nisem mogel. Tako da chat, to je to za danes, rad vas imam, hvala za lajke, hvala za donacije, preverite vaše točke, vsi v chatu klicajte. Jutri nadaljujemo z FNCS-om, jutri nadaljujemo z stavami, jutri nadaljujemo z zabavnim streamom, hvala za vse. Jutri se ga vidimo ob 2 popoldne, preverite vaše točke, klicajte, pa uživite! Ajde kralji, upam, da ste se imeli lepo, hvala za support, donacije, lajke in subscribe. Lepo se imejte, lepo spite, pa se ga vidimo jutri. Čau, čau!